Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law. I am your host, Uncivil Law, and we are here with our sometimes coverage of the Alex Murdaugh murders in South Carolina. It is February the 10th, and that date, if it doesn't mean anything to you in particular, I'd just like to remind everyone that this was the date the trial was supposed to be over, at least in the initial scheduling. Today was supposed to be the last day of trial. We see how well that's going, which is to say not at all, because the trial's going on and on and on and on and on and on. I'm not sure what the trial's about. I'm learning a lot about embezzlement. I'm learning a lot about check fraud. I'm learning a lot about diverting money that belongs to the client, honest services fraud. I'm learning about some things with the banking fraud. I have to say that the embezzlement, honest services fraud, check fraud case is looking really, really good. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm supposed to be adjudicating right now. What I'm supposed to be adjudicating is the murders. And I don't really have a lot on that. We have gotten some information yesterday. We finally got some information from one of the state's computer whizzes who had to hack into the OnStar computing device of the truck and deduce what the things meant, because their software doesn't work with that particular model, so they had to write something custom. So that was fun. But we learned a little bit more about the truck. Did you know that if it says Park State True, that means the car is in park? Whoa, I know. We also learned a little bit more about gunshot residue. We learned that like 34 particles is significant, but we wouldn't say that like 3 is insignificant, which we would have to say logically, because to imply something is significant is to imply something else is insignificant. Everything can't be significant. Everything can't be important. If everything's important, nothing's important. So that was a fun piece of testimony from that person's like, I wouldn't say that 3 is insignificant, but you kind of have to say that 34 is significant. It must be true that some other number is insignificant. I don't think you meant the word significant, incidentally. I think you meant the word substantial. But, you know, who am I to critique and criticize, I suppose. We learned a little bit about the gunshot residue found on the inside of a blue raincoat, which means nothing to me. It's a hunting lodge. They own many guns. They go shooting all the time. The gunshot residue is everywhere. It would probably be more informative to tell me the places gunshot residue was not found in this scenario. The gunshot residue is kind of meaningless because he went to get a shotgun when he called the police because he says he was scared, which, you know, his family having just been murdered, if you presume his innocence, which we're supposed to do, his family being murdered would, I think, scare a reasonably prudent person. I want to grab a shotgun while I'm waiting for the police to come because it might take them a hot minute to get here because I live in the middle of nowhere. So he has gunshot residue. The gunshot residue doesn't prove anything because it's like conceded. It's conceded. It doesn't prove anything. So we're trying to attack this timeline, and I don't know, man. It's just not really doing anything for me. You want to convict him on the financial crimes? You know, I think you got him. You want to convict him on the murders? Yeah. $10 from Greg Candy. What do you think the best argument will be on appeal? Well, appeals are for legal errors, right? Appeals are for errors of law. And so I think the judge is letting in of all the financial stuff ever is legal error, in my opinion. Judges get a wide range of discretion, but they don't get infinite discretion, right? There is a reason we call it abuse of discretion. So, is some of the financial stuff relevant to the murders? I mean, I guess it's a weak ass, but does it exist? I guess he was confronted about this $792,000 check the day of the murders, but not for the first time. And it also had been part of a 10-year-long fraud. And so there doesn't seem to have been any particular impetus. Also, his father was in the hospital on his deathbed, and that bought him another month. And he had to know that. So if you want to bring in the $792,000 check thing, okay. If you want to bring in the boat case, okay. But in this trial, they've gone back 10 years. They've gone back 10 years and brought in so much stuff. And say, oh, it's all about motive. Really? 10 years ago, it's relevant to the motive for the murders? That's a lot of motive, man. So I think that's the best avenue of attack. I think that the judge's order with respect to letting in the financials is way too broad, in my opinion. Now, the defense is doing good work with all that, though, because they can say, well, hey, look, here's a whole bunch of reasons. Here's a whole bunch of people he screwed over. So they get to back end in the same way the prosecutor has gone to back end motive. The defense now gets to use that back end motive to back end suggest the presence of other people. So the prosecution has, to borrow the phrase, opened the door, right? The defense can't be overt about it in the same way the prosecution can't be overt about it. It's like, this is offered only for motive. It's not to his intent. This is offered only of motive. Of course it is, right? Of course it is, right? That's the only reason we're doing it. Just for motive, right? It's not that we want you to think that he has a horribly bad... This isn't about character. This isn't about whether or not he's a bad character. This is about motive for the murders, don't you see? This isn't about him being a bad person or having a propensity to do bad person things. No. It's nothing like that. It's just motive. Only motive, just motive. Right? So this is the game the prosecution gets to play. But by the same token, the defense can play this game too. It's like, we're not saying that there was anyone else involved. We're just saying that there were a lot of people who were really angry and upset. And a lot of people he dicked over in a lot of ways for a really long period of time. And he betrayed his friends, betrayed his colleagues, betrayed his clients. Look how many people betrayed. Aren't they so angry? ... Right? And then we just don't say the next part out loud. We just don't say the part, and that means that so-and-so's the murderer, right? We just don't say that part out loud. We just let the jury do the lifting for us. But that is my view of the error. And it's also not only a legal error in the sense that it gives avenue for attack, but it is potentially a strategic error, because by letting in all the things, the defense can say, well, they can't exactly say, they can imply that there are $10 million worth of people who might have motive to kill. Not only, of course, those people directly, but maybe their friends or family or relatives or the people that would have inherited from them or whatever, right? A whole pool of possible people that he screwed over, both directly and indirectly, right? So the defense has been making good work of this so far, and I suspect we'll see more of it. But I think the judge's order is attackable for legal error. This case, I don't think it's very difficult to go to the Court of Appeals and be like, So, in this fraud case, some mention of a murder got made. Right, that's basically the way you tee that up. In this fraud case, some murder got mentioned. Oh wait, other way around. So yeah, all those good things. And I think it will be hilarious if the jury acquits, which to my money at this point is the correct determination, because the state's case sucks. Also, we had the potential bribes with Mark Tinsley. That was fun. That was good. The potential quid pro quo. That was good. So someone started a GoFundMe for the woman who died on the property, or their children or whatever. And Mark Tinsley was the first contributor to the GoFundMe, an attorney who himself has an active interest in the case. For her bravery and her honest testimony. I mean, why not just show up to the witness stand with $1,000 in an envelope? You know? And judge over here like, well, you know, sounds like some ripe avenue for cross. Yeah, a little bit. There's some potential ethics issues there for sure. Alex's mom's caretaker. Apologize. I misspoke. You're correct. Alex's mom's caretaker. I misspoke. Thank you for correcting me. But yes, we rewarded for the honest testimony in a case in which I'm an attorney that has an interest in the financial outcome relating to your testimony. Thank you for your continuing cooperation with you. Here's $1,000. Wow, I didn't know I could do that as an attorney. I didn't know that I as an attorney could give tips. I could give a tip to my witnesses. Here's $1,000 tip in gratuity for your honest and thoughtful testimony. I didn't know that was an option. I wonder if I can write that off as a business expense on my taxes. So I have some questions. I have some questions for sure. Kent, in answer to is the best panel here today. At the moment, there is no one here today except yours truly, which I suppose by definition makes this the best panel because I'm here. So yes, the best panel is here. Other people may also come or not, but the best panel is here. All right, let's see what's going on here in the great state of South Carolina. Mr. Tinsley's been called to the stand, people. It's happening.
You may bring the jury.
Don't let the sun go down on me. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. There may be some questions on cross. This could get interesting.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, state's case. The last objection was sustained, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you...
Thank you very much for your super chat. If the jury convicts at this point, could the conviction stand? If so, this is terrifying. So far, no motive, no gun, no tying him to the scene of the murder, but yeah, he's a crap human being.
Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
I feel you for sure. I really do.
Reset the table from where we left off. You had testified about pursuing the case against...
And thank you very much for your very, very kind super chat.
Correct.
And you had communicated to the defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance.
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel states...
Did you file a motion to compel using a shotgun?
In October.
Dun, dun, dun.
Could I have the elbow, please? And the screen. David, if you can help.
What's your favorite motion to compel? What's your favorite motion to compel? Is it 300 blackout or 12 gauge?
I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately, yes.
And then you had some health issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th,
Wow.
2021.
Let's talk about the brave motion to compel. The story of the brave motion to compel in a discovery dispute relating to a boat case and an insurance and some sort of modified dram action bullshit. Something, something, something. What's this about a murder again? And how it says it came as pretty sure he's guilty, but leaning heavily towards acquittal.
There's a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right. And what was the date of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th, 2021.
All right. And then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th?
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection?
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right. But this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right. At this point, Your Honor,
What the fuck is up with his tie?
I believe without additional objection.
No additional objection.
It's and why is he wearing a button down with a
particular email we were just discussing?
It is.
That tie is a bland ass tie.
And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Haven't seen that.
Why does his suit and tie match his hair and his overall demeanor?
We'll show you now what's been marked as States 405. And have a take a look at that and see if you recognize this.
William Strong says it's a little motion that could. That's the story we're learning about, William. We're learning about the little motion that could. Once a brave little motion was filed in a courthouse.
All right. And tell me what
I'm
this
telling
is,
you.
please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case.
$10 from Justin. Please, Kirk, continue the burns. I need to wake up from another day of driving.
Killer, who was Alex's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to
Are you
run
sure
long
you
the
had
day of
cancer
hearing.
and that you're not the cancer yourself?
He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right. And just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled, and one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right. So initially, the judge denied that continuous request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference, and at that point,
He's got this fake, I don't know if it's fake, but it comes off to me as fake. He's got this like fake folksy charm thing going on that's really not working for me.
That we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular
Tinkering
case,
says Alec will pull an OJ.
relatively
Hilarious.
aggressive and wanting to move this case forward, to your assessment?
the judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that.
Creative Chaos. I listened to your program about Stephen Lorenzo. What a horrible human being. Do you know when the judge will decide about death penalty? Yeah, it should be pretty soon. It might be today, to be
That's
honest.
what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 4 or 5 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
Thank you, Sandra, for the 5 gift
Email
memberships.
chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen, or I need to bring it back to you?
May 5th, 2021.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that
This
was-
is not a
that's
death penalty
relating
case. We were talking about the other case.
the need for the
Steve
postponement.
Lorenzo in Florida was the question.
And
This is not a
therefore,
death penalty case.
Communications from you related to that, is that correct? Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there, is that correct, from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response, that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
Not showing live on your YouTube page. Being suppressed by the algorithm. Sounds like you guys aren't liking it, the video, enough. You haven't hit the like button hard enough, or the retweet. Help me beat the algorithm.
Show you now what's been marked as States 406, and see if you recognize this particular document.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what's going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it if a party wants it continued and you don't object. And so that's what that's doing, is trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 406 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, and the date on that particular email is?
May the 6th, 2021.
Did the judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day
Wow,
was
he agreed to the
motions hearing
continuance.
that included the motion to
Wow.
compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
Going back to States 402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Wow. Motion to compel in response to an interrogatory discovery dispute in relation to an insurance claim and voting action and a quasi-dram action, blah, blah, blah.
June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, after my recollection.
And that was on June 7th, 2021?
That's right.
Into June 8th, 2021?
I think I heard it's still June 7th.
I just
tonight.
love how we've elevated this humdrum, basic ass
Have any
bitch
conversations with any of the lawyers
normal
involved in the
legal
case
thing
Or any communications?
that is now
I
somehow
believe so. I think that it was more of,
apparently the heart of this trial.
there wasn't a whole lot of.
I don't know
consideration
how
given
this has
to the
happened.
fact that the hearing
How have we
wasn't gonna
taken
continue.
this basic
It was sort
bitch
of shock or
motion to
what
compel
happened and
with respect to an interrogatory and somehow transformed it into a motive,
That
murder?
hearing's not going forward after this,
it
correct?
did not.
This motion is so basic, it wears Ugg boots.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 407.
Additional objection.
So admitted.
What's the date of that email?
June 8th, 2021,
Oh my God! Crack the case wide open.
4:24 p.m. I think there's an email from John Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
But ultimately, there were communications the following day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing on the motion to compel, correct?
yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what had happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
Is it leading?
And did that have any
Also, who
effect,
cares?
that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have.
Thank you, Andrew.
I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case
It would have ended the case against two.
against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you have a civil case, nice people get good verdicts, okay, just generally speaking. Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so initially,
It's a bit speculative there, counselor.
it could have been over. It appeared that it was going to be over against Alec.
Also, it doesn't change
Because,
anything legally.
I had other defendants.
As
I had
you're more than well
Parker's
aware.
Convenience store that clearly violated its rules, and so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
The sympathies of the case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer, is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
And it's what Alex Murdaugh used to do as well when he was a plaintiff's lawyer.
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Thank you.
Okay, here's a question. Aren't you a corrupt son of a bitch? I'm sorry, I didn't say that southern enough. Let me try again. Aren't you a corrupt son of a bitch?
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
Good morning.
Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, there was other motions, correct, on June the 10th?
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process? Right. In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
No,
Your Honor, I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of his
Restate the question. Let's try again.
The question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Quote. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said.
Oh, sure you
I
can.
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible. You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay.
You probably said exactly those words
No
in
further
exactly that
questions.
order. I've just got to take a guess.
And a redirect.
That's it? That's it?
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the
That's all the
process. Is
cross?
that correct?
Damn.
It was a way
This
to put
this
pressure on
case
Alec.
is just a constant
But if
edging
after that hearing
exercise.
happens,
Shit.
and an order
I don't like it
granting
very
the motion
much.
to
I don't
compel
like
is
being
issued,
edged this
that starts
much.
a process that's going to
Damn.
run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here today.
Sure. The process starts.
Touch
on
me in the
Alec's
morning
side
and
way
walk
before.
away. Holy shit.
If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document. That's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it, and nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object. Your Honor, objection.
Basis for the objection.
Scope.
Foundation.
Response.
Your Honor, he is, speaking of,
Speaking of response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation. And your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. For instance, I had subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alec's, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alec's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition.
Thank you, Lucky,
He was
for the
intimately
20 gift
involved
memberships. That's
in
very kind of
every
you.
aspect of the case.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
Oh my God, the subpoena.
If those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
He would have looked at it in anticipation. I
sustained the
could have got. Oh my God.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that, and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain, that's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued to it for the specific information?
Well, there would have been a hearing on the motion to quash.
I would have continued to push. We would have.
The judge would have had a decision on whether or not to quash them or
Process
not.
been
and-
put in motion, though, that was
Then there might have been an
conclusion.
appeal
The
and-
order had been issued on June 10th, 2020.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Let's step down.
Thank you.
Well, that was disappointing. That was as disappointing as being touched by Mark Tinsley, I'm sure.
May it please the court. Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
Be careful when you do. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the Lord's Spirit, which shall be the truth to help you God. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Blanca Simpson, TURRUBIATE-SIMPSON.
I got you, girl.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What a name.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, Ms. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please?
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also a heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be good environment for raising children, so we made a decision. Instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31.
I'm a tiny bit hot.
21.
To bring up the court volume a little bit.
17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you
No hat on
came
today.
to
I can't wear a hat and
Carolina.
these earphones at the
You've
same
never-
time.
Never been here.
The ones that
before,
go
right?
in my ear tend to irritate my ear, so I wind up having to choose
What
between.
did you do when you got here besides
earphones
the
and the
hardest
hat?
job in the world being a mom?
I do have ones that go
raising
in my
kids?
ear,
What-
but they tend to
did you-
irritate
what
my
else
ear.
did you do?
So
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on, doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly
Thank you,
store
Carly.
in town, and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
How many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay.
But I only had the 2 oldest ones
Okay.
at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker, and I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military, so I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that.
Those are two very different jobs.
So I went there.
Stalker
after
in a
about
grocery store,
2
welder.
weeks.
It's like, okay.
Another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I ever, I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also, a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I
Did you kill
left
Jeffrey Epstein?
Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of
Oh, you
staff members
profiled the
that were
Hispanic
bilingual.
gangs.
So my job basically became
you
profiling,
profiled them.
interviewing, and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
Not that anybody cares, so is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just burned, when you're the only, one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown up quite a bit from the time I got there, and still having to do your daily duties in the office, and nobody's helping you. You tend to burn out pretty quick. So
So if an
I
incident,
made a decision to leave.
so if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I
Your phone got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
what did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison? and-
2007
Not a
You're
great
living
time to
where?
go into real estate.
in Brunson.
I'm sorry.
Brunson,
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. She was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. and her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro, and a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress, and as I talked to her, she said, I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand. She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around. I said, and we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one. And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in, and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney, don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details, because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case?
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I
Alex Murdaugh?
did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they were not,
Oh, yes, Mr.
if
Lawyer
they did
Man.
not speak the English
Yes, Mr.
language,
Lawyer Man, I was a
he
hot
would ask me
commodity.
to translate.
and were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether
Wow.
it was to get them
Wow.
signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
Secret McSquirrel, glad to
And
see
that
Secret
went on for a
McSquirrel
period
in
of time
chat.
when you were
Secret
assisting
McSquirrel hadn't been feeling
in
well
Alex Murdaugh and the law
recently,
firm, is that
but
correct?
Yes,
seems to
sir.
be feeling better. Let's give some love to
Did
Secret
that
McSquirrel,
change
because we
into
love
a-
Secret McSquirrel. She is our favorite squirrel moderator.
Caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really doing much for me, and so I told her I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around. And at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
So what did you start doing for
I
either the
would-
Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands.
She helps
running
with the
to bank
cleaning.
for her, whatever she needed me to do.
And when did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007,
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger at the, obviously they were younger when you?
yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and or?
Were they younger?
in this time period?
Yes, sir.
And now,
How often
yes.
were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
How long did that go on before you stopped and tell them why you stopped?
I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that, every 2 to 3 days, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall whether it was a few months later or a couple,
Look at this
or a couple
photograph.
weeks later. There
Every
was an
time I look,
incident
it
at the
makes
house,
me
and,
laugh.
Somebody had tried to burn the house, so that's when I actually went and started helping her more full-time, because she had to go through a lot of the damages and all that. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house by the individual.
And maybe I wasn't clear in my question. Did there come a point where you had some health issues?
Yes, sir. At one point, I suffered a stroke, and I had to stop working and go through rehab for a while.
And what year was that? 17 and 18, maybe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke,
Hi,
you had to
Robin.
Rehab. How long did you work for the Murdaughs?
That was a few years by then.
How long were you out after you had your stroke?
Jokes are too spicy for Robin this morning.
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Shortly after the
Or me.
shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said
Call
that she would
on me.
like for me to come back if I was able to.
On me.
So
Call on me.
I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back. And once I went back, it was like I actually never left.
I was just informed the stroke was in 2015, not 2017. I
Yes, sir.
apologize.
Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody would dispute that was in February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Time period?
Yes, sir.
So when you went back to work with the family after the boating accident, tell these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would, and what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things, so she would send me to the bank to cash checks to pay the people that she had working around the house. The main.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. The maintenance line, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places,
Okay, and tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, well, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, and I'm limited what I can say in a murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS.
Just to catch up?
Just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
I was there, Frodo,
You were
I
working
was
there for
there.
the house then?
Yes, sir.
when mankind
That's a
failed.
Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At the
At-
Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul?
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door, and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me, and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B. You can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." He said, I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
They weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, you know, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was no worries,
No worries.
no worries.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple, and I believe she said pineapple first, and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange, I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No.
orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's marked States 54, Blanca. excuse me, defendants 54 for the record. Did you have any other text with Miss Maggie before you got to Mizelle?
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment, and she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So
Greg.
I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it.
Greg,
So
don't ask questions
it
like
was
that.
nothing. I
Don't,
finished
don't
what I
ask
was
questions
doing,
like
and then I
that.
started
We're
cooking,
going to
making
be here
sure
a
the
long
meal was
time if we
ready,
get questions like that.
For when Paul and they arrived at home, well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home.
And you know why she didn't want to
really
come
liked
home?
being at Edisto. And
You know
they had a lot
why
of
she
work that was
preferred
going
being
on,
in
and she was
Edisto?
trying to make sure everything was
In
ready.
Edisto,
For
they have
the 4th of
orange
July
Capri
gathering that
Suns.
She was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was kind of, she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that that CB had done.
CB Road?
Yes.
Little known
He said
fact,
Alec had
Edisto
told
is
Paul
home to the
come and
Orange
fix it
Capri
because
Sun
they were planning
factory.
on, having
She
a
gets it
hunt
direct from
that
the
weekend,
plant.
So he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Excuse
Maggie,
me, Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at states, excuse me, defendants 54, can you read that? Text?
He said, thank you, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Hello.
His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think. she
Was it the
wanted to-
Mexicans who did the murder?
Standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize.
Was it the Mexican mafia cartel?
You had just testified you didn't think she wanted to come home. Was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she
Was it
stay
because
at
of the
Edisto?
Mexicans? Is that why she liked Edisto?
Imagine that.
Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Cinco de Mayo?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer. She preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm
In the arms
not
of her
sure.
Mexican lover.
Unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
Oh, did they kill the chicken? That's a good call. That's a good call. Yes, it's all coming together. That's where the money went. That's where the money went.
Were you on
it wasn't
schedule?
opioids.
time-wise?
It was
Were you
Capri
running late?
Suns. We were paying the
time were you supposed
Mexicans
to be there?
to smuggle
I
in
didn't
the
have a
orange
set time
Capri
to be
Suns,
there.
everyone. That's where the money went.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, Did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. How long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best you remember when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, a greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there, so he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on, and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around, and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around, and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So
on
you
his
actually
shirt.
helped, I'm sorry, but you helped move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve? I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve.
And did it have buttons on part of it, or do you know?
Just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer
It was,
put on top of it?
it was a dark color.
Why don't you ask, what,
He didn't have a
did he
towel.
have anything on top of it?
No, sir.
Or what did he have on top of it? Instead of saying, was it a blue blazer? Could you try?
Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you made?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice, and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said the dinner was on the, I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is "no worries." Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No.
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
The next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call. He called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. And he said, B, they're gone. They're gone. And my initial thought was, did she go back to Eddystone? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend what
No,
was
sir,
going on?
I did not. So
She
he
didn't
told
bring
that
me
he said,
home
"No,
my orange Capri
they're-
Suns
They're dead.
for the last time.
And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband
I've
got
told
the
her
phone.
and I've told her and I've told her throughout our marriage.
Dropped the phone.
Yes.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't
Okay.
remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda, so I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay, and so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle from Alameda.
to start with.
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
To comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay. And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance-wise?
From the house, I would, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on the, I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton, or if I, you know, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally, I use the kennel entrance, coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right, of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff.
We're just getting this is just emotional porn now, right now. Just getting the emotion out there.
It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
Objection, argumentative. Leading.
What'd you do when you got inside?
You really care
When I
for
got
her,
inside,
didn't you?
I
You would have done anything for
I didn't
her.
turn on any lights.
No
I
matter
didn't
what
do
it was,
anything.
no
I
matter
walked-
what she asked
walked
for, you'd do
to the
it.
front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of,
was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove, and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual, because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two, freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Why?
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub, and by the shower. If you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was and I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, was that? Tell us how the clothes were laid out. The shirts, the shorts were. You're saying up on a shelf, or the shirts? How were they?
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. Then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box-looking, Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like I'm wearing right now, or were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually, they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron T-shirts?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the T-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts. The dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021, okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
Okay. What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes, sir, there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the...
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
What the hell is happening in this trial? I'm just dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded. I just
Please do not discuss the case.
I don't really know what's happening in this case. I noticed Tim Pool's doubling down again. I thought he was trying to backtrack, but now he's trying to backtrack the backtrack, I think.
Please do not discuss your testimony. We'll take about 10 minutes.
Okay. Wow. I don't really know what any of this is meant to prove or meant to show in really any way whatsoever, to be quite honest. The day after the murder, things probably were a little bit different than other times. It's like, oh, there's a t-shirt on the floor of the closet. Oh, the pots and pans were in the fridge. Well, that's unusual. I'm not really quite sure what we're trying to go on to this stuff. Law Talk with Mike. Do you want a link? Law Talk with Mike. I'll send you a link. This is just the kind of stupid that Law Talk with Mike is such an expert at. Law Talk with Mike and see. Oh, Christ. There he is. There's Law Talk with Mike. All right. So maybe he can come on and help us understand this pile of stupid. I will read some of Tim Pool's comments because they entertain me. Tim Pool says, I realized last night that there's a radical misalignment between my values and many of the largest culture warriors. The death threats, revenge porn, etc. People are not willing to stand up for their businesses, schools, stop kids from being canceled. But they are willing to stand up against a woman they don't like. Hold on. Where the fuck is the audio for this thing? What did we just see? What did we just see? I don't even know.
Also joining the conversation is criminal defense attorney Kathleen Bogan.
All right. There's the fucking mute button. Thank God. Tim Pool continues. Videos about me get more interest than war, economics, culture revolution. That's why political channels make fake values about me. It's more interesting than politics. People can reply in this thread saying I'm wrong or whatever, but that's exactly my point. A misalignment in our values. People want to come on the show for fame and influence. People beg me for money, to retweets, for recognition. That's the power machine. That's you. Lots of people watch, so now people want to come on the show. It's sad, really. Yes, people want to go where they'll get eyeballs. It's amazing. This has all grown way out of proportion to what I ever wanted to do, and I'm no leader, no general. Just want to talk about the news and how the world works. Talking about was a byproduct of wanting to experience it. He's definitely doing the I'm the victim thing, which is ironic for a person who has as much influence as he does. He's like, this is the power machine. It's like, you're the power machine a little bit. What a tool. I've seen people go on Joe Rogan's show. Yeah, amazing. People go on shows for the purpose of trying to expand their own influence. Wow, amazing. Like, it's like, yeah, that was a significant factor in my motivation. For example, on going Nick Rakita stream. For example, on the Rittenhouse case, or doing Legal Bite stream for the Johnny Depp case. A significant factor in my decision making was, hey, these are some places where I think I can get some eyeballs. Maybe some of those people will follow my content and they will subscribe to me, and my channel will grow. And my channel will grow and evolve. Wow. You've cracked the code there, Tim. You've cracked the code. People want to appear on your show because people watch your show. And so their message will spread, and their influence will spread, and their ability will spread. Wow, you really cracked the code there on that one. That's just genius work. And that's why Nick promotes everyone who goes on the show. Yes, Nick is a bro. Nick is a bro. And, you know, you mean I didn't do it for purely altruistic reasons? No, not purely, no. There was some, not all, but there was some self-motivation in it. You know? And he's still not talking about the centralized issue. He keeps avoiding the centralized issue. About Eliza Blue striking everyone who talks about her videos. Who's Tim? Tim Pool. Sorry if we missed that discussion. Yeah. You came here because of the nice hat? I appreciate that. What we need is a different pair of earphones. Or a different connector for the earphones I have. I do like the Shure ones I have. I have the Shure 535s. They're very nice. They go inside the ear, but they tend to irritate my ear, and they tend to after a while. So I either need some sort of different connector between the earphone and my ear, or I need a different set of earphones that preferably doesn't go over the head, because I can't really wear earphones like this because they just slip off because they're not designed for this, right? So if I try this and wear the hat like this, it doesn't really work very well. So I either need a different kind of connector for my Shure earphones to go inside the ear, or I need a pair of earphones that will go over the ear, but not on top. Do I have any with kitty ears? No. No. If you had never come on Tug shows, I wouldn't know about you. I've been on with Tug once, or at least on his channel. I think I've only been on his channel once. Not that I wouldn't like to go again, for somewhat self-motivated reasons as well. I know Tug has more subscribers than I do, and an audience who probably is not as familiar with me. So it would be to my benefit to be on with Tug, as well as I enjoy talking to him on a personal level. I think he's an interesting person. So I'd be happy to again. But yes, part of the reason I do things is because, like, you know, I'd like the channel to grow. Costs. Oh, let's take a look at this. KOSS KSC75. You wear them on your ear, but they don't have a headband. All right, let's take a look at this. I need earolds tonight. Yeah, I do. Okay, those go over the ears with an ear clip. Those look promising. They're very inexpensive too. So that's a plus. Okay, maybe. Don't do it? Okay. Bianca's testimony is fire. Oh, I'll talk with Mike is in the background. I hope you haven't been there too long a time.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Have you been there a while?
I can't hear.
No? No, you can't hear me? It's very sad for us all.
I have no audio.
Ground control to Major Mike. Talking to the void. And we hope that you'll be able to hear us in the most mysterious way. Have you tried plugging in your speakers today? Yay! We're here waiting for Mike to figure out why his audio's not
It
working.
looks like you're talking to me.
I am talking to you. Far away from the world.
Sorry. I'm going to stop screwing up your stream.
Okay. Well, that was disappointing. That was very disappointing. So yeah, what else can we talk about from this case? Is the court back? No, not yet. I thought they might have been back for a second. Okay, let's give this another shot. Well, I'll talk with Mike. Can you hear me now?
I have audio.
You do have audio? Yes? No? Maybe? Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now?
Son of a gun.
We can hear you.
All right.
We love you, Mike.
I did the old retry, but it didn't work.
No? Okay, well. Good. Well, I come up with this timeline for the state's case. Various people have put out some timelines, but I haven't come up with one independently. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Thank you for the 648 of you who are currently here, by the way. I do really appreciate it. Appreciate you being here and being with me as I cope with the stupid. It's not something to do with voice mod. It shouldn't impact his ability to hear me, I wouldn't think. If you can hear me, he should be able to hear me. Mike.
Hello, hello?
1, 2. Check. Can you hear this?
I can hear you, but it's because I have a second tab up where I'm running your...
Okay. Well, I don't know what the problem is. Someone said maybe it was...
And it's delayed. It's confusing as hell.
Yeah. I don't know what the problem is, Mike. I don't... I just say check what your output
God
is.
damn it. I know the problem's me. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. I had to put water in my hair for this. There.
Okay.
Love you all.
We love you. We love you, Mike.
Well, Kurt and I will get this working at some point.
Okay. We love you. It might be me. If it is me, I don't know where it is on my end. If it is me, I don't know where it is on my end. The chat rules do matter, Steve. And if the chat rules are not being enforced, then ask a moderator or at least be the change you want to see in the world. That'd be good. Yeah. Were there pots and pans in the ovens? Because if she didn't use oven for extra storage, I would have fired her on day one. Good morning, Elise. Just waiting for the court to come back. I don't really know what we're really supposed to get from this. The house wasn't in this perfect state of array that I normally like. And one of the shirts that should have been piled up was on the floor instead. Not sure what we're supposed to get from this, to be quite honest. Quick recap of the morning. Well, so far we heard from Tinsley, but there was no fire cross, so that was disappointing. And now we've heard from his wife's housekeeper or his housekeeper or whatever, who testifies like the day after the murders. I came there and there were pots in the fridge. And the clothes that should have been neatly ironed in the closet, one of the shirts was on the floor. Okay. What I think about Tinsley Cross, it was disappointing, that's for sure. It was not the fire we were hoping for. Jury's coming back. Thank you, Dee, for the 10 gift memberships. That's very kind. I really would like to know at some point what the problem was with the settings with Law Talk with Mike. If it's on my end somewhere, I'm not sure where it is. And the fact that there's a problem really annoys me. I find the technological issues get under my skin a lot more than other kinds of issues. When the technology doesn't work, it tends to get under my skin. A little bit. You think I should ask out Nally Wisco out on a date? Can't the judge fire the prosecutor? No, not really.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Pamela, for the $10. That's very kind.
Mr. Waters, if you all would be seated.
Ms. Simpson,
Yes, sir.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered as State 7. Just, can you see those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
I
pants?
hear your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were these pants kept in State 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer. Third
Where'd
or
I get the
fourth
witness
drawer.
list? I just Googled.
They weren't in the
Murdaugh
ones
witness
where,
list.
he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, you know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
So you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these his shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
I mean, presumably.
Now, this shirt that's also in States 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you've testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are apparently having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in State 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play States 306, please? Can you see, would you look right there at your monitor? As they're fixing that, when Mr. Okay, you freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
Khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be the pair of loafers.
Loafers?
House shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
A Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint,
that color came up in one of the color palettes, so we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the
Seafoam.
term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th
Hold on.
of
Oh,
2021,
seafoam.
did you ever see that shirt
Oh.
again?
No,
Let's see
sir,
if we
there
can
was
change the
like a
kitchen counter to
pink one, a
seafoam.
white one,
Hold
a
on.
baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Spirit shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see those Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never ever.
No, sir.
Never, ever.
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
No, it's not perfect. But it's
Yes,
close.
sir. They did.
Well,
Now we
tell
have
them
seafoam
how
in the
that happened
background.
and what the change was.
Oh, right.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after
Mr.
the
Murdaugh.
yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did, in fact, you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what, were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of, and my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there, and it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks, what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home.
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could, at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now, please, when we get it to the video, the kennel video, please? What is it? And before we get there, when, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell him about that, please, ladies and gentlemen.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
All right. And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he.
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Don't ask questions, guys. I don't have any answers.
In August of 2021, Ms. Blanca,
Yes, sir.
did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean, the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention. He said, "Well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt." He said, in the that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo shirt.
Vinnie Vine?
Just using your common sense.
Is that the T-shirt that just said? Is that the one with the logo on it?
Say I was wearing the shirt.
Objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
Vinny Vine.
Show you what's marked 455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to
Send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning, because the next day was my daughter's birthday. Early that morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done, he said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday, because I was thinking, where's he gonna go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures, and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
Your Honor, we'd offer say 455 and 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, you want to tell me?
Talking to him,
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, lots of places open on Saturdays. Sunday would be a little bit more understandable,
Sorry,
especially in rural South Carolina.
Sort of just surprised.
With that's 455, 457 without objection.
Reserving our previously made objections, I apologize.
What previous objection? What previous objection? You said reserving your previous objection.
I apologize. I'm just so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Did it without objection. There you are.
455, I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer asked, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
A couple other questions, and I know everybody will be glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
I would object unless she gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
Do you remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you, do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck, and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town, so he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
Well, she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house, and she had some pillows that she was going to return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house, and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanca," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup, and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room, and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor, I object to...
Well, I know you objected, and
But he is...
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir. Make your seat.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
All right. So it looks like we're trying to extract from her some statements that all was not well in the marriage, maybe. Hearsay. Yeah. So could well be. Could well be. We made coffee. We made coffee. We went to close the doors, and then she said to me, sounds like a statement out of court that might be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So, Richard, there are rules. You know that. There are rules.
Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated. Yes.
I objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct
All right.
on part of the
Ballsy.
defendant.
You won't get it, but you know.
I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Meadows.
A bad objection. You won't get it, but it's not a bad objection.
We're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible. Hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule. How she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's it. I won't go. And hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't.
Oh, okay. So since we've let in other hearsay, that makes this hearsay totally fine.
It comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
803.3, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's. Maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious of anything in the days leading up to the murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanca. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
At this moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And, Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer her. I asked for money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there, that long colloquy.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, what you allowed in under 403, 404B, and Ray Shestak.
I'll allow it.
Right. It is her perception.
I'll allow it.
that
There's
the
been
law-
so
her
much hearsay
perception that
already.
the
Let's let a
lawsuit,
little bit more hearsay.
for $30 million, putting financial stress on her.
I'll allow it.
There's not any, she's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused, that is Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind, on financial issues? I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled. Anything else? All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, so interesting. I am curious on a professional level why my stream is significantly underperforming Good Logic's stream.
Well,
I'm not sure what that's all
hearsay
about.
normally would not come in.
We don't need to hear from you, long crime people. We don't need to hear from you. So yeah, this is it's just another thing. It's just another thing in the trial. It's just annoying. It's annoying. The box, the hex details are there as for each light the hex. So yeah. So I don't know what's going on in terms of my stream underperforming. It's very disheartening. He's overperforming me by a rate of about, let's see, I could do the math in my head roughly. 12, 24, 48, so it's about 5, 6, 7, about 10 to 1. He's overperforming me about 10 to 1. Maybe it's a little bit off, but it's close to that. Good Logic has Blanca on and he's not complaining about views. Okay, I'll stop talking about it. I'm sorry I haven't been doing the commentary that you've been looking for. I guess I'm just not doing I guess I'm not the streamer that you were looking for. I'm sorry about that. what should we talk about with respect to the trial? I mean, the issues that are being heard with respect to the hearsay objection. I mean, you know.
29.
You pose a question, there's an objection, the court overruled the objection, and do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. She had,
Well, you posed a separate question.
yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or
I
you
don't.
forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
She was, what was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
I'll show you what's marked states 297. Excuse me, entered as 297.
Get it. Get that. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Shit. Close to it. Cash. Hey, he got a bird in his mouth. Blah. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quit.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior.
I believe I started my stream 12 hours
Have
ago.
you
And
seen- do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who
I
do
think
you
I started
recognize?
stream earlier today.
It's Paul, Maggie.
I sent out
Alec.
invites to
And then
15
previously,
different
have you
people this
said,
morning,
in
JB?
a memo or a memorandum?
They're welcome to join me
interview
if they
that you
want.
thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did, at a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have, there's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would
I think defense has a
Ms.
chance of
Maggie
winning appeal.
Murdaugh,
Yes, very
would
much
she
so.
go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
And you say that emphatically. Why, do you know that?
She was scared. It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
You
Did
know
she like
that
to
she
go down there and it wasn't
that
dark?
particular evening. How do you
She
know
did.
that?
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
She would, sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone?
Chances
Alex
of
Murdaugh,
closing
did
a
you ever
prosecutor
see him
drops the
use his
case,
cell
run it
phone?
again. Prosecutor
Yes, sir.
can't do that.
Can you tell the jury
So,
his habits
0.
with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
But And Paul, were you familiar with his habits as regarding cell phones?
Not, the times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yes, so there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
But you didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence, just a few seconds, Judge.
I sent links this morning to Natalie, Legal Vices, Legal Bites, Legal Mindset, Joe himself, Law Self-Defense, Legal Dirtily Brown, Law and Lumber, Nate the Lawyer, Andrea Burkhart, Donnie, Ian, James, Boss Attorney Bree.
If I did this, I'm sorry, Judge.
I think Peter Tragos
Is the individual in
this
states?
morning.
Is that individual in the courtroom?
If Legal Bites comes on, I'm out.
Yes, sir.
I'll save you the trouble. I'll ban you now.
Would you please? Is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
Hi.
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes, have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all, thank you.
Nomination.
Your Honor.
DG's here. I thought I banned you.
And my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. I apologize. A lot of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you, as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
What do you think it means, Dick?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
You restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you'd ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection, Your Honor.
The question was, you said
State the
they.
question.
The prosecutor understood it as you referring to them. They didn't ask
What
you
was the
about
question
anything.
again, sir?
Prosecution's response was proper,
Did you
Dick.
ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, they had, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white, and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white, and he just didn't care.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that.
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
All the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th.
Banner back
correct?
up. Sorry, I'll put it back
Yes,
up.
sir.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those texts.
I'm not sure where the subtitles went to, by the
way. You fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their oon plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul had just been killed. Was he very close with his law partner?
Yes, sir.
What's the question?
His sister, Lynn? Do you know Lynn?
I met her at
The
Maggie's.
reason it frustrated me is because he asked 3 different questions. Would it surprise you if I told you 10 to 15? Was he close with them? Was Maggie close with them? I'm like, what is the fucking
He
question?
knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
Let me make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay.
There you go. Good answer.
Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming in your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
That's a nice one.
Not
Show
around
Kitty's
the
nice
house.
comment.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection. Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry. The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Answer the question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right. But you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask
That's
any
not what you
questions.
said,
They didn't ask me.
litigatrix.
They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from
You,
room
you,
to room?
you
Were they looking for
misinterpreted
things
what you
under
said,
the
or I
bed?
did. One
Do
of
you-
us
do you remember?
misinterpreted
It
what you said
appeared that that's
badly,
what they
because I
were
heard
doing.
exactly the
But
opposite.
that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel.
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house, and I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. After, while they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay.
There you
so
go.
All those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
And also, it might be because those people were there that those are the reasons
Now,
those
let me
items
ask
are where
you
they are.
a couple of things.
Right?
And
Why is the
about
shirt
what you
on the
saw.
floor?
Maybe
it's because
showing
Sled
you this picture by
moved
the
it
tree
there.
of Alex, and he appears to have on a
Because they
khaki
were there
pair of
first.
pants in that picture, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't
Is he
unusual
a prolific
for
shower
when you got there
taker?
to find
That's a question
towel on
I
the
haven't
floor
heard
and
before.
water on the floor from him having taken
That
a
wasn't
shower.
unusual, no.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Wow,
Okay.
that question confused
So
me
we know there's
because
a pair
I
of
think
khaki
we
pants.
changed.
There may have been a shirt.
I think we
and those
changed that
shoes,
3 different ways
well, let me
inside the
ask you
frame of the
this.
question.
Do you know,
Isn't it true that
on the
you
night of the
didn't
7th,
do this because you
Yes,
couldn't
sir.
remember that you said that
Alex
you didn't or
had
whatever?
left, correct? He wasn't there
Isn't
when
it
you got
true?
there
I'm like,
this
what the
morning.
fuck is the question again?
No, sir, he wasn't there.
I speak
Okay, as a matter of
English
fact,
and I
he
don't know
never
what the
spent
goddamn
another
question
night
is.
at Moselle that
No,
you
sir, he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
I don't know. I don't know what the
If you
question
know
was.
Whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
And were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
Hey,
that
Papo,
moment,
thank
I did.
you. That's very nice of
Well, you
you
are
with your
now.
$100 super
Yes, sir,
chat.
I
Thank you.
do.
That makes me feel
A
very
white T-shirt, a
validated.
pair of shorts that
Aw.
he showed you, and
Thank you.
whatever,
That's very
whatever
kind.
shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over to his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your
when,
Honor, objection to, objection
Basis for the objection.
I don't
To
know.
which question?
to that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
You don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, you have no idea what he wore to his mom's house. You have no idea about a lot of things.
if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was what Alex was wearing the night of the...
I'm going to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he...
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
You washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be...
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody, after a murder, had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes? Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again,
way to go,
nobody
Sled.
from SLED, as that group went through, asked you,
You rinsed off the shower? Yes.
see
Anyone
bloody
tell you not to do that
footprints?
because
Any
the crime
evidence
scene
that there's
might need to be
anything
preserved?
bloody in
No.
that
Lol.
bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki
Way to go,
pants
Sled.
were
Really,
there
really,
after SLED
really
left.
meeting that reputation.
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt you can't remember.
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt.
Not objection.
Calm down there,
The
State.
objection-
Calm down.
It's overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember, I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew. So, I think you've already asked and answered that. Now, let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the servicer was who? What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, if you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really
once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were going to lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now, at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call, keep that? I mean, was there you just talked about up at the house, there was a sweet spot, if you'll pardon
Yes, sir.
my language. Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
Or sending texts or getting texts?
Exactly. Yes,
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this conversation in August of 21, after the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question, number one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
Meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Ooh, judge might get a little bit spicy. Ooh, someone's about to get a talking to. I'm not sure who it is, but I think someone's about to get a talking to. You want me to pose the question or not? Okay, I'll send the jury out. I could beat you both to death, possibly.
Be seated. Okay, what is the question?
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by SWED, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
Did he tell me what? Did he tell me it was in a photo?
Specific question.
Did he tell me he talked to
Did
Sled?
he, in the
Did he tell me
when
that?
he asked you
What
the
did he tell me?
question
What?
about the shirt, did he tell you he just come from being interviewed by SWED?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay, that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. But he's trying to offer the defendant's statement without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
All right, and the response.
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, they're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they argued earlier on.
You're not a party opponent, Dick.
It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay.
You're not
By
a party
statement by one of
opponent.
the parties. It's Alex.
It's your party.
Party opponent, being a statement by the party.
Oh my
opponent.
God!
The defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
Murderers.
Not that this matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying it's not a party opponent. He's trying to
Yeah,
get a
that's right.
statement from the defendant
statements against interest, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to some, they thought that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand, I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay.
It is.
The defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, and I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
Sounds about right.
And Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be now? Did he tell you talking to Swed that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
Correct.
I don't understand what the self
Right.
She didn't say anything.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You don't understand this, Dick? Serious?
He could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's not
He's got
appropriate.
a Fifth Amendment right
No, sir.
to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I don't think Britain lets you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize,
I'll
Your
rule
Honor.
when I get back.
All right.
Fuck. Dude, this is basic shit, though. The prosecutor's more right than not. I mean, on balance. Like, this is pretty basic shit, though. Yeah, it's not a statement by a party opponent, Dick. It's you. The defendant. It's you. You're the defendant. You're the defendant. You're the defense, Dick. You are him. He is you. He is not the party opponent. He is the party. You're the party. What are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense. So the prosecutor's like, we can offer it because it's a statement by a party opponent. Correct. So Dick can't ask the question, but we can. Correct. Right. 100%. 100. Winner, 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 chicken dinner. And he's like, I understand. Statement by party opponent. It's okay, Dick. It's not like you've been practicing law for like 35 years or anything. Holy shit. So, okay, statement by party opponent's not going to work. What's next, Dick? What's next? It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. How about that as the next idea? How about that? It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. What else is it offered for? I don't know. I don't know. It is totally offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but we can pretend. It's offered for the impact on the listener. I was curious what she did in response to that information. No, I wasn't curious. I didn't care that it was true. I was just curious how she responded to it. And how'd you respond to it? I thought, oh, that was interesting. Okay. I wasn't offering this because it was true. I was just offering, for other reasons, right? But on balance, the prosecutor's correct. And Dick Harpootlian either doesn't know or is pretending not to know some basic rank ass shit. The state's broken so many rules of law. Why is it so ass-word over the defense breaking a rule? Hey, man, if you can get away with it, I guess. The defense hasn't been objecting every time. It's like if you can get away with it, as the state has been able to do, if they're not going to stop you, but, the state's correct. And also, it's irrelevant to the legal analysis, as we've been pointing out before. This would be like where the prosecutor was arguing earlier. Oh, we've let in so much hearsay already. And I did the exact same thing. I had basically the exact same reaction, just to show you that, like, I'm not two-faced about this, right? The state's like said, oh, we let in so much hearsay already. And I did the same thing. I'm like, oh, really? We let in so much hearsay. Oh, so that totally makes it okay to offer this piece of hearsay because we let in so much hearsay already. Oh, that's how it works. La-di-da-di-da. Right? So I just call the rules of evidence as they apply. The state has done some dirty things, and yeah. So, yeah. But I really liked his question about, okay, you cleaned off the shower. No one told you not to do that. Scene's not being preserved. You went in there and you found the shirt on the floor. Was that before or after Sled was in there? After. So maybe Sled caused the shirt to be on the floor. Maybe they knocked the shirt to the floor as they were searching. or they disrupted the scene by them being there. So the scene after Sled was there is probably not the same scene as Sled before there. Police officers contaminating my crime scene? It's more likely than you think. So, that is distinctly a possibility for sure. GOA has a new thing on bullshit ways to shut down FFLs. Number 3 will surprise you. Yeah, that's basically where we're at right now. Yeah. What do you mean police officers were walking through the crime scene and contaminating the crime scene as they go? What do you mean? That's a completely novel concept to me. Never heard of such a thing before. Yeah. Yeah. Right? So there's been some good stuff out of that. But that last one, Dick, you know better than that. That's about the level of dumb where the prosecutor was saying, we've let in so much hearsay, so let's let in this piece of hearsay. What is one more piece of hearsay between friends? I don't know. That's not how I remember the rules of evidence working. I don't remember we've let in so much hearsay, so the next piece of hearsay is okay rule. I don't remember that one. I don't remember that particular rule of evidence. But yeah. Good times. What rules of evidence? That's not an irrelevant question right about now. Hypothetically, in principle, there are these things called rules of evidence. They are good things. They say how we go about letting things in at a trial. They help to allow us to clarify what is and is not allowed and how it's allowed for the preservation of a good trial. So in principle, there are these things called rules of evidence. The full copy of the rules of evidence hasn't made it to South Carolina yet. They haven't distributed the copy of the rules of evidence yet in South Carolina. I think it's still on its way from the printers or something. But in principle, there are these things called rules of evidence. Me. Yeah. State wants Alex to take the stand. I bet they do. But the state's objection is right. The state's objection is right. Hearsay. The correct response to that was something like, the correct response from Dick Harpootlian would have been something like, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're doing it for the impact on the listener. I'm curious. It's a predicate question to ask what steps she took. And even if the answer is she didn't take any steps, because I actually don't care. That's the secret. I'm just pretending to care. Right? I actually don't care, but I'm going to pretend I care. Your Honor, I totally don't care what my client said. That's totally not the reason I'm offering it. The reason I'm offering it is because I'm really, really interested in how it impacted the witness. And even if the answer is, well, it didn't have any impact on me, I'd just like, oh, that's interesting. It didn't have any impact on you. Moving on, right? Because, yeah. That was probably the right answer to that question. The wrong answer was, it's okay because it's a statement by a party opponent. Yeah. So the problem was Dick Harpootlian's response was insanely stupid. That was the real problem. For the 620 of you who are here, by the way, thank you very much. If you haven't already done so, if you could please hit the like button or hit the retweet. If you haven't retweeted the retweets on the Twitters help. And I had sent out a whole bunch of links to a whole bunch of creators, and hopefully some of them will join me. And if not, it'll be you and me, and that'll be fine. Why did the judge leave without a ruling? Because they're squabbling like kids, and I think he needed to go to his room to give himself a little bit of a scalp massage. Give himself, that's what probably is going on right now. Probably doing this thing. I am a good judge. I am a good judge. I am a respected jurist. I can deal with this. I can deal with this. Give himself a little bit of a judicial pep talk. Probably something like that. Either that or questioning all of his life choices. Either that or like his blood sugar's low and I could really use a piece of funnel cake right now because it will make me temporarily happy, or a beer. Something like that. You could use a Snickers. It could be Snickers break, that's for sure. He isn't Mike. They didn't ask him about the $1,000. No, they didn't ask him the questions on cross. They didn't ask him the questions. It was a cock block cross examination. It was very disappointing to all of us, but we didn't get the questions that we were hoping for. So we got a whole lot of tease and not a lot of payoff. It was somewhat disappointing, but that was our morning. Get James on. James has the link. I'm not sure if DUI guy does. I can send DUI guy the link. I'm not sure if he's out of the courtroom. He's probably in the courtroom right now. I think Alex should take the stand. I don't know enough to offer a strong opinion, but my weak opinion would be no. I don't think so. Bridget said I missed her super chat. I'm sorry, Bridget. Let me check my spreadsheet and what it is. Let's see. Bridget gave $2 to say the judge is fed up. Well, thank you, Bridget, for that nice commentary. $1.99 from Kathy said, thanks for covering the trial today. Sonny said, I think the prosecution knows there's about a 70% chance to be found not guilty of murder. It's not going as well for the state as I think they'd like. Babu gave $100. Very generous super chat. Made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, like I'm loved and stuffed. I like that feeling. You remind me of me. I've missed your commentary of this crazy trial. Danu said, I had to search for you. Only EDB showed up on your feed. And there was 200 SEK for trial coverage and trip to Vegas, or various sins available there. Salute. Pamela gave no message, but thank you very much. Grave Chaos asked who was Tim. That's when we were talking about Tim Pool. And those are all the super chats, I think, since this morning. I think I put in the defendant asked 2 questions. Did you love your family? Did you kill your family? You can't do that. They're going to allow infinite cross. You know, because once you make him a witness, he's a witness. And the state's entitled to the scope of entitled to scope. So they're going to allow an unlimited cross of the defense, which is pretty standard. Has Rob come on my stream at all? No. I sent him a link this morning, though. I could double check. But no, Rob has not come on my stream. I'm not sure what that's all about, to be honest. Yeah, I sent Rob the link at 8 o'clock, 8:06 this morning. He has trial too? Okay. Have to throw a party for 16 kindergartners? Have fun. Once he sits, they can ask him anything? Yeah. Yeah. They'll allow an unlimited cross. They'll allow an unlimited cross of the defendant. So you can't limit the scope like that. Because like once you put him on the stand, it's all fair game, basically. Why isn't the jury allowed to take notes? Different jurisdictions have different rules on note taking. The standard has been that jurors aren't allowed to take notes. That standard obviously has changed a lot over the years, but South Carolina is old school, and so no notes. We're all selfish, and I bet you if Nick was available, he would have shown up. Yeah, I bet so too. He's a good guy. I'm not sure why a lot of my fellow creators haven't joined me as much on my streams. I was on, if I can speak Well, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to or not, because the last time I expressed a comment along these lines, I got shunned by my own chat. But I'll say it anyway. I was a little bit disappointed that I didn't have more of them dropping in, but I don't know. They're over somewhere else, I suppose. This trial's boring, not many people interested in it. Tell that to the 4,000 and change people currently watching on Good Logic. Do I think he's guilty? I don't think the state has proven its case. And that's the question as a lawyer I want to assess. I don't think the state has proven its case. Piers Morgan doesn't even get these many live chatters. I'm not sure whether or not that's the standard I should measure things by, but thank you. What's my theory on what actually happened? I don't really have one, to be honest. I don't believe the evidence as elucidated at trial, to my mind, presents any coherent theory. That's my view. I don't believe the evidence elucidated at trial presents any cohesive theory of what happened. So I don't believe in any particular theory of what happened. Just as a friendly reminder, the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. To my mind, that has not occurred. I do not believe there's been sufficient evidence to prove the defendant's guilt, nor do I believe there's sufficient evidence to prove any alternative theory of the crime. So at this particular moment, I have no particular thoughts as to what did occur in fact. There is no cohesive theory to my mind that satisfies my level of requirement to believe in such a thing. Bentley says, not going to lie, Claire. I think it might be because you don't let your emotions run wild and speculate wildly, which I prefer, but some find the wild speculation more fun or lean into their bias. If I don't mind necessarily speculating, but I guess wildly, yeah. It's like I don't really have enough to. I mean, at this point, anything is plausible. Like, at this point, anything is plausible. I think that there's enough information to consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect. I think there's probable cause. There's a long way from probable cause to beyond reasonable doubt, though. I think that the evidence allows for the idea that Alex Murdaugh did it alone, or did it in conjunction with others, or hired others to do it, or others unknown to Alex Murdaugh did it, out of revenge for the death of Mallory Beach, out of revenge for the stealing of the $10 million, out of revenge for not paying back the debts to the cartel, among other possibilities. There's just like, there's way more possibilities and not enough cohesiveness. Everyone MDP's chat speculating wildly and feeds into that by liking tea and drama. I mean, that's fair. That is more akin with Emily D. Baker's personality. And I suppose people like that thing, so maybe that's the reason why. Maybe I'm just not giving them what they like. They just like the tea and speculation and drama, and that's not really who I am as a person. And, so that's the explanation of why I'm not succeeding as well. Which is either a suggestion implicitly to adopt more of those traits, or try to steer even harder into my own skid and try to corner the analytical framework market. Why am I trying to be a clone? Is that what I said? And more jokes here, that's true. Yeah. Andrew, thank you for saying I make a great judge. And not all the jokes land all the time. That's one of the things about trying to tell jokes. Sometimes the jokes don't work. Sometimes you tell a joke and it doesn't land. Or you tell a joke and it winds up not working. Such is the risk of comedy. What can you do? The evidence on the financial crimes looks pretty solid. If you want to convict him on the financial crimes, it looks pretty good. Seems like you have him pretty well set on bank fraud, check fraud, honest services fraud. I think someone mentioned a wire transaction in one of these things at one point. So wire fraud, embezzlement. Seems like you have pretty good evidence of that. The financial crimes look pretty good. Seems like we were doing some very shady things with money. They're on a break right now, to my understanding. I don't think he's going to take anyone with him for his financial crimes that hasn't already been implicated. I don't think there's anyone new to be implicated. Right. This is one of my sort of critiques I had of who was it who was really suggesting this the other day? And I chided them basically 2 or 3 times on stream. Well, chid's a little strong, but disagreed. Who was basically saying that they thought there was a lot of corruption. It might have been Joe, I forget, but I don't want to put words in his mouth, and I'm not sure if it was him. But basically saying they thought that the problem was that other members in the firm were up to some shady shit. And I was like, at this point, this firm has had its books torn apart by everybody, state, FBI, Secret Service, everybody has torn these people's books apart. So if there were more skeletons to be found at this point, I think we would have found them. So, yeah. Do I think the prosecution should have waited to bring murder charges? Yes. I think so. I don't see the particular impetus for bringing the murder charges when they did. They could have gone to the grand jury at any time. I'm not sure why they chose to go to the grand jury when they did. Seems like an odd proposition to me. Alex wanted a speedy trial. That doesn't answer the question of when the prosecution went to the grand jury when it did. Alex can want all the speedy trial he wants. It doesn't matter if the prosecution never goes to the grand jury. So why the prosecution go to the grand jury when it did? That's the real question. If Alex gets convicted murder, he goes max security. If Alex gets convicted financial crimes, he goes min or max security prison. Big difference? Maybe. But they could always bring the murder charges at a later time because there's no statute of limitations. There's no reason to bring these now. They can bring them later. If this is as good as it gets, it's as good as it gets. But I mean, why not get a couple of financial crimes under your way and then bring the murder case? Do it that way. Get a couple convictions relating to the murders. Then he's convicted. So that helps. Go about that way. Politics. I mean, politics is the right answer to the question. I mean, that is the right answer to the question. Someone made a political decision to bring these charges when they did, and it's a questionable political decision. Do I think the prosecution really wants to do this for real or just eliminate public pressure? How many years can he get for the financial? All of them, basically, with how many there are.
The objection is sustained. It's you bring the jury.
Oh, the judge sustained it for hearsay, which, given the ruling. Alex Murdaugh is 53. It's a life sentence for the financial crimes. Especially by the time you're stacking them all. Hashtag financial stack. Hashtag financial daddy stack. Doesn't really work. So he's going to jail for the rest of his life.
All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So this conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going to a golf tournament?
Which
Yes,
conversation?
sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy, yeah, okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away, they were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
Yes, sir.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's
thank
a
you.
good kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so one of the other questions I have is, did you ever see Paul with
Is
any
he a
guns?
good kid? Or is he the second
No?
gunman?
I'm sorry.
Dun,
And
dun,
did he have guns
dun.
around all the time?
Dun, dun,
Matter
dun.
of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
He left the
And that
shotgun
would be a
on the golf
He would
cart.
drive down to the kennels?
Lol.
Yes, sir. Whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find
Gas?
golf
Cart?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly,
What is Dolly?
the F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf cart, if you will, down there.
Yes, sir.
And apparently sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did he ever do a drive-by on his golf cart? Drive-by
Now,
deer
let
hunting?
me touch on a couple of other things.
Maybe playing some sort of music?
That day you saw the sled folks in there,
Did he have spinners
did you
on
see
his
them
golf
taking
cart
any
wheels?
pictures? Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay. You were shown a picture of a rain jacket,
Yes, sir, I was.
okay? And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever, and what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
2XL, not just a large. Would anything, a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had one or two items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL. How about, would you put,
He had the golf cart lifted with mutters. Yes.
yes, please. And blow it up for me, please.
He had a lifted lowrider golf
Make
cart.
that bigger for me, please.
If you're asking how do you have a
not the
lifted
rain jacket.
lowrider
I'm
golf
sorry,
cart,
the,
you don't know South Carolina.
Snapchat picture. Apologize. Well, wait 1 second. You see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
That's, you've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've
Moselle?
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how many rain jackets did Alex have? You remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to count, okay. But none of them look like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please? Can you make it any better, closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at 7, you understand this is 7:40 p.m. That evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. No, it was not the shirt.
Okay, take the course and just 1 moment.
Can I cover the triple extension trial in Florida? That does sound mildly hilarious, Brittany. Get out my thug life, Uncivil. That could lead to some really dangerous places, though. For me personally.
You were aware he had clothes at his office? Kept clothes at his office?
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? He have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Where else?
In Edisto.
I'm sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me show you. .107. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
The text messages from me and Maggie?
Okay, and this is on June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner's on the stove, just left. So you left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left.
Thank you, Reed,
But
for
at
the
that
20 gift
time,
memberships. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you
I
very
had gone
much.
upstairs to drop off some clothes, and I noticed that Paul's truck or a white truck was sitting at the kennels, so I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking
But
it.
you didn't see Alec anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank you, right?
I like how closed captioning
Yes,
is just totally given up
Okay,
completely.
then at 3:54, you said, "You're welcome, I just made your deposit." Maggie then says, I guess this is one exchange, "Thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me."
Yes, sir.
And then she says, "Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep." Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Alameda with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She's
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, "I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us." What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that, her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take him.
And your response to that is,
So set up
I know,
a
just pray
pattern
about
of
it and hope
Alec
he gets a little better.
taking care of his father, taking care of his mother when
Yes,
he's
sir.
needed.
And
So-
and you say, "Alex and you really need to relax. Always being
Also
on the
makes
go,
him more of a
little,
family man.
Or no sleep is not healthy.
That's helpful.
Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know." And she says, "No worries," right?
Yes, sir.
Now, oh, you got the exhibit. Take that from me and hand it to. Okay. So,
Thank you for the PayPal, Elise.
she preferred to be in Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right?
What
I
do
mean,
you
she was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this says?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec, Paul, that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day, and she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto, and she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final
But for
details.
Mr. Randolph's condition.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime as opposed to Moselle at all, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, did SLED ask you about at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recent.
Recently, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you, I mean, you've been asked
asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
We were.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about any, well, strike that. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection.
Your objection's overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she's concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
They didn't ask her until recently about clothes that he was wearing on that day, even though she would be in a position to know because she was there. SLED's investigation really is the best.
Is it up there? I gave it to the clerk.
Any objection?
Oh, I think I already said no objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Sorry for my brief absence from the screens. SLED Chicken was making some chicken-like noises at me, and I had to deal with that.
That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
I didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you went into the kitchen that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Wow, valuable. It's exciting, thrilling, lightning. Fluck around and find out. SLED Chicken.
Harpootlian. Just got a couple of questions. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about the clothes in the closet on June 8, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I had been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Almeida, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
But you never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And State 7, well, first of all, this is States 2. States 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th, until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and there was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts?
New shirts.
New shorts?
Yes.
You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines.
They were buying Vinny Vines?
Yes, sir.
After the murders?
Yes, sir. They were like polo type Vineyard Vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he just suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines. Vinny Vines is what they call them.
What are you talking about?
In State 7, you said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept? On States 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
It'd be great if Alex Murdaugh just wore the shirt into court one day.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed it at 107.
That'd be good.
Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
He just wears the shirt into court one day.
You can testify if you know.
You're on hearsay.
You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's all.
Our defense team shows up in the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Put that up for me, please.
Get Buster to show up in the shirt in the gallery. That'd be good. Yes.
Just a couple questions. After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
Dramatic loss of weight, right?
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture. He's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy, right there. Okay. Now, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
I assume so. Yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is 306. This is the picture, and you say this is a shirt like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir. You know, the sleeve or...
You You see one on here?
Thank you, Mark, for the $20 super chat. That's very nice. Thank you for the cowboy hats as well.
The
Makes me feel
style of
nice.
shirt is a Columbia style shirt.
That's not a, you're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning,
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
but those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir, I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right, okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that the only, well, I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please? Okay, those are loafers, right?
At least the dirty laundry
And what
is
do they
more
seem to be
related
made
to
out
the
of?
murder than the status hearing of emotion on a discovery dispute of a blah blah blah.
Those were shoes.
At least we're more murder adjacent.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next
What are
morning.
duck boots?
In June, it was pretty hot down there in Moselle.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes
Okay.
when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Waterproof boots? Okay, that makes sense.
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like I was duck hunting in the wetlands. Having never had that experience, I didn't really know what that
You may
would
step
mean.
down.
Now you've explained it to me, it being waterproof. I'm like, oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, hopefully some people are going to join me for the break, or I'm going to have to like sign off or sign back on or something, because I can't talk for an hour 15, and certainly I need to eat at some point in there myself. But at least we're a little bit more on the murder itself, because we're dealing with things that are relating to the time frame of the murders. So this woman has been more helpful in sort of that aspect with what she was able to observe or not in the time frame of the murders. But nothing she had to say was particularly surprising, except, I suppose, in so much as it relates to Sled's incompetence. But then again, that's not surprising, because Sled is going to sled. So, you know, all those good things. But her testimony as to, well, you know, I was there and they had pots that weren't where they normally were. They had pots in the fridge, and normally they didn't do that. For whatever it's worth, I do that. But then again, I guess maybe they don't, because they're cooler than me. I don't know. It's like it's already in a pot. Why move it into a different vesicle? It's perfectly happy in the pot. Just put the entire pot in the fridge. It works great. Anyway. But yeah, that's abnormal for them. Okay, there's a shirt on the floor. As it turns out, Sled had already been through there. So maybe they knocked over the shirt when they were looking around. Or maybe he's just being a little sloppy. And maybe he's a little unkempt because, you know, of the murders. Maybe he's just being a little bit, you know, not quite as... Maybe he's not as put together as he normally is the day after the brutal murders. Wow. You know, so... But we did get some testimony that at least was casually relevant. And then we got more information about their gun keeping practices, where apparently we just keep guns on the back of golf carts in the rain and then we come the next morning and they're covered in dew and all the rest of it. And so we just like keeping guns all over the place. We love guns all over the place. Unclear at this time whether or not he had a special shotgun or a rifle rack of any kind in the golf cart. That would be hilarious. Whether he's living out his GTA fantasies or something from the golf cart. Drive-by golf cart. I don't know. Unclear a little bit this time. Mark, it sounds like you need to contact a lawyer to me. Contact a criminal lawyer in your area, sounds like to me. But yeah, we have guns everywhere, and okay, so we don't have the clothing. Why not? Oh, because he's lost weight, so he had to get new clothing. And you know, why is it more casual clothing? Well, because he's not working. Because, you know, he's distressed. So everything is pretty readily explainable, to be quite honest, to my mind. You know, Mark, contact a lawyer in your area is my advice to something like that. Yeah. Is it common for people to not care for their guns or lock them up when they're not using them? Apparently, it's common for these particular people to just keep their guns just lying about wherever. So their idea of safe storage is a little bit different than mine, but that's how they roll. On 1,700 acre land, that's a fair point too. I mean, it is a huge piece of land, so maybe it's not that bad to just keep guns just lying around in the middle of a 1,700 acre piece of land, because you know who's gonna get access to it. So you know that's a fair point. It's a fair criticism. Do courts put out bench warrants if you don't respond to jury notice? It depends on the jurisdiction in terms of how they respond to that. It's possible, but I wouldn't say it's common. Yeah, safe storage is where you can get to it in a timely manner. It does you no good in a locked safe. That's absolutely fair. That's fair. YouTube just shut down your stream on my end out of the blue. If you mean where I just went off screen for a second, it's because my stream just kind of crashed. But we fixed it in a timely manner. So everything is awesome. What time am I back on? I don't know at this point whether or not I'm going to come back on or not. I'm just waiting to see whether or not anyone's going to join me during the break, to be quite honest. I sent the link to James from. I'll send it to him again. See if he can pop on. All right, so I sent a note to James from court to see if he can pop on. Legally Dirty Blonde messaged me back to say that she's in deposition this morning. But if I make a new link, she might join me later today. So that's cool. I appreciate her responding to me, even if she's unable to make it. That's nice. I call BS on duck boots. Duck don't wear boots. James will be on his own stream at 1:30. Fair. If a kid wandered onto a 1,700-acre pair property and accidentally shot himself, would that count as an attractive nuisance? No, not in and of itself. Probably no. But it would still be a negligent aspect of it. It would be, you know, it'd be something, but I don't think attractive nuisance. I can do cooking lunch. I've got some chicken parm that is already cooked in the fridge. I could just leave the stream up and muted with just the icon on stream the whole time while I get lunch. That just seems lame. Is it chicken parm in a pot? I baked it in a tray. I baked it, and so it's in a baking container. Sahara says, let's get this to 1,000 likes. That'd be awesome. Thank you, Sahara. Appreciate you helping to promote the channel. It's very nice of you. You leave me on. Could leave on some just stream beats. Actually, I don't actually know if I can technically do that. I could open up some other thing though and stream that music. So I have some music in the background. At least that'd be fun. What do I feel about Bianca's testimony? It didn't really do much for me, to be honest, and all the things, but at least it was more murder adjacent. Thank you, Paige CM. Your followers are good people. Thank you, Paige. You can only like it once, sadly. That is true. You can only like it once, sadly. That is very true. You're making chili tomorrow? Sounds promising. Favorite warship from history? In the Constitution's pretty badass. What's wrong with the USS Constitution? Is it the oldest commissioned ship in the world? It might be. I know it's the oldest commissioned ship in the United States. USS Constitution for the win. Kick ass. Can I explain why the prosecutors can ask a witness what Alex told them, but the defense can't? Yes. Because from the prosecutor's point of view, Alex Murdaugh is an adverse party, right? They are the prosecution. Alex Murdaugh is the defense. So the defense is adverse to the prosecution. So they can ask Alex Murdaugh, or they can ask people what Alex Murdaugh said, because from their point of view, he's an adverse party. Alex Murdaugh's lawyers can't ask that question because he's not. That'd be why. Does the Enterprise count? Enterprise is good. Do a poll asking people if he thinks he's innocent of Gully? Okay. Is the U.S. Constitution the ship when the Navy has a special forest that grow trees? I don't know about that, but if that's true, that's pretty cool. I believe it. That's very cool. Gut says guilty, head says not. Yeah, I don't really have a strong feeling as to what happened in this case in reality. The timeline's pretty tight. It seems from the timeline, and also like just how much he'd have to cover it up. It seems very unlikely that he did it by himself. So the state's theory of the case that he did this by himself seems it doesn't seem particularly plausible. The timeline is tight, and he'd just have to get too many things right to be able to pull this off. And, it's really hard to get that many things right. It's really hard not to make a mistake somewhere. Especially with like everything else that's going on, you would think that would impact him somewhat. So not only would he have to be a complete sociopath to completely discount all those things, but he'd have to be unbelievably meticulous and actually follow through. And it's really hard to do that. So I think the idea that he did this as a sole venture, especially with the time frames that we're talking about, the timeline is really, really tight. So for him to do this seems a bit implausible. That he had help of some variety, maybe, but there's really no evidence of that. He heard the gunshots and ran? Maybe he did. I really don't know what the pots in the fridge is supposed to mean. I don't know what that means. Like normally they don't have pots in the fridge. Well, they do now. It's like, the Hunley kicks ass. I've seen the Hunley. I remember when they rescued it out of the sea. And I've seen it in person. Badass. Charleston is a beautiful city. Yeah, I agree completely. The thing I don't quite understand is how they, one of the things I don't understand about the military is how they launch missiles from ships without GPS. If you have GPS, then I get it. If you don't have GPS, okay. How do you launch a missile? And hit your target with any sort of accuracy? That's the one I don't quite understand intellectually. Math? I guess. How do they hit anything with mortars or artillery? Mortars are a little bit easier to understand because I think it would be a little bit easier to determine your position and the position of the thing you're trying to hit. So mortars or artilleries, I have a little bit more easy time understanding than ships. So the problem with ships is the ships move, right? And you don't really have any landmarks around you because you're a ship and everything looks the same. And so how you how you get a missile from where you are, which is a slight unknown and dynamic, to a fixed point with any sort of accuracy is one that seems pretty impressive to me. Ground radar in the missile. So you have a smart missile that can determine where it is and figure it out. Yeah, that would work, I suppose. The navigator knows exactly where the ship is. Okay. Yeah. All right. I mean, that might well be true. Yeah. Computers solves many problems. Yeah. Computers do solve many problems. SRBMs kick ass. Can I just say those are so cool. How that works technologically, dude, that's like how that works is amazing. I don't know how that works. That seems like a lot of things. They impress me. Satellites, yeah, I don't think satellites is the answer. I don't think they use satellites, because I think they use more obscure technology. The World War II steps with the big guns had mechanical computers that calculated one variable in the equation, took some numbers on paper to solve. Sweet. 1,000 likes. Well, thank you very much. SRBMs are like just so incredibly impressive. It's like my favorite piece of technology. Just, it's amazing how you're able to launch this thing from under the sea, get it up, launch it, get it to its delivery point, payload. So wicked cool. Tomahawk missiles have their courses pre-programmed. That I believe. That makes sense. It is amazing and disturbing how easy it is in some ways to attack a target from very far away with quite a bit of destructive force. Any plans for the weekend? No. Have watched anything on the Belgorod submarine? No, I haven't heard about that. Yeah. Sun, stars, and clock for east-west. Stars alone for north-south. Yeah, so you use a sextant. Don't B-52s technically still have like a port to use a sextant on? Not that I believe that anyone who flies a B-52 knows how to use a sextant, but they technically have a port for a sextant. So I because of when the B-52 was designed. No seal clock in handy, none of that stuff. Well, I need a break for lunch. I suppose I'll keep the stream running so that I don't have to resend out any links, I suppose. and just open upstream beats, I suppose. And B-52 is designed to work without the support of ground electronics. That I believe for sure. Not for the least of reasons. The B-52, when it was invented, there were no ground electronics. Or not many. I mean, I didn't mean that quite literally, but you know what I meant. We were still inventing radar when the B-52 was invented. Again, not literally, but close. B-52 kicks ass. A plane they want to fly for 100 years, man. And what a worthy plane to fly. All right. Let's see. Let's see what we want to play. All right, I don't know what this is, but this looks promising. Let's give this a shot. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Uncivil Law. Hope you enjoyed our little break that we had there. Very exciting. Glad to be back. We are just waiting for the court to come back, and hopefully those of you who left during the break will come back as well. That would be nice. Mostly skipped lunch, but I had a nice stretch, which is just as well. I got my official ceremonial certificate diploma looking thing from the Texas bar in the mail today. That's exciting. You know, the one that's suitable for framing and looks all nice and fancy. You can put on the wall and stuff. So that came in the mail today. So that was pretty cool. So that's nice. You want to see? You want to do an unboxing? You want to do an unboxing together? Let's do an unboxing. Hold on. Tube of Destiny. Tube of Destiny. Ooh, very exciting. Let's see. Who's this open? Here's a bunch of snakes. Gotcha. That'd be good. Oh, Lord. Come on. Come on. Oh, progress is happening. Tube is now open. Exciting. Wah ha 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 ha. Wah ha 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 ha. Wah ha 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 ha. Rawr. Neat. And then it came with a little thing about framing. Frame it now before you forget and save 20%. Okay. I could do that. Okay. Ooh, it comes with a letter. Exciting. It comes with a letter. Let's see. From Blake Hawthorne, Clerk, Supreme Court of Texas. Dear newly licensed attorney, that'd be me. Enclosed, you'll find your Texas law license. The code provides that each person admitted to practice in law must take an oath the person will support the constitutions of the United States and the state, honestly demean oneself in the practice of law, discharge the attorney's duties to clients to the best of the attorney's ability, and conduct oneself with integrity and civility in dealing and communicating with the court and all parties. The statute further provides the oath can be endorsed on the license, subscribed by the person taking oath, and attested by the officer administering oath, omitting the phrase "so help you God" does not emit the oath. For your convenience, a copy of the oath is included below. When the oath is complete, detach the oath from this letter and attach the oath to the reverse of your license. Do not return the oath to the clerk of office. Any person authorized to administer may swear you in. Texas government code provides that oaths administered by Texas may be administered by a retired or active judge, clerk of the court, notary public, and a number of other state officials. You should refer to the statute for any questions you have. You should also read the Texas Lawyer's Creed, a mandate for professionalism, which the Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals has adopted as of November 7th, 1989. A copy of the Texas Lawyer's Creed can be found on our website. Well, that's exciting. Thanks. Let us put back on the trial. And Uncivil, get thing back in the tube. Find out. Yes, he can. Excellent. Incidentally, for those of you who care, I already took the oath of office. I did it by a digital notary, so that way I have a electronic copy.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. State calls Belinda Rass.
So that I'd have it electronically, so that, you know, if it ever came up, I'd have a digital copy of it. So I did that a while ago, but...
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat.
All right, who are you? Who are you, girl?
Can you please repeat your name again for the record and spell your last name?
Belinda Rass.
Could you spell your last name?
R-A-S-T.
Thank you.
Belinda, good afternoon.
There you are.
Good afternoon. Before we begin, Belinda, are you hard of hearing?
I am.
Okay. So is it important for you that you can read what I'm saying in order to better understand the question?
Correct.
Okay. If at any time I say something and I've turned my attention away, just please let us know and I'll re-ask the question, okay?
Okay.
All right, Belinda, tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? And what was your professional training?
I grew up in Barnville. I went to school right there in Barnville and Hampton, Wade Hampton High School. And I'm a CNA. I worked in a hospital and home health.
All right, a CNA is a certified nursing assistant?
That's correct.
So did you work in nursing before moving into private home health?
I did.
Okay. And are you now employed as a private home care, like health provider?
I'm a private home caregiver.
Okay. And Belinda, I'm going to ask you to put that microphone as close to you as you can. You might have to move it a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right, well, tell us a little bit about what private home care would be.
When you work with one individual or two in a home that's not, like in a hospital or a nursing home, and you take care of that one individual or two at most, and you do their care, whatever it might be. Like when I started at the Murdaughs, Miss Libby was up and about. We just had to watch her, make sure she didn't wander away. She could go to the bathroom. She knew when she had to go, but you had to make sure she cleaned herself and just make sure she eat and stuff. And then with her, her health deteriorated. Her illness got worse. And so she went from that to now she's bedridden, and we have to feed her, turn her, change her, whatever is needed. She doesn't know when she's going to the bathroom or whatever, so we have to monitor her real close.
And I know we skipped ahead, but who do you currently
I don't know what that is on her shirt.
Miss Libby Murdaugh.
And how long have you been providing that?
I don't know what that is.
Years.
And I think you just said it began as kind of one job, and has it evolved over time into being a more significant job?
That's correct.
Belinda, are you nervous being here today?
I am.
Okay. Would you say that you've become fairly close to Miss Libby over these years?
I have. She is to me, she's family. She's like my family away from home.
So you care about her?
I do.
No, I don't care about her at all. It's just a paycheck to me.
All right.
Paycheck is gone
Ms.
because
Rath,
I murdered
tell me
her.
about what your typical hourly shift is.
From 8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
All right. And do you occasionally work weekends?
I work every other weekend.
And what would your hours be on the weekends?
From 7 p. till 8 a.m. in the morning, or 9.
Okay.
9
So
on Saturday
for
and Sunday.
weekdays, it's typically 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And how long have you been working there again at Alameda?
Well, I've already been there 4. This year would be my 5th year.
Were you employed during the year 2021, June of 2021?
I was.
All right. Do you remember the day, June 7th of 2021?
June 7th.
June 7th.
That's the that date. Yeah. That was the day I was called and told to come to the house that they wanted to tell me something.
Were you supposed to work that day? Were you scheduled to work that day?
I was.
All right. And what happened? Why were you not on duty that day?
Well, one of the other employees wanted to be off, and I switched with her, Miss Shelley. She had some plans with her friend, and she wanted to be off, and she asked me would I trade with her, and I told her, yeah, I would do that.
And of all the nurses that work with Miss Libby, is that fairly common? If someone has a conflict, you can call them to try to arrange some sort of change in schedule? All right, so you were off on June 7th, but you would have been working what hours?
If I had been there, I would have been working. At that time, we were working that was on a Saturday, I think, or Sunday. We were working from 3 p. until, 3 in the afternoon until 9 the next morning.
Did you know Maggie Murdaugh?
Briefly, I met her. I had seen her several times at the Murdaugh house, but personally know her, no.
Did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you get to know him?
Well, he came to see his grandparents, Mr. Randolph and Miss Libby.
Did he come more often than perhaps others?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he was always very polite. He always offered to help do things for Randolph and Miss Libby. He would like, you know, Miss Libby liked ice cream, so he would always say, Miss M, Grandma M, because that's what they called her, would you like me to get you some ice cream? And she would usually say yeah, because that was her thing, and he would say, get it for her, and he would tease her about it, but he always give it to her.
So he came around a little more than perhaps any of the other
of the grandchildren. Yes.
Did you get to know Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
All right. Is he here today? Is he here today?
Yes, he is. Right there.
In the blue jacket?
The blue jacket and blue shirt.
Okay. Thank you.
Reading.
On your shift, from the normal shift, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., how often would you say Mr. Alex stopped by in those years that you've been there?
Not very often, not during that time period. 6 or 7 times, maybe.
In the 5 years you've been there, the 6 or 7 time?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Mr. Randolph. Who was he again?
He was Miss Libby's husband.
Did you take care of him? Was he a client of yours?
Well, he was not my patient, but I helped him. I assisted him when he needed help.
Was there a point in time when his health became fairly poor and that you decided he needed some help?
Yes, there was.
And if you were there, would you provide that assistance to him, whatever he needed?
I did.
All right. Was there ever a time when Mr. Mr. Randolph, do you know when he passed away?
Yeah, June the 10th.
So it was shortly after the murders of Maggie and Paul?
Correct.
Before he passed, was there ever a time when the defendant came over later at night?
When he was called, not late at night. Well, yes, there was. It was on the 6th, I think it was, the night before Maggie and Paul. I was there that night, and he and Miss Maggie came. They brought donuts.
Okay. Why would they bring donuts?
Because Mr. Randolph had asked for some donuts.
Did you like donuts?
Well, they were Krispy Kreme, and you couldn't get them at the time in our area.
So Mr. Randolph liked Krispy Kreme
Yes,
donuts?
he did.
All right. Was Mr. Randolph, was he awake, though, when they came there?
No, he was not.
Okay. And did he ever actually see Alex and Maggie?
Not to my knowledge. Alex did go to the room and look in at him, but he was asleep, and they chose not to wake him. I told them they could, but they said, no, let him sleep if you can.
And how did he react when he got up and you told him that they visited?
He was, he said, they came tonight, and I said, yes, sir. And he said, that's strange. I said, well, you asked for these donuts, and Miss Maggie brought these donuts to you. And he says, well, is there a raspberry one? And I said, yeah. And I got it for him, and he ate a little bit of it, and then he said, I just can't eat the rest.
So he thought it was strange that they came that time of night?
Yeah, he was surprised.
Was there anything that, I know Mr. Randolph was very sick, but was there anything that was going on with his mental faculties?
No, he knew what was going on right up to the last time I spoke to him, which was the day before he died.
And tell us a little bit in your experience with treating Alzheimer's patients, people with declining dementia. Tell us a little bit about your experiences with them and how they maybe at night, how they rest, and what your treating them involves.
Anytime sometimes they're fine with whatever goes on around them, they just ignore it, or they speak out in the beginning and say what they want to say. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it don't. As it progresses, they get more like a baby. You know, if you wake them, sometimes they'll go back to sleep, sometimes they cry. It takes time to calm them and, just guess, because you really don't know. Like a baby, you don't know what's wrong. They might be hungry, they might want something to drink, they might just want to be turned.
Okay.
Whatever the situation is, you just have to guess and keep trying until you get it right.
And what time did you put Miss Libby in bed?
Generally at 8 o'clock. But now she don't get out of bed. She has a total care. She stays in bed. We give her night medication at 8 o'clock, which helps her to rest, along with other medications she has to have.
If Miss Libby does go to sleep, what would you prefer as her provider, healthcare provider?
To let her sleep, but if a family comes by and they say they want to wake her, I don't object. I let them wake her.
Thank you for its indulgence.
Yes, sir.
What? Why are you here?
Dick Harpootlian. Can you read my lips? Dick
Maybe,
Harpootlian?
I think so.
Okay. And I represent Alex. Okay. Now, let me just focus in on, I guess, the reason you're being called here today. You were asked by the state, was it strange for them to show up that Sunday night at late?
It was unusual.
That was the word you used, not strange. And that's the word you used in your statement you gave about 10 days after the murders to Sweat. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Did you know they'd been to a ball game in Columbia before they stopped by? Did Mr. Murdaugh
No,
tell
sir,
you that?
I did not know that.
Okay. And if Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, had stopped by normally during the daytime, you wouldn't have been there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Alex and Maggie that Sunday night stayed about 30 minutes?
Approximately 30 minutes, yes.
I'm glad you liked the thumbnail very much.
It was late.
I thought it turned out
It
well.
was like 11 o'clock?
Thank you.
I think it was closer to 9.
Okay, 9.
It hadn't been long, put Miss Libby to bed, and she was starting to doze, and Mr. Randolph was already asleep.
And Miss Libby, let's say 2-3 years ago in 2021, what was her state? She has dementia, is that correct?
She does have dementia, well,
What was it
Alzheimer's dementia. It is basically the same thing.
Okay.
It affects the body in the same way. At that time, she could not walk, but we could pick her up and put her in the wheelchair, pivot her, and take her and put her in the bed, and she could feed herself. But now, she is deteriorated, and she can't feed herself. She can't even give herself a drink of water.
Mentally, did she recognize her sons when they came to see her?
Sometimes, sometimes not.
And has that gotten progressively worse?
That is how it works.
Was she aware of the fact that her husband of, I think, 40 years had died, Mr. Randolph?
We told her, we took her to the funeral, but within a couple of weeks, she doesn't, it didn't seem to recognize the fact. For about, a month, she would call for him from time to time, and then now she doesn't.
While you were there, when Paul or some other family member would come over, would that calm her down?
Sometimes. Paul had a way of having a calming effect on her. He would always remind her of the past. Like, Grandma, you remember that whipping you give me with that fly swat? Things like that.
And did she watch television a good bit?
She still does, but she doesn't. She used to would play along with the games, but by 21, she wasn't doing that. She was just watching.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
Alzheimer's, man.
No further questions.
Thank further. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Lose control of your mind like that, man.
Next one.
State call Supervisory Special Agent Matthew Wilde.
All right, Matthew. What would you like to offer to our panoply? Would you like to talk about the murders? Would you like to talk about the murders? Do you have any evidence?
Thank you for doing that. Please be seated and witness stand.
My name is Matthew, last name Wilde, W-I-L.
FBI. That's who you are.
Good afternoon, Agent Wilde.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed, sir?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI. I'm assigned to FBI headquarters, but I sit in Rock Hill, South Carolina.
All right. And specifically, what are your job duties in Rock Hill, South Carolina?
Right now, I supervise 5 full-time agents and about 17 part-time folks in my unit, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Okay. And explain to the jury what the Cellular Analysis Survey Team is.
So the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, is a group of about 80 special agents and task force officers. We're all across the country, and what we specialize in is analyzing historical phone records, specifically the location data associated with those.
All right. And is that something that you do personally in your job?
It is.
Okay. And explain just a little more. I know we'll get more when we get into your report, but what do you mean when you analyze cell phone location data? What are you doing when you do that?
So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the call detail records. These records are very much like the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail maybe 10, 15 years ago. They have the date, they have the time that the calls occurred, they tell me who called who, so if I made a phone call or somebody called me, those numbers are listed on there. They have the duration of the call. The major difference between the old paper phone bill we all got in the mail and the records I look at is the records I look at have a cell tower, so they tell me which cell phone tower was used to handle that call, and then they tell me which side of that tower was used to handle the call. So what I do is I take that cell tower information, I can compare it to a list of all the cell phone towers for that carrier, whether it be Verizon or T-Mobile or AT&T. And then I can take that date, time, and general location from the cell phone records, and I can compare it to a known date, time, and location. So most of the time when law enforcement is investigating a crime, they generally know what date, time, and location that incident occurred.
Okay. And as part of your cell phone analysis, do you also take location data directly from phones, if available, and plot that as well?
I can do that, yes, sir. So when law enforcement downloads a phone, it comes in a big report, and there's a location data section on there, and I can analyze and map that data as well.
And how long have you been doing this cell phone analysis?
Part-time since 2012, full-time since about late 2016.
All right. And have you undergone any training to help learn cell phone location analysis?
I have over 400 hours of training. In 2012, I went to a course called Basic Project Pinpoint, where it was 3 days we learned how to read the records, compare the records to a tower list, and generate a very basic map. I used that technique in every one of my cases from 2012 until 2016. In 2016, I attended Advanced Project Pinpoint, which was a week-long course. And during that course, we took a deeper dive into the different types of records we can get from the carriers and how to use them. At the conclusion of that course, I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week being training on radio frequency theory, so learning how radio waves travel between the phone and the tower and then back through the network. The second week, we had we had presentations from each of the carriers. So Verizon came into our training. We learned from the network engineers. Those are the people who design and maintain the network. And we also learned from the records custodians. Those are the people who provide the records to us. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a specific cell phone tower. I can figure out generally how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week was a moot court exercise where we had a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out and do a drive test, and then testify to it. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified. Now, every year since then, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 4 days where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get technology updates. And then because we're located around the country and sometimes in different parts of the world, we do case presentations to each other on what we're seeing in our respective areas.
Okay. And in your role as a CAS supervisor and prior, have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 130 times.
All right. So you've done this a time or two before?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this, and when you've been qualified before, specifically, what have you been qualified as?
I've been qualified as an expert in historical call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
All right. And, Your Honor, at this time, State would move to, as Mr. Wilde, or excuse me, Agent Wilde, as a expert in historical cell phone location analysis, if I said that correctly, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
All right. And in your role as a CAS supervisor, you became involved in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can recall approximately when you became involved?
I believe, so I wasn't a supervisor at the time. I was just I was a regular agent, but I was asked in either had to be in July of 2021 to provide some assistance in this case.
Okay. And asked by who?
I believe it was Dylan Hightower.
Okay. All right. And specifically, at least in July of 2021, what did he ask your assistance for?
Well, he had obtained a few sets of call detail records on some of the phones in this case, and there was a question as to whether or not where there was a 911 call that was made, and the tower that was using that 911 the tower that was used to handle that 911 call. There's a question as to whether or not that tower could provide coverage up to Moselle.
Okay. And so there was a question about why the 911 call first bounced off a tower in Hampton.
That's correct.
County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Moselle, to your knowledge, is in what county?
I think it's in Dorchester County.
Or could it be Colleton County?
I'm sorry, Colleton County, yes, sir.
And your assistance was asked to help figure out if that was possible, if someone could be at Moselle and a call could bounce off a tower in Hampton.
Yes,
correct? And the CAS team, does it have tools that can assist in figuring that out?
Yeah, we have something called the Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. It's basically a box that we can put
a
in
Gladiator
our
Autonomous Receiver. Ooh,
receivers in
fancy.
And as we drive around, that box maps out the latitude and longitude, so like where we are with the box, and then it measures all the signals from the cell towers that the box can see in its area. It's very much like the old Verizon "Can You Hear Me Now" commercial. It's just doing that hundreds of times a minute. It's just constantly doing that as we drive around.
And just to simplify that a little
Ask him
bit,
about
it'd be fair to
Stingray.
say
Ask
that
him
what
about Stingray.
This tool can do is help you map specifically where cell coverage exists and where it doesn't.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And as you move forward, did you go ahead and conduct that test?
I did. Myself, as well as Dylan Hightower and another agent with the FBI, we grabbed 3 of those pieces of equipment, 3 GARs. We put them in 3 cars. And over 2 days in the beginning of August, we basically drove everywhere all around Moselle, all the way down to Hampton, all the way up to, I believe it's Earhart, and over to 95.
Did you also go on the property at Moselle to take these measurements?
I personally did, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And afterwards, were you asked to prepare a report and to take all these cell records in and prepare a report and provide this report to show locations of various phones involved in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked as...
This is why they never let me on a jury, by the way, guys. This is right here is why they never let me on a jury. I know way too many things about too many things. The fact that I just said, tell me about Stingray disqualifies me immediately. I just know too
And when you
much
say
stuff.
generated, what kind of information did you take in to help you?
Not my fault, I like to read.
Well, so I had to take in the cell phone records, so the records that were received from Verizon. I had to take those in. I had to also take in the Cellbrite downloads that came from one of the phones. And then I also had to, after we did the drive test, create some maps to kind of show and display that data.
Okay, and for this report specifically, there's a couple of numbers that we don't want read, but whose records did you look at? And for Maggie, Paul, and Alex, you can read their numbers. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of your question.
I'm sorry. Whose Verizon records did you look at?
Oh, I looked at Alex's, Paul's, Maggie's, and then there's Marty Cook and CB Rowe.
Okay. And did you prepare a report showing locations off of towers where those various phones were on the days and
Now, agents.
of and surrounding the murder?
Yeah, I showed the
Did you
general
get this
area
information directly, or did you,
And you mentioned you got some Cellbrite data.
how shall
on
we
a
say,
phone,
did you
correct?
perhaps
Do you remember who you got that location
reconstitute
I got that from,
a
Brit
legal
Dodds.
path of it, or did you
and
perhaps,
specifically, whose phone did he,
know,
whose location data did he provide you?
That was Paul's location.
All right, and did you plot those locations provided on your report?
I did.
All right, and those would include times as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
was this originally yours, or was it an independent reconstruction?
All right. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 458 in evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, and Your Honor, the state would move to enter this under seal because there's some phone numbers included. I do have a redacted
How much
copy
time
that
have you
we're gonna
spent in
publish,
Fort Meade?
For now in the jury, in the audience. All right. Agent Wilde, I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission, and we're going to pull this report up. And this is going to be a little tricky. We got some tight areas to work in, but can you stand in that area there?
Or are you more a Langley guy?
Give me a moment.
Can you compare and contrast Langley versus Fort Meade? Which is your favorite? Go. Or maybe you do like something a little bit more obscure, like geospatial. That'd be fun.
Okay. So, Agent Wilde, I'm going to hand you this, and I'm going to essentially ask you to start going through this report with the jury to explain to them. I'll probably only interrupt if I feel like something needs to be clarified. You just tell me when you need to click to the next slide. But at this point, I'm going to let you take it away, sir.
All right, so the first slide here, this is just who I am, my case number, and then the telephone numbers involved. So we can go to the next one. The second slide, it just gives a background. So I was asked by SLED to conduct analysis in this case as the first paragraph. Methodology is the second paragraph. So again, I take the call detail records. These are kept by the carriers for billing purposes, for some other technical purposes, but I take these call detail records. I compare the cell tower data on those call detail records to a list of towers, and they tell me whether that phone is in Hampton, whether the phone's in Charleston, whether that phone's in Spartanburg or Greenville. It gives me a general idea where the phone is. And then, so the cell site locations, so the towers can change over time, okay? Just in the last couple of years, we've gone from using 3G to using LTE, and now we're all have the 5G bar on our phone, right? So the tower list change,
I do not have
the
a
towers
5G
change,
bar on my phone yet.
and we get
Sorry to
updated
not be
tower
part of the
lists
cool
on a
kids
regular
club.
basis from the carriers. So I use the tower list that was in effect around the time of the incident, so around the time of June 2021. The survey analysis section. So again, we took 3 pieces of equipment and we basically drove everywhere, all the way around the area, trying to record all the signals from the different cell towers. What that gives us is a general area of it.
Also,
actually
on
maps
just a
out the
purely
area
personal level,
of
and this
where
is
there's
neither here
coverage
nor
from
there,
those cell towers. and
4G is a lot of bandwidth.
And then, yeah.
I mean, is there really a market demand out there for 5G?
So this slide just shows
You get a lot of
different types
bandwidth
cell
for
phone
4G.
towers.
I guess if you
Okay,
want to
I
do
draw your
like
attention to the one on the top left. We have these
real-time data telemetry of a
devices
car or
hanging on
something,
this-
maybe.
on this
Damn.
tower. Those are the antennas
Who
that
needs
transmit
5G on their
and
cell
receive a
phone?
signal to and from a phone. Okay, a phone is very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, I tuned into my favorite radio station or my favorite frequency, and somewhere along my route there's a radio tower. It emits a signal at that frequency. My car radio can receive that signal. I can listen to my favorite station. The major difference between a car radio And a cell phone is that with a cell phone, that information has to go in two directions. It has to be able to be received from the tower, but you also need to be able to send that information back to the tower. So those are the antennas that send and receive those signals. The second thing about this is you'll know that you'll realize those antennas, they hang on a triangular shaped structure. Most of the towers are designed to cover a full circle, or 360 degrees. And the way that the carriers accomplish this is by breaking that circle into 3 sides, or 3 sectors. So later on in my report, you're going to see these wedge shapes. And I like to just think of the center of that wedge shape as nothing more than the center of one side of this triangle. Going on in a lot of other places, urban, more suburban areas, there's not really room to build like these big towers like this one on the top left. So they start putting them on the sides of buildings. The smaller ones will be on top of light poles in the cities. So just because you don't see it or you don't realize that it's there, it's still there. Another example of that, of course, is my favorite, the pine tree. These are all over the place, and they usually sit about 150 feet taller than all the other trees around them. But at the top, there's these spray-painted antennas, and they provide the same service as a regular tower, such as this. Good. All right, so again, the tower is separated into 3. Most towers are separated into 3 sides or 3 sectors. When I look at the call detail records, they tell me the tower number, say it's 23. They tell me the sector, say it's 1. What I have to do is I have to go into the tower list, and I have to look up tower number 23, and then I have to look up sector 1. And that tower list is going to tell me which way that sector faces. What I'm looking for there is something called the azimuth or the orientation. Azimuth and orientation are just 2 big scary words for direction. Okay, so if the azimuth is 0, all that means is that side of the tower faces north. Okay, if the azimuth is 180, all that means is the tower faces south. So what I have to do is I will draw a line at 0 if it faces north, and then I'll go 60 degrees in one direction, 60 degrees in the other direction. That gives me 1/3 of that tower, 1/3 of that circle, which is the sector in which the
yes, 120 is 1/3 of 360.
You can go on to the next one. So I display that information using this wedge shape. So you can see this is a 120-degree wedge. There's just shaded area in the middle. Okay, just because that shaded area is there doesn't mean the phone has to be within that shaded area. Radio frequency is like light. It's like if I shut all the lights off in this room and I shine a flashlight to the back of the room, it's just going to be emitted in that direction. That's all I'm saying by showing the shaded area, that the energy from that tower is being emitted in that direction. Good. And then this is how I map the sectors on the map. I use that wedge. Each one of these green dots on this map happens to be a cell tower. And so generally the phone's going to be somewhere within this wedge, within the arms of this wedge, but somewhere between the tower that's being used and the next one in that direction, but closer to the one that's being used. Yeah. All right, another set of records that we can get, something called RTT, or timing advance. This is a Verizon case, so the records we have are called RTT records. What RTT records are is it's an estimation of the distance between the phone and the tower at the time that that transaction occurred. All right, so what we get is a regular wedge, like we know which tower, we know which side of the tower is being used, and then Verizon tells us approximately how far the phone is from that tower at the time that it's used. Okay, this is based on like a basic time over distance theory. We know how fast the signals travel. They travel at the speed of light, and then all we have to do is time them from the time it takes to go from the tower to the phone and back to the tower, and then we can estimate the distance. So the phone, when these types of things occur, we have these records. What we're going to have is this hot dog, or this wedge, this shaded wedge here, or this shaded band here, and that phone's going to be somewhere inside that band or just slightly inward from the band.
And would another, could you use another word for that shaded band? Could you call it an arc?
An arc, yes, yes, sir.
An arc. Yes, that would be one way of.
All right, so now this slide.
Talking about a fraction.
This is going into the actual case here. So This is showing the legend. So this is where all the locations in this case are located.
I think it's
Starting with
186,
the
not
top left
156,
one.
Anthony.
The top one, the red pin here in the center of the page, that's the address of the crime scene on Moselle Road in Islandton. Next is the green pin, which is Alameda. And then next is the orange pin. That's 1104 Luray Highway in Hampton, South Carolina. The purple pin is 123 Russell Road in Brunson, South Carolina.
And I'm going to stop you there, and let's go on to the next slide.
Okay.
One of the things I'm going to ask you to do, Agent Wilde, as you go through some of these, the colors kind of bleed sometimes on these monitors. So if the jury may not be able to read some of the place names from where they're at. So each time we go to a different map, if you just kind of provide a general orientation of where the cities are and some of the roads are.
Okay.
Just so the jury can stay with us, please.
Okay, that works. All right, so this map, I can't read the time frame on the bottom.
Okay. All right, and see that's cut off on the very bottom there?
Yeah, and, but it's okay, we'll figure it out. Can I just?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
well, we can go through the
use-
exhibit.
Okay.
The one I just did. Here we go.
You got it.
And I'll keep up.
This had better be going somewhere. This is a lot of setup for the concepts of I can tell where cell phones are in relation to a tower.
All right, so what's the time frame on
So
this
the
slide?
time frame for this one is June 7th, 4:53 p.m. to 6:09 p.m. And this
Which
is,
I'm willing to
the
accept as some
activity
broad
for
principles.
Paul Murdaugh's phone ending in 7845. So the blue pin is the address in Okatee, South Carolina.
And what times do you show Paul's phone in that general area near Okatee, South Carolina?
So between 5:40 and 6:03, generally in that area.
On the afternoon of what day?
On the afternoon of June 7th.
Okay. All right, and there's several hits off several towers, I think.
There's some down here. There's some at the bottom. So 453, 511. It's using the tower just south of there. And then 521 through 609, the phone is using the tower north of there.
And just so the jury understands, this is that sector you're talking about a few minutes ago, right? So when the tower pinged off this in this sector at this time, in theory, that phone could be anywhere within this sector, correct?
That's correct. That phone could be anywhere within that sector. It could also be slightly outside of that sector because those lines, I can't go out to this tower and look up and see those three lines coming off. It's kind of like a fuzzy area between the sectors.
So the sectors aren't hard and fast every time?
Correct.
Okay. But, it's just as in your general experience, within what range will you usually see a phone ping off a particular tower? What's the general max range? And I know it can vary.
Well, it can vary because it depends on where the phone is. In a rural area, the phone could be 6 to 8 to 10 miles from the tower, and it can use that tower. It just kind of depends on where it is.
Because towers usually pretty far apart out in rural areas.
In rural areas, they're set up for population density. So in rural areas, not a lot of population, a lot of farmland, they're going to be further apart. Whereas if you get closer into the city or suburban areas, they're going to be closer and closer together.
And as a general rule, do cell phones try to connect to the nearest tower, where they have the best signal, correct?
Well, the cell phone tries to connect to the tower and sector it sees as the best signal. That's not always the nearest tower, but most of the time it is.
Oh. And so Paul's phone is in the area of Okatee starting 5:30 p.m. to about 6:09 p.m. on the afternoon of June 7th.
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear for this jury, we say Paul's phone, you can't testify as to who was holding that phone, correct?
That's correct. I have no idea whose hand that phone was in during each one of these calls. All we know is that was the phone that we believe he was using.
But Paul's phone is in these areas during these times?
It is.
Okay. Okay, we'll continue with Paul's phone.
So this next slide is 6:17 p.m. through 7:30 p.m. And basically at 6:17, The phone is way south down here on the bottom of the page.
And let's do some general orientation here. What's this town right here? Can you read that?
Yamasee.
Okay.
Yep.
And this is where?
That's Barnville.
Okay. And that green was again what?
Alameda.
Okay. All right. And red, and this red up here is?
That's the Moselle.
Okay. All right. So what do you see this phone doing during this time frame starting at 6:24 p.m.?
Yeah. So between 6:17 and 6:53, it's traveling north from the bottom of the page up to the side, and then kind of to the top. And then finally, where it uses sector 1 here at 7:05 and 7:30, it's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay. And this is just a pinging in this area at 6:24, correct?
Yeah. These are just the phone calls. These are the phone calls that are coming on the phone. Those are the towers that the phone is selecting as the best tower at that time.
And this general direction seems to be traveling up north. And Nocatee would be somewhere down in this area off the map, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's off to the, for the record.
The fact we
off to
can't
the
see
right
these
and
exhibits
below
is killing
where
me.
this slide is.
I
And
have
then
to
you
say.
see the general
It's
progression.
making it very
towards
hard to
Nocatee.
honestly
Yes.
assess what the
And we
jury
see
is
sector 3 here.
looking at.
And what time is it pinging in sector 3, just due south of Moselle?
It's at 6:53 p.m.
Okay. And then we see it switch over to sector 1, which is a north-facing sector, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time is it in sector 1?
7:05.
Okay.
And then at 7:30, it uses that same sector 1 at a distance of 2.91 miles, which is in
So
the
it's-
area of Moselle.
So it's 7:30, it's somewhere in this arc, like we talked about before, correct?
Yes. Yes.
The arc, the number provided by Verizon is not necessarily 100% accurate, right?
It's not, because depending on where the phone is, if the phone's out in the middle of the field, 1 mile from the tower, it should register at a mile. But if the phone's in a house, or let's say the phone's in this courtroom, those signals have to go through the exterior walls of the courtroom, hit my phone, then go back out through the exterior walls. And that might slow the signal down, which will make the distance just slightly further.
So it's generally reliable, but not necessarily exactly accurate when you see that RTT distance,
It's
correct?
it's not exactly accurate.
Okay. All right, but regardless, at 6:53, it's pinging to the south of Moselle in sector 3, and at 7:05, it's pinging in the same sector where Moselle is to the north, correct?
Yes.
And so what inference can you draw, in your opinion, of what the cell phone did between those two times?
Well, between 6:53 and 7:05, I mean, it could have moved from sector 3 to sector 1, or it could have been on the line between sector 3 and sector 1 at that time and just bounced back and forth.
But you would agree that generally this direction is towards where?
Towards Moselle. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Didn't we already know that?
And we're on the next slide. And tell us what we see. This is still Paul Murdaugh's phone, correct?
It is. This is 7:30 p.m. to 8:40 p.m.
Okay.
So here on the right side of the page, starting at 7:30, there's those activate RTT hits at.
And that was the same from the last.
That's the same from the last one.
Slide. Okay.
Right, and then 7:33, there's another RTT hit and a call. Or, I'm sorry, another RTT hit on this tower to the bottom left. And then where those arcs overlap, when they're in close timing to each other, that's generally where the phone is going to be. And so you can see that the arcs overlap in the area of Moselle.
So by about that time, 7:30 to 7:33, would your opinion be that cell phones in that area?
It has to be somewhere in the area of Moselle. Yes, sir.
All right.
And then we have other calls at 8:40, 8:32, and 8:40 on here as well.
Okay. At 8:40, and it pings off of this sector at 8:40?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? And that's sector which off this tower?
That's sector 1 off of that tower.
And again, same direction as Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see on this slide?
This is 9:03 p.m. on June 7th. And so here there's a call, and then there's an RTT distance of 3.11 miles.
Okay. And let's just do some general orientation again. The red is what? This red marker is what?
That's Moselle.
Okay. And the green is what?
It's
Yeah.
Almeida.
Okay. And
We
then
like he's
what's
saying that
this
okay,
town
Alex
right here?
Murdaugh's at
That's,
Moselle at 8:40.
All
You
right,
know
and
that.
We have a hit at 9:03:22.
Yep.
All right, and what, and it's off sector what?
It's off sector 3, but again, there could be a little overlap there between sector 3 and sector 1.
Okay.
And so there's a chance, I mean, the phone's likely still in the area of Moselle, it's just using a different sector.
Okay, your opinion is it's likely in the area of Moselle?
Yes. I know for a fact that there's...
Tell me another story.
There's signal from this sector in the
And
area of
we have,
Moselle.
you have slides to show that?
I should, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then here we have at 10:34 p.m., another hit.
Yes,
And
sir.
again, this is the same map as last time, correct?
It is. 10:34 p.m. It's using the same. It's the same map. Just the sector has changed back to sector 1.
All right. And in your opinion, that phone is still pinging?
It's consistent with being in the area of Moselle.
Okay, and now we're transitioning to something else with Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
This is the iPhone location data that was taken from his from the download of his iPhone.
Okay, and we have some times here, and can I go ahead one slide? Because
Sure.
it has more information. It shows a overhead map of the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about this. You've been out to this property, correct?
Yes, I have.
And this is where? What is this called?
That's Moselle. Yep.
And what am I pointing at right here in the bottom middle part of the screen?
That's the main house there.
Okay, and then this area up here in the basically due north of the residence, what is this area?
That's the dog kennel or the hangar.
All right, there's a big hangar building,
Yes,
and
sir.
there's a smaller series of dog kennels right next to the hangar building.
Yes.
correct? Okay. All right,
I made
that's
the highlight
location
reel.
data, from Paul's phone.
That's exciting news.
Correct.
Yes, we do. So between 7:45 and 7:56, all these circles in and around the road and close to the kennels, that's where the phone is.
Thank you
being
for
used.
dropping by, Brandon.
And then at 8 o'clock, there's 2 hits down south of there at 37 and 100 meters.
And we see these red circles. What is that red circle, and what does it represent?
So the red circle is the it's the area that the phone could potentially be within. The phone shouldn't be any further than the phone should be where the pin is, but it shouldn't be any further than the exterior of that circle.
So sometimes the GPS information provided by a phone
Pentagon
isn't
says they shot down
exactly
an object over
100%
Alaska.
accurate, correct?
Correct.
But it does, the phone information.
So they
provides
remembered that
information
Alaska is
allows
part
you
of the
to,
United States now?
Determine how accurate the location information
It's
is.
a level. It's basically a level of accuracy. So if the level of accuracy is like 3-4 meters, I mean the phone's going to be within this general area around me. But if the level of accuracy is, let's say, 5,000 meters, that just tells me it's here in town somewhere.
All right, and we see some of those distances listed in your data here, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at the 7:45:31 hit, we see, and what is this number?
That's the latitude and longitude. So that's like the specific point that the phone returned as where it was located.
And then I see a number next to that. What is that?
That's the radius, so the red circle.
I have a hard time believing that the
Talking
balloon
about
is
this in
anything
data,
really
what does that
serious
number say?
because it's an
48.
absurd op.
Yeah, the 48 meters.
Okay, so from the information side,
China has satellites, right?
so from what I
So
understand
like
what you're
it seems
telling
like
us
an absurd
is
op.
At 7:45:31 p.m., the phone is at this lat within about 48 meters of this lat and long.
Yes,
correct? Okay. It's
It's the only reason you do it is because
you
like
know,
you
we see
want
some
to be
different,
discovered. You're doing it to be
uncertainty
provocative.
area. So at 7:46:09 p.m., there's about a 165 meter circle. So that's as much.
China's
bigger.
trolling us. Yeah, that's China's trolling
And
us.
then we see 52 meters at 7:56:06 p.m. Correct.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you talk about these hits, and down here at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
And we're going to advance one more slide to show the digital map. The previous slide had the exact same data, correct?
Yes.
They want farmland in the United States
So
that
we're
gives
still
them
looking
temperature
at
and
an
other
overhead
different
map,
sensors they wouldn't get from satellites.
Aerial view of Moselle.
If they want the
correct?
temperature, they
This
can
is
just like
8:04 to 8:05
ask-
p.m.
Okay. And
And
so
actual
now
weather
we're seeing
surface.
some hits across
NOAA.
this Moselle Road.
publish
correct?
this weather data. It's like
And again, we see the
what is the weather at exactly
location
this far?
error
I bet
value
you could find out
is somewhere
without
within these
without
circles.
looking from a
It is.
balloon.
Those times,
Yes,
correct? Okay.
Are we drinking again, Brandon?
Now, we're at 8:06:20.
I'll have to
PM,
probably pick
correct?
something
Yes, sir.
milder
And 8:06:20,
so I don't
where
lose
do
my
we see
brain completely. But
phone?
So at
I think I've
8:06:20,
got
it's
some
here on
chocolate
near Moselle
whiskey
Road,
or some
just north of the driveway.
Okay.
And from there,
lemon
it
whiskey or
moves towards
something
the
that
dog
I could
kennel
do.
or the hangar. It moves towards the dog kennel or the hangar, then kind of up the driveway, and then finally winding up back at the house.
Thank you,
at
Salty
about,
Rustler.
8:14.
So we see a series of location hits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at the timing, it would appear that the phone moves back through the kennels, correct?
Yes.
And then moves
No bourbon.
up this road towards the house at the main residence, correct?
Yes.
And we see some circles associated with this data, but several of these circles start to get pretty small, correct?
Yes.
I have that.
And what are those size of those circles?
20
I have
meters
that
of the
age
final
stuff,
ones
but it's a
that are,
little
in
rough
and
to do
around.
shot for shot with
And just so
that.
I clarify, we see the blue pin, right?
Yes.
And that represents the actual lat long that was recorded by the phone.
Yes, it does.
And the 20 meters means it's almost certainly within that circle.
Yes.
Within that particular pin, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you see a series of kind of rapid
I
pings
do have
like
some
this,
tequila. I could make some
within a
margaritas.
short period of time, generally, what does that tell you is going on with that cell phone at that time?
Well, the phone's using some kind of application, some kind of map or something that's using its location data.
All right. And then, regardless, by 8:08:45 p.m., where is Paul's phone?
It's back at the house.
Okay, and that's got a low
Japan used
error
bombs to
of how
balloons to bomb
big?
us.
An
That's
accuracy
true.
of 20 meters.
An accuracy of 20 meters. Okay, and that makes a pretty small circle around the size of the house.
It does.
Correct? Okay. And there's another hit at 8:14 p.m. at the same place. it
Yes.
appears?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, now we moved on. We're still looking at this overhead map of Moselle, and we have some more hits starting at 8:14 and going through to 8:35:07 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And all these seem to be centered around the residence.
They
correct?
are, yes.
Now, there's some varying degrees of accuracy, correct?
Yeah, there's one that goes up to 165 meters, but most of them are between 20 and 79.
8:35:07 p.m., that phone, Paul's phone, is within 20 meters of the Moselle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, 50 feet. Yeah. Yeah, 60 feet. Yeah.
All right, and we're going to skip one more slide, just to keep with the digital map. And just so it's clear to the jury, this slide contains the exact same information, correct?
Yes, it does. And then I just switched the map over from the regular street map to the Google Earth map.
Okay. All right, so now we see another series of phone location for Paul's phone. And this is, again, the night of June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, 8:38:07, where do we see that phone start pinging?
Again, there's a 56 meter hit at right around the dog kennels.
Okay. So by 8:38:07 p.m., that phone's within 56 meters of the dog kennels, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see some more hits. There's a little bit larger of an error starting at 8:44.
Yes.
But then we see a hit at 8:44:55 p.m., and it says media location. What does that mean, sir?
So in the Cellrite report itself for that record, it came from a movie file. That's where that location was generated from.
Okay. And have you reviewed or seen that video that that location data came from?
Yes, I have.
And just generally speaking, what is that video?
That's the video inside the kennel when Paul's playing with the dog.
Okay. All right. And
Thank you,
that
Solly
video
Wrestler,
was
for the gift
recorded
memberships.
at- The timestamp recorded on the video is 8:44:55, correct?
Yes.
And that matches exactly with the dog kennel, correct?
It does.
And I don't see a number next to that data point. Why don't I see a accuracy number?
Not 100% sure why there's no accuracy number, but we know the video was taken inside the dog kennel because you can see the video. And then the next one right after that.
Maybe it was
basically
fake on
the
a green
record
screen.
Just before at 8:44 53 seconds and 8:44
Hello, can you hear me?
56 seconds, and both of those.
Yes,
put it
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We had problems with that earlier. That's why I wanted to make sure.
Skip one more slide here.
Welcome to the chat.
And we're still looking at this overhead map?
Well, so far we're
So,
confirming a lot of what I already knew
Yeah,
in terms
looks
of
like
these
it
cell
hit
phones being at
location
places that are
at
consistent with
10:18 p.m.
things we heard before. So
Yeah, I was
Right there in the vicinity of the
listening
dog.
to a little bit of this just before I came on, and I'm like, didn't we already do this?
Now, did you plot every single location data point that you received from Lieutenant Dove?
No, I did not. So between 8:44 and 10:18, there was a series of location data points, but most of them were between like 4 and 6 or 7,000 meters. So they wouldn't, in my opinion, they weren't super helpful to figuring out exactly where that phone was at that time.
When you see an accuracy of
5,000 meters, also known as 5 kilometers.
In your opinion, is that location something?
Come on, this is America. Nobody knows
Is that
kilometers.
reliable information?
I mean, not
Also known as
100%
3
reliable
miles.
because it is such a
There you
huge,
go.
it's such a huge area it could be in.
And going back to the last couple slides, between then and now, between 8:44 p.m. and this 10:18 p.m., did you see any information off of Paul's phone that suggests it went anywhere but stayed at those kennels?
No.
All right, now we're going to move on to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to rewind back earlier today, and let's look at this map first of all. What is this map generally of?
This is like the West Ashley area, so just south of Charleston.
Okay. And we see some tower hits, and this starting at
about 4:25
Christina,
p.m.
I'm smiling
and
because
then
I have a
ending
new
at
friend.
about 7:05 p.m.
And misery loves company.
Yes, you do have a new
So
friend.
Maggie's phone remains in that general area until about 7:05.
I heard the judge got mad earlier and left.
That was pretty funny.
All right, and here.
You guys squabble amongst
Okay,
yourselves.
this is a
We'll
bigger
come back
map, so
later.
let's get oriented.
That
What
was
is
good.
this area right here?
Yeah, so that's North Charleston that you're circling there.
In Charleston.
And
down
Charleston just to the south of that.
Okay.
Yep.
And then.
Oh, did you
out
hear that
here,
though?
what
The
is that
little Dick
red
Mark
marker
Bootlian
again?
though.
The red marker is
He
Moselle,
had
the
like
green
stupidest
marker is
comment ever.
And then we see.
No, what did he say?
Objection.
Maggie's phone.
Oh, it was so
You
bad.
labeled them, what, 1,
He says
2,
the
3,
prosecution keeps
4,
offering
5.
all
Yes,
this
sir.
testimony from Alex Murdaugh,
these
and
start
we
at
want to
what
offer the
time?
testimony
start
too.
at
It's
7:07 and at
a testimony from an adverse party. We want to offer it.
Generally speaking, what does this indicate Maggie's phone is doing?
How long has he been
It's
practicing?
traveling from the Charleston area west towards Moselle or Almeida.
Yeah, that was pretty special.
All right, and here,
Yeah, he
we
doesn't
have
seem
it
to be
hit
on
at
his A game.
7:50 p.m., 20 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and where is this?
That's right in Walterboro, actually, right here.
Okay, right here in Walterboro,
Yes,
correct? And did you take a look at what appeared to be Maggie's general route from Charleston out towards Moselle during that time?
Yes.
And what road would she most likely have been on to travel that way?
Route 17.
And so that route would have taken her right through the center of Walterboro?
It would have, yes.
I think right out here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so she's somewhere in this sector at 7:50 p.m., probably right in the middle of Walterboro, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just in your analysis, did you just looking for a rough number here? Did you calculate a rough drive time from here at the center of Walterboro out to Moselle?
Yeah, it was under 30 minutes.
Okay. Roughly 30 minutes,
Roughly
give or
30
take?
minutes, yeah.
Okay. And this ping is at 7:50,
Yes.
p.m., correct? All right. Now, were there any other, did you get any more tower information off of Maggie's phone for the rest of the evening?
No, that 7:50 p.m. was the last tower hit I received that was on the records for Maggie's phone.
Okay. And there were some phone calls to Maggie after 7:50 p.m., correct?
Yes.
But were any of those answered?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any good tower information for her phone after 7:50 p.m.?
That's correct.
All right. Now we moved on, and we're looking at whose phone?
We're looking at Alex's phone.
Okay.
You think
What
they're gonna
time
rest
frame
today?
Are we talking about here?
This is
I
4:10
don't
p.m. to 6:25.
think so. I mean, we haven't heard from the medical examiner.
Let's get oriented.
I
here.
was
This
wondering
is
if they were
red
going to
marker
call the
what?
medical examiner because
Moselle.
their time of death is not the
Green
same
marker
as
is what?
the state's
Almeida.
time of death.
Okay. And then the town
How
of,
could you not?
what's this town right here?
Hampton.
Okay.
And Farmville is just south of there.
Okay. And we see
I
some
think
hits
originally the trial was
off
supposed to
these
be
two
over
towers
today.
Between 4
Yes,
And
it
its
was.
original scheduling.
and 6:25 p.m.
Yep.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean,
And,
I don't know. It could go
are you
for.
familiar with the
I don't know. It could
location
go for weeks.
of the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
Yes,
And is that in the vicinity of Hampton?
it is.
And would that be within these areas that Alex's phone?
Yeah, that would be consistent with the activity on the phone records.
Okay. And that's up until when?
6:25 p.m.
All right. And here we are.
Apparently, the prosecution
the
said
next
they'd
slide.
close on Wednesday next
And
week.
Again, orientation.
So we have an end in
red is what?
sight.
Almeida.
That's good news.
Red is what?
Moselle.
Okay. And what information do you see here?
Here we
I
have
don't
a
know how
number of
long. I don't
calls
think
between
defense is gonna be that
6:40
long.
and 9:10 p.m. and they're all using tower 159.263.
I missed Just Ask Karate with the
That's
chess
the one
clock.
shown,
Chess clock was
which
big.
faces north and is consistent with being in the area.
She assigned everyone a fixed number of hours at the start,
Starting at 6:40.
and she was like keeping track
Yeah.
of the wins. Like, this is how much time you have. This is it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's. I feel bad for the jury, especially people that are, not retired and are working, or should be working.
So here we are. Let me go back. And these rest of these phone calls ping in the same sector up until 9:10:47. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And now, what time frame are we talking about with this slide?
Now we're looking at 9:12 to 9:18.
Okay. And in the 912 phone record, where does Alex's cell phone ping? Which sector?
Uses sector 3 on tower 159.263.
Do you have a YouTube channel or not?
Closest to Moselle.
All right, so somewhere south
I don't. I have a
or
podcast though.
close to the border. of
Legally
this
Dirty
tower.
Blonde
Yes.
on
And
Apple or
then
Spotify,
9:18
whatever.
we see,
All right, I'll find a link and
ping,
tag you that way.
off of this tower, correct?
Yes, off of 159.217, which is closer to Barnville.
And it would be in the north, most likely in the north side of that
Yes.
tower, correct? Okay? All right, and now this is the same two calls,
There you are.
correct?
It is.
All right, but now I see some, looks like some shaded overlay over this. I'm going to give this back to you.
Okay.
What is that shaded overlay? What does it mean?
So the shaded overlay is the coverage area that we're able to determine from doing that drive test with our equipment. And so basically we had to drive everything all around these addresses and then go back and look at the data, and then it creates these bubbles that show us where the coverage, where the equipment saw that tower in that sector. And so here you can see that at 912, it's using the sector, it's kind of highlighted in green. And then at 918, it uses this one at the bottom, 159.217, that's in pink.
Okay. And so what your dry test found is, you kind of described those neat sectors at the beginning, but in reality, they're kind of more messy, correct?
What's your skincare routine?
From what you
Me?
found from actual field testing.
Yeah, somebody's talking
is,
about how good your skin looks.
You can get coverage off this tower.
I did put on a little powder today to
Looks
make
like
my
it's
skin
just
tone a little bit more even.
South of Farmville,
There you go.
anywhere in this pink area.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that's in that particular sector. What sector is that again?
That's sector 1.
All right. And then this green area, you could be anywhere in this green area and potentially be getting coverage from this tower up north towards Moselle.
Yes.
Now, there's some overlap, though.
There
between
is.
those, correct? So there's some areas where a phone could potentially connect to either tower, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And
But in 2 minutes, the calls are 6 minutes apart.
Right.
So, within 6 minutes, the phone used both of these sectors at the same time.
okay. And just as a final point, again, the sectors aren't exactly black and white, neatly drawn, correct?
Correct.
And so in reality, like this little green corner above this tower, a phone could be in that area and still be pinging off this sector
Yes.
of the tower.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
It's very annoying that we can't see what they're showing.
And this coverage is something that you told the jury about the drive test, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you guys went out with actual equipment to measure the coverage in all these areas, correct?
Yes, sir. We drove all these roads, and again, that equipment, every few seconds, it's recording the GPS point, and then it's measuring the signal level from all of the towers and sectors in that area. And then what I do is I go in and I can read the tower and sector that was used by looking at the call detail records.
Here's a
and I can
question
go in
for
and
you for
select
Cross. On the day that you
coverage
recorded
area
those
is
signal
blocked
and signal
for
levels,
that
would that
tower
necessarily be the same signal levels on the day of the incident?
So let's go on to the next slide.
Because I bet the answer to that question is
And
no.
we see now, we have some information starting at what, 9:20:34, correct?
Yes, sir. So at 9:20, from 9:20 to 9:46, there's a handful of calls, all using tower 159-217, but using sector 2 that kind of faces towards the Alameda address.
Okay.
And then there's also one RTT hit at 9:34 at about 2.09 miles, which is consistent with being in the area of the Alameda residents.
Okay. And that starts at.
I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but I would be willing to wager that cell phone towers signal and their reception and power rating changes for all kinds of reasons.
It is.
You know, the amount of interference that happens to be there at the time from the atmosphere or the weather or
I believe that's highway.
Weather,
whatever.
yeah, definitely.
378 or 278.
The man on the tower probably
That's still in the
changes
same
the
sector.
cell
It is.
phone
So if
power
someone's in a vehicle on that
levels.
278, right there in that sector, you would get the same information.
Yes.
So, so at 9:46, if a car has already left Alameda and we're on 278, it would still ping in that same.
There we go,
should,
Trish.
yeah.
Thanks for helping us out on that. I've also pinned her in the video description as well, so you can get the link there as well. But make sure to check out my guest, Legally Dirty Blonde on Apple, and there's a link to the podcast. I believe I pinned her tagged her Spotify
It is.
if
It's
you
just a
prefer
zoomed in
Spotify as
version of
well.
the last slide.
So check that out as
So
well.
it's the same information, but looking closer.
Thanks.
And I probably should have made some of those
And by the way, my
points on
my
this one.
legal name is not
You see
Legally
that
Dirty
road,
Blonde, in case you
278,
were wondering. My name's
correct?
Yes.
Alana.
Within that sector, and there's Alameda, it's also
Hello,
in
Alana.
the
I'm
same
Kurt.
sector, correct?
It is.
And so, in theory, unless for the RTT hit at 9:34, the phone could be anywhere in this arc.
It
correct?
could be anywhere in that arc.
And for the rest of these hits, it could be anywhere within this whole sector.
It could be anywhere between this tower and sector and the next one in that direction.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go back. This is the next slide, and this is again Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we see some hits starting at 9:52:59 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir. So 952.59, the phone's using the sector with the 240 in it. So it's not using the one that faces towards Alameda yet. I'm sorry, towards Moselle yet.
Yeah, and the red, and what's the red?
It's Moselle.
And the green?
Is Alameda.
Okay, so just in the previous slide, we saw the phone down here in the area of Alameda, correct?
Yeah, it was using that tower near Alameda, but facing Alameda.
And by 9:59 p.m., Alex's phone is pinging off of this tower right by Varnville, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Say ping one more time.
At 9:52 and 9:53, the phone is using the tower.
I can't
closer
follow
to
where
Moselle,
they're
but
saying
on
these things
sector
are at all
facing
without
towards,
seeing it.
Okay.
Especially, I mean, you might be able to.
And then,
You lived in South Carolina.
A little
And then
bit.
we have a 10:06 hit, 31, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what particular phone call was placed from Alex's phone at 10:06 and 31?
That was the 911 call.
All right. And it hits off of which tower?
It hits off of the tower closer to Varnville.
Okay. But then at 10:17, there's another hit with Alex's phone. And which sector is it pinging off at
That's
10:17?
that's using the zero azimuth, so sector 1 that faces towards Moselle.
So that initial 911 call hit off this tower way down here by Varnville, correct?
It did.
All right. And that was one of the reasons you were called in to help figure out why that happened, correct?
I was, and I figured out why it happened. It's because, so in radio frequency, the higher the frequency, the shorter the distance that it can travel. The lower the frequency, the longer it can travel.
Yeah.
So on this tower, there's two different sets of sectors, and one is at a higher frequency, and one is at a lower frequency. So this call here happened on a lower frequency, and therefore the signal can travel slightly further.
Okay. So it's, in your opinion, it's consistent the phone could have been up here at Moselle at the time of that 10:06 911 call.
It could have been, yes.
So that would be completely consistent with Alex Murdaugh's story. That's great. Thanks.
And we're going to come up on them in a little bit. Do you have some more detailed maps showing the actual coverage? Actually,
Yeah, I think this
this is it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what information do we see on this slide?
So this is the tower and sector being used at 952 and 953. And again, this blob shape here, that's the coverage area for that tower. And so you can see it's
Blob
a big,
shape.
It's mostly in the center here, but there are some dots out, but most of it kind of faces towards Varnville.
Okay. And the calls at 952, 953 occurred somewhere within this sector, correct?
Yes, they did.
And that line.
Or they occurred from the
slightly
adjacent
shaded area
sector, or the
represents
completely opposite
actual
sector.
real coverage.
Radio waves can do weird things
Where that phone
sometimes.
could have been.
Sometimes they can bounce off things or
Next slide.
bounce off the atmosphere.
And we zoomed in here, correct?
Yeah, so we zoomed in, again, now we're zoomed in kind of on the Moselle property, and just showing that there's a couple little specks of coverage there from this tower and sector
And again,
on that property.
which tower is this? This is the
Where I
tower
used to
that's
live in
closest-
Virginia, there
It
is
is,
a
yes.
winery now
But you
at
do
what
actually
used to
see
be
some
a
actual coverage area.
CIA listening post
Yes.
because wherever it was geographically just happened to
red
be
is
such
the
that it could
Yes,
receive
the red is Moselle.
radio signals from Europe
Excellent.
because of the way it bounces off the atmosphere.
Okay.
So
And here we are, we zoom back out.
CIA listening post
And the red
now.
is
You said it used to be a
Moselle.
winery?
And this is that tower.
It is a
just
winery- it's a
down
winery
south of
now.
Varnville, correct?
It is.
So-
So that's the tower.
They also feed into the spy theme, so
or
that
near
that's spy
Varnville,
things around
facing
and
north,
going through their
and this is for
history
the
and stuff, so-
911
Oh, that's
call,
cool.
again, on that lower
Yeah.
frequency.
Yeah.
So the
And
signal
apparently they had
goes
good
a lot
soil,
further.
too.
Actually, there's little specks all the way up here near Anderson.
Okay. So this is Varnville, this is Moselle, and this is the coverage that you actually went out, and measured in real, with
When
real
I say that
equipment.
cell phone signals
And
or
you
any other
determined all
kind of
these
signal
shaded
can
pink
bounce off
areas,
things and
if a
do all
phone-
kinds of
a
weird
phone
shit.
could get coverage in this tower sector in those pink areas.
Yes.
And we see some of that pink area up right by Moselle, correct?
We did, yes.
Next slide. All right, and this is a 1017 beam, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it's in that sector, now we're back to the tower that's closest to Moselle, correct?
It is.
And that's that north-facing sector.
Yes, it is.
Next slide. Next slide.
Are you drinking yet today?
All right.
Did you get paid to drink yet?
Not yet.
Here
It's
we
very sad
see,
for me. It's
Again, that
disappointing.
911 call at 10:06:31.
Come on, it's Friday,
That's okay.
guys.
We can get sloshed together, you and I.
Varnville Tower, correct?
Yes.
But we see,
have
this
to go
is
get
the
my
two
tequila.
coverages overlaid between these two towers that both have coverage at Moselle, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you see some of that pink from that Varnville Tower up right on the Moselle property, correct?
Yes.
But you see more from the green from this tower sector that covers that same property.
That's correct.
So, go ahead. Next slide.
And says this is the worst prosecution
Yeah,
I've
we're
ever
zoomed
seen.
in,
And I was a
correct?
Yeah, we're zoomed
clerk.
in now, and now we have
Okay.
both of the coverages showing. So we're showing the pink, which is from that tower down by Varnville
It's
facing north,
confusing.
and then the green,
It's not easy
which
to
is from
follow
the tower right here close
at
to
all.
Moselle, also facing north. And you can see
No.
there's coverage from both of those towers actually in the area of the kennels.
Okay. And in your opinion, that phone could have been right in that area for both these phone calls at 10:06 and 10:17 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes.
And it does appear there's more coverage from the green sector off of this closer tower, though, correct?
There is.
Excellent.
Wow. Revelation.
Okay, and this is just the remainder of the night for Alex's phone, correct?
It is, again, 10:19 to 11:18 p.m. And the phone mostly uses that tower closest to Moselle. There is another hit at 10:21 on the tower near Varnville.
Next slide.
Is there anything that's completely inconsistent with Alex
And then
Murdaugh's story?
continuing,
Or
what's the date on?
No.
So
This is the
With
next
what they're
day,
saying?
6/8, correct?
So this is June 8th, starting at 6:31 a.m.
I don't know, I missed the beginning of this.
8:54 a.m. And the phone's using the tower and sector consistent with being in the area of Almeida.
Okay, so this is the morning after the murders, correct?
It is.
Next slide.
How was the morning after the murders relevant to anything we're trying to resolve
And
right
this is
now?
continuing the same, this is the next day, June 9th of 2020.
It is. And same
with this
tower, same
witness.
sector. Time period is 7:52 a.m. to 8:36 a.m.
Next slide. All right, and here we see some information from June 10th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. From 3:32 a.m. to 8:49 a.m. Basically using the same tower and sector here, just to the left of Almeida, except for this one RTT hit at 3:32 in the morning, where that band overlays on top of the Almeida address.
Next slide. And now we're on June 11th for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, again in the morning, 3:52 a.m. to 8:15 a.m. And it's using the tower and sector consistent being in the area of Alameda.
Next slide. And this is June 12th of 2021?
Yep, 1:41 a.m. to 8:14 a.m., again, using the same tower and sector near Alameda.
Okay. Next slide, please. June 13th of 2021 for Alex.
Bueller.
Yep, first call in the morning is at 9:09 a.m., and again, using the same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Okay. Next slide. Now we're on June 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what are the times? Do we see these pings?
12:04 a.m. and then 9:53 and 9:55 a.m. Again, using that same tower and sector consistent with Alameda.
Did you see any phone calls from Alex's phone between 12 a.m. and 9:53? That you
Why is
see
it the
a
more
tower
the
page?
prosecution talks, the more I wonder if they even
Next
have a
slide.
prima facie case?
This is June 14th, later in the day, correct?
It is 10:27 to 12:29 p.m.
I don't know why they can't just get to the
10:27
point
a.m. to
ever.
12:29 p.m. And now it's using the tower facing north out of Varnaville, but also using the tower facing into Hampton.
Next slide. All right, and this is June 14th, continued. And does that
Yes.
phone remain in the area of Alameda the rest of June 14th, at least until 4:26 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then here we're on June 14th.
Yep.
And starting at 4:33 p.m. up to 6:08 p.m. Where do we see Alex's phone move generally?
It moves generally from there just south of Alameda over towards Charleston.
And that's this area up here. And it's specifically, I don't know if you can read it, but what is that there? Can you read that place name where that last tower is on the map?
Is it Somerville?
Does that say Somerville?
I think so.
Okay. All right, next slide. Okay, June 14th continued.
Yes.
And this is up in the area of the same Somerville, correct?
Yeah, this is in the area of Somerville, so
June
between
14th?
6:08 p.m. on the
Why does that
14th and
matter?
8:10 a.m. on the 15th. All the calls hit that tower and sector in Somerville.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then on June, later that, June 15th, what do we see the phone do on June 15th?
It travels from Somerville back to Hampton between 8:10 a.m. and 11:40 a.m.
Okay, next slide. All right, and then now we're on June 15th for Alex's phone, and what two towers is his phone pinging off of for most of the day?
Again, the one in Varnaville facing north and the one in Hampton facing towards Varnaville.
Okay, next slide. And then June 15th, and this phone is
Why?
consistent with the remaining area of
I have no idea.
Alameda
Somebody said we're doing
Turner's
every day
Yes,
until
and
now.
those are 12:35 p.m. to 2:33 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Next slide. Okay, and just real quickly for these last three slides, you also reviewed the records of C.B. Rowe and Marty Cook, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed them for the night of the murders, correct?
I did.
And in your opinion, from the information you could see from their call records and their tower information, were either of those phones in the vicinity of the murder location between 8:50 p.m. and 9 p.m.?
No.
All right. No
Wait
further
a
statement.
second. Isn't that good for the defense if none of them were within the vicinity? What? Or is it we're just trying to prove that there were no phones within the vicinity other than...
So I'll stand for a moment.
Don't understand.
And I think they were just talking about like 10 days after, or almost 9 days after.
Yeah, I don't understand. If
I
none of the phones
appreciate
were
the
within the
stretch breaks.
vicinity,
I think that's nice.
then that's even better for Alex, I would think. Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't know if it's because the only rationale is that there is no story, because because the prosecution has utterly failed at storytelling. This is the problem. I don't know why these details matter. I don't know what the significance of this is. I have no connecting threads. They didn't really give me any connecting threads in the opening, and they certainly have not connected the dots as I go along. Like, you ask a question like, isn't that the cell phone at 9:58, whatever? And you ask the connecting question, like something like, isn't that the same place that Alex Murdaugh said that he was?
Right.
Yes, it is. Drama, right?
It's
Why?
like, I mean,
you
and the
connect-
jury
you
doesn't
connect-
even have their notes.
How
How do they expect them to connect it themselves?
No, yeah. So it's like, why Why are you telling me that they were within the sector or that sector at these times, and why does that matter? Isn't that true? That's inconsistent with what Alex
Right.
Murdaugh said to Slat. Yes, it is. Oh my God. You know, whatever the case might be. But right now, it's just details without no connection. Why is it either consistent with your story or inconsistent with their story? Preferably both. Yeah.
Right.
What
It's
is the
just they're just
connecting
giving
thread of
data.
this? The details, and I don't know. And then you give me details, and it sounds like it's consistent with. Well, isn't it true the first 911 call came off this tower, not that tower? Yes, it is. Did you figure out why? Yes, because they used a different frequency, and so it goes off this tower instead of that tower because of the frequency that was used by the cell phone at that particular time. Huzzah! You know, it's like,
Yep.
okay.
There's no narrative, not one. They're just like right now. They're just getting this guy to give data points, and it's not making a
No,
story.
we're
It's
back
not
to
giving a
walking
narrative.
spreadsheet territory. Please tell me more
Yeah.
about the cell phone's orientation. Could you do that for me?
I thought we were done. I thought they were doing better. Now we're back to being boring again. I don't know.
So tell my
So-
audience about yourself because it's your first time appearing on my glorious channel.
Yes, it is my first time. So I'm a lawyer too. I do civil litigation, not criminal. I have a podcast called Legally Dirty Blonde. If you want to check it out, I cover the Maxwell trial, the Depp trial, and I started to cover this one. And honestly, my last week has been so busy that I haven't had time to record. But hopefully this weekend I will.
Yeah, well, I stopped covering because I wanted to maintain the will to live, and
I know it's terrible. I hate this
thought I'd
case.
give it-
I thought I was really gonna like it, and I hate it.
So, any particular focus of civil law?
Yeah, I do medical malpractice defense. So, I mean, you know
Ooh,
this, but I
exciting.
defend doc. Yes, super exciting. I mean, sometimes it is really interesting, but yeah, I mean, I enjoy learning the medicine and stuff like that. I come from somewhat of a medical family, so it's kind of just like always been something that I've been interested in. And I don't know if I could have become a doctor, so just become a doctor of the law.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't. If I was going to do doctor, it'd be like psychiatry or something lame like that. I don't really have.
It's not lame. I would do the same. I would do the
Yeah.
same. You don't have to deal with any blood. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, or trying to figure out what something is, internal medicine or surgery. And my hands are too shaky for internal medicine anyway, or surgery, so that's out. But yeah, what's
I don't think
the interesting
I could
thing?
never.
Yeah, I tend to agree
Go
with
ahead.
you. So did you start out in undergrad with that idea in mind, or was it something that you later developed?
It was more later that I decided. I mean, I've been doing med mal since I became a lawyer, almost 10 years now. But so I've always been interested in medicine, but I wasn't taking like pre-med classes. I was taking pre-law classes, and it kind of just like felt right when I was looking for jobs.
Fair. Yeah, well,
I just
for
recently
15 years I
started.
did patent prosecution, and now I've decided I don't want to do that anymore.
So do you have like an engineering background?
Computer science.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you have to be really smart to do that. So good on you. What are you doing
That's what
now?
they tell me. That's what they tell me. Well, now I'm just doing this full time. I quit in July so that I could pursue this full time because I was so burned out. And I finally
that's
got all
great.
my Texas licensure just in case I want to, do something. So I got my official, fancy certificate in the mail today, and I revealed that on stream. So that
nice.
was fun. Yeah.
Just
So that
today.
was fun.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And so I was licensed in Virginia. Are you licensed out of California?
No, I'm in New York.
Okay, New York. Fair enough. So yeah. So I don't really know what I'm going to just continue doing this for a while and see if it will pay the bills, and if so, then just keep doing that because this is more fun.
Absolutely.
Maybe
I think this is way more fun than practicing law.
I'll run for judge somewhere in Texas and terrify everyone with my judicial acumen.
I think that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. And I was because we're reading decisions sometimes. I'm like, I can do better than that. It's like, what the hell is this bullshit?
I mean,
So, yeah.
even this judge, he started out, I liked him in the beginning, and now I'm like, I don't know what's going on. He's just lazy, it feels like. He doesn't want to make any decisions.
Yeah. No, yeah, well, that's certainly true because we were having the amount of pre-trial in the middle of trial was disturbingly high. It's like, how have we not resolved these issues that we're having these hearings in the middle of the trial? But okay.
Yeah, I don't really understand that like his process on that. I really don't. I've never really seen that before, honestly.
Yeah. So let's see what else. Oh yeah, your podcast. Can you tell me a little bit about that? How often do you record? How long are your
I
sessions?
was doing for the dev trial, I was doing every day. I was doing, but this I have not been able to keep up. I was trying to do it weekly. I'll probably do a wrap up like this weekend of what happened this week. So this trial is just not exciting. It's just not as exciting as I thought it was going to be. And I mean, I don't know, for some reason, like every day with the dev trial, there was like something funny to talk about too. This, not so much.
No, not so much. No.
There's like not even
This
any.
is
Half the objections in this trial, like we went from Camille objecting to everything to having, I think we've had like 10 objections this entire trial.
certainly not that very many. Although every time the defense objects to leading, the judge just says, "Don't lead the witness," but he never like
But
says
doesn't
sustain.
sustain it.
It's a weird way of going about doing business. I don't
Yeah.
know. I think for my money, the biggest thing for legal error is just the amount of the financial stuff that we're letting in. It just seems so expansive to any sort of rationale. Because
Yeah.
as you well know, like if you're trying to bring this in for motive, which is ostensibly the reason we're trying to do it, then the things that are timely to the murder would be presumably tied to the murder and are tied to the financial motive and vice versa. But and he's like, well, I'm going to allow it all in unlimited. And we start talking about 10 years ago. And, when I was a baby lawyer, just skimming my first client, I'm like, what are we
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah,
And
and
but the defense has taken the opportunity to point out quite correctly that there's a lot of people who have some feelings that might be relevant to their potential motives. So
right, right. Did they ask Tinsley this morning about the GoFundMe?
no, they didn't. They it was a very disappointing cross from that perspective. They didn't really ask him any. They asked him like 4 or 5 questions total on cross, and they were
Why
kind
do
of
you
all
think they
nothing
didn't do that?
burgers. I don't know. Tinsley had tweeted, "I hope they ask me," and so he's probably ready with some sort of like really clever line. And so they're like, "I'm not even going to bother."
He's an asshole.
Like
I hate to say this, but he is exactly like what some, well, I shouldn't say that, but some of the plaintiff's attorneys that I deal with in my practice.
I understand that. Yeah, the civil side can be pretty. Yeah, they can be jerkish. But I do like them just admitting on the stand that yes, I was doing this motion not because I cared about it at all, because I was just doing
I
it for the purpose of
know.
harassing the other side. I'm like, okay, well, I hope the
And
South Carolina bar has questions.
yeah, I know. I'm like, this guy's gonna get called before the ethics committee, or hopefully.
Yeah, probably. Don't do that again, right? Some slap on the wrist.
Yeah. But I can't
Yeah.
believe he had no qualms about that. He just was like, yeah, I'm just gonna say this. No
None of
questions,
the
nothing.
evidence, none of the evidence has really been, to my mind, inconsistent with anything that Murdaugh has been saying. The time
No.
frame, the timeline is just too tight, and trying to find time differentials is just sort of pointless. It's like, oh, Murdaugh thought he was at the house of his mom for 40 minutes, but he was only there for 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, okay, that definitely is, like, give me a
That means
break.
he's a murderer for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's something that I was trying to figure out. Like, so if he was like, does that make him, I don't even know. I don't know how far his mother's house was. About 20 minutes, did they say? 15, 20 minutes?
Oh, I don't know what they said from I think they said a half hour. But yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
it's a bit of a length. I mean, because it's country back roads and you're slow going, so it takes some time to get anywhere.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
heard something this morning. It sounded like the prosecution was he was like trying to say that Alec was trying to avoid taking the stand. And I'm like, yeah, no kidding. Like, what is that shocking? Did you think he was going to?
And they probably have a whole file somewhere. They want to ask about each financial crime individually. That'd be good.
I'm sure they would. I don't think there's a shot that he's taking the stand to you.
I can't really foresee any scenario where that makes any sense, because it's like, what's the value of that? And they're going to ask you about every single financial transaction you ever did, what are you going to do? You can't lie because, and you can't tell the truth because you're going to, you're just going to put yourself in jail. So it's like you have to plead the fifth. So
Yeah.
I don't see any scenario where he takes the stand. I don't see how that works because there's
No,
no
I
way
don't
on
think
this
so.
earth the judge is going to say, yes, you can take the stand. But no, the state can't ask you questions about the financial stuff that I've already allowed in.
Oh, no.
That's not going to happen.
He'll allow it.
Of course he's going to allow it. That's what he likes to do. So this is like an all or
I
nothing
know.
proposition. So I don't see how that works. And what's he going to be like? No, this
Yeah,
check isn't mine. No, this signature isn't mine. Or I have a
yeah,
really
and
good
that's gonna
explanation
look-
for everything. It better be
wasn't
really,
me.
really good.
Yeah, I wonder
Yeah.
how he'd be. The people say he's kind of like a schmoozer, so who knows?
It would have to be phenomenal. So if that happens, it'll be a master's class to us all, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I'm not sure I'm sold. I've just been disappointed with the state's case completely. The motive makes no sense to me personally. I don't really get it. I don't understand. There's no life insurance for them, which in itself seems odd, but whatever. The properties are all, mortgaged out the ass. The murdering his wife and son to get out of the boat case,
Or
because of
as
the
a distraction from the
It's just-
financial. I mean, that
Yeah.
makes absolutely no sense. I'm going to go murder my family to distract from white collar crimes. I don't know.
And he would have had to do this in a very, very sophisticated way because it's very tight time frames, and his father gets sick that night and he's like, this is the night I was planning on doing it. And I'm going to execute my master plan with all this distraction in place. I'm like, I don't think I don't think he's that good. I doubt there are very many people who are that good.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, and the two guns in general, I think is going to be a big thing for the jury. It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense to me.
No,
And they don't even
it
have
really
them.
doesn't. No, and they don't have the guns. That's nice. I love the fingerprint expert with we didn't find any fingerprints. That was great. Thanks.
No, why did they even put him on? Or was it a he? Yeah,
Or-
I think it was.
Yeah, gunshot residue expert. Yeah, gunshot residue gets everywhere and it just stays there until it's brushed off. And we found it like on the belt buckle seats of his car. I'm like, of course you did. Why wouldn't you?
Right. They seem to shoot a lot of guns, right? Of course you're going to find that.
Yeah, tell me a different story. I don't know I obviously don't know what the jury's thinking. We can't see what they're looking at, but none of this is doing anything for me.
No, and today they did get that raincoat probably wouldn't fit Alec, right? I thought
Yeah.
that might help them.
The raincoat, which doesn't fit him, which also, even if it did, it has gunshot residue on the inside. Ooh.
I know. I don't get what they're trying to really say. That's another thing. They're not explaining what that means. What does it mean that it's on the inside? What are they trying to say? He was carrying the gun? But
Yeah, I
she
think that's what they're
testified
going for. That he was wrapping the gun inside the thing and carrying it that way. I'm like, okay, sure.
Except Miss Shelley testified that it was all balled up, right? I thought
Yeah.
that's what she said. So
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. I feel like the prosecution's been making some shady moves. Like I don't like that.
No, it's disappointing, and we got the AG sitting in the courtroom. He's not prosecuting the case, but the AG's in the courtroom
Oh yeah.
watching this thing with his deputies in there. I'm like, you gotta be like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I mean, we're not approaching Tinsley unethical territory, but like it just, yeah, I don't know. You expect more from them.
No, and
it's you up
I
there
still
as
to
the
this day don't
defendant.
know. I still to this day don't know why they brought it to the grand jury when they did, especially with your
Did
financial
they do
case.
that?
I mean, I'd have to double check, but more the point because he invoked all of his speedy trial rights, and obviously once they go to the grand jury, we're ready to go. He's like, I'm ready to go. And it's like, so you have no choice. You got to be ready to go. But you didn't have to do that in the first place. You seem to have him on the financial crimes. Why not soften him up with a couple financial crimes and then go for the big thing?
Then the murder.
Then
Yeah.
the murder.
I also think like there's no way he's going to testify because he still has the financial crimes trial coming up, and anything he says here is going to be used against him.
Yeah. He's toast though on the financial crimes. Unless somehow they put such a harsh taste in the collective jury's mouths that the jury ceases to care in the future, which is You know, if everyone gets so pissed at all this that they're like, we can't be bothered to care.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. I feel
yeah.
like people have strong opinions about this family that are, from the area.
But yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't know their family. I met Dick Harpootlian once. That's my claim to
Oh,
fame. Well, then
really?
actually more than a couple
How was
times.
that?
Back when I was in growing up in Columbia, he's from Richland County, the same county that I grew up in, and so I knew him through my family, and also when I was in student government, he was chair of the Democratic Party and things like that. So I knew him from
Oh,
various lobbying efforts and things like that. So I've met Dick
This-
Harpootlian. So yeah,
that is a claim to fame. Was he nice?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems
Yeah.
like an okay guy.
He's a Southern
Maybe
gentleman.
maybe not the best lawyer right now
No.
with that question. that you
Also,
told me
because
today,
he
or that
forgets that,
statement.
he forgets adverse party requires the party to be adverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
want to
Who
ask
do
my
you think
client
is
about it.
like? Have we figured out what I shit you up means yet? Has anybody figured that
No,
one out?
I lived there for 20 years and I don't know. I lived in the state 20 years. I've never heard I shit you up. I got nothing to offer you on that one. I don't know
Yeah,
if
he
that's
said
it.
it more than once too.
Maybe that's a
I was like,
Waterboro thing. And maybe that's how hyper
yeah.
specific it is. I could believe that. I could also see these people
I
turning
thought he
their nose up.
misspoke.
Yeah. No, as far as
I thought he
Waterboro is concerned,
misspoke.
Richland is the big city. So like I could see them looking up, oh, like he's an interloper from the big city, Columbia. I could totally see that being a thing in the jury too. But then again, the AG is also from Columbia, so who knows?
Yeah, I think there's a
What
former
else
AG
can we
in there too. I was sitting in there
Yeah.
too. Charles something. Who's the AG
Yeah.
now?
I'd have to look it up.
Oh, okay. You just know he's there.
Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna put Buster on the stand? They keep making him stand up.
I don't know, man. I guess.
Yeah, I think they might. But I'm confused why he's allowed to sit there if they're going to.
They haven't been sequestering anybody. We don't believe in sequestering in this trial.
Yeah.
Apparently no one wants to sequester anyone. The entire damn witness pool, as well as the entire town is in the courtroom at the same time. This is apparently not a problem in this case. Okay. Wow. All right. That's a thing.
Yeah.
So we have
I mean,
witnesses
even
being
today,
like, yeah,
didn't
that other
the
witness
woman-
testified earlier because I was there as I heard it myself.
Yes. I watched it on TV.
That's right. Ellen Wilson
I'm
apparently
confused
is
by
the
that.
AG.
Just Owen
So-
Wilson?
Alan Wilson.
Oh, Alan. Yeah, I think I wonder if the defense will call Buster because he could be like a good alibi witness for him.
I don't think the state's going to call him.
No, I don't think so.
No. I'm not sure who else they have left to call at this point. How many more SLED officers do I need, and how many more digital forensics experts do I need to tell me about every
Yeah, I
time?
mean-
Did you know that parking true means that the car is in park?
I learn something new every day.
Wow. Revelations.
I mean, I think you're right about the medical examiner. They'll probably call him or her. It was.
I mean, you
I
feel
don't
like
know
you
if it's
got
a
to
man or
just
a
for the
woman.
the gruesomeness factor, right? To just be like, what a bastard he is, and go through like
Yeah.
how horrible it was in detail, so that the blood and guts of it all will carry you through the day.
Yeah. Although I feel like the defense is actually making more of a big deal of how gruesome it was than the prosecution is. I mean, what was the
Yeah.
first thing that Dick Harpootlian said about the watermelon? Like, what did he say? I was like, whoa, okay, we're doing this.
Yeah. Well, they seem to be playing into their disadvantages, which is what you should do as an attorney, right? You play into your disadvantages. It's like, okay, so it's really, really gruesome. How can we play into that? Okay, well, he's a loving father. He wouldn't have done this. It
would have
represents
never
someone
done
who was trying to send a message, malice, whatever. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
All the financial stuff, I can't keep it out. Okay, how do I turn that to my advantage? Oh, it's all the motives of someone else, right? So one of the things as a lawyer you do is you either take evidence that's bad and diminish it. And if you can't do that, then you take it and you turn it to your advantage. Like, how can I make this actually an asset for me? And make the prosecution
Yeah,
rue
I
the day
think-
they ever mentioned it in the first place.
I think they're doing a good job of that.
Yeah, I think
What did he
on
say?
the
A
whole,
watermelon and a hammer or something?
yeah, some sort of Gallagher thing. I forget exactly what it was.
I feel like
So
it
do you
could
like
either
New
go
York?
like, I do. I love New York. I'm not gonna lie. You know,
Fair
born and
enough.
raised in New York, definitely. Do you like Texas?
I've only lived here 2 years, so I'm not like super loyal to it, but it's been good to me so far.
Are
But
you're, I think I heard you say you're in Austin, right?
I am in Austin at the moment. I'm looking to move to Houston this fall, but for the moment in Austin.
I visited there like 2 years ago. My best friend moved there a couple of years ago to get her PhD
Well, if
at UT.
show you around.
Yeah, maybe I'll come back. The judge looks like he's ready to go home.
We'll hear more from FBI guy. I'm sure will continue to illuminate us. Why do I not have volume? There we go.
All right, thank you.
JS, I wasn't trying to say I didn't like Texas. I'm just saying I don't know it that very well yet. It's been good to me. I've enjoyed it.
Mr. Barber.
It definitely has an aesthetic and vibe that I can definitely get down to. I got the cowboy hat.
Good afternoon, Agent Wilde.
Good afternoon, sir.
I don't think I'll have many questions. This won't take long at all.
Excellent.
We were looking at a lot of maps, and they had a lot of timestamps, and I think they were referred to as pings sometimes.
They're not pings.
What are they?
They're activations on the record. So whether they be incoming or outgoing phone calls, or those RTT activations, which are slightly different, or the other things with Paul's phone, those are like the iPhone location data records.
But we're looking at calls, text messages. Would a text message always make one of those timestamps?
Now, so on Verizon, which all the phones in this case were, with Verizon, we're not going to get call detail record. We're not going to get location data with the text messages, just the way they're designed.
Okay. And I just wanted to be clear when we said that there weren't more calls coming into Maggie Murdaugh after 7, that there were some text messages, but if there were, they wouldn't show up.
Correct. They wouldn't show up in her call detail records with cell tower information.
What would it look like on these maps if a call, well, let me ask this, do calls hand off between towers while they're still going on?
They do.
And what would that look like on these maps?
So it would look the same way it looks now. So again, when before the call's even set up, so if my phone was on in this room right now, my phone is constantly scanning the environment. It's trying to find the tower and sector with the strongest signal. Okay, it's very much like sitting at the airport trying to find the best Wi-Fi to connect to while you're waiting on your flight. So what happens when a call hands off between towers during a call is the records look like they look. It's still going to show the initial tower and sector that the phone saw as the best tower and sector at the time the call occurred. And then after that, let's say the call is an hour long and I drive from here to Columbia, I'm going to hand off tower to tower to tower, but on Verizon, I'm not going to see that handoff in the records.
Right, and that I guess was my question, is you're just going to see that first tower, so if you're handed off like tower 1 to 2 to 3, you're not going to see on the same calls hits on towers 2 and 3 on this map.
Correct, you're only going to see the initial.
And do the coverage areas intentionally overlap to some degree to allow for handoffs?
Yes.
And we saw GPS data for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Yes.
Did you have any GPS data for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I did not. There was nothing in the location database for the time period that was in question.
Do you know why that was?
It's either something Paul was running on his phone that generated it, or a lack of something that Maggie wasn't running on her phone that did not generate it. I really don't know the answer to that.
I mean, so the answer would be that you don't know.
I don't know. Yes, sir.
And what about Alex Murdaugh's phone?
There was nothing during the time period.
So You mentioned that you've testified as an expert,
The
I think,
GPS
over 100
location data.
cases?
Yes, sir.
And some of those other cases, were you able to show phones moving together?
Sometimes we are, yes.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I did not do that in this case.
You didn't do that, or you weren't able to do that? Those aren't quite the same thing.
When you were doing the drive around to create that sort of coverage map, did you go onto the Moselle property?
I did.
Was that with the consent of Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I believe so.
Again, showing him cooperating with the
Could we
police.
pull up
Yeah.
slide 35?
Very true. This guy said he's testified over 100 times before.
I'm sure he has.
Can you see the screen?
I
Clearly
can.
hasn't learned how to get to the point.
And I think
It's
the
not very
previous
good.
testimony was that this 10:06:31 call was the 911 call?
Yes.
I just want to ask about that timestamp because we heard from someone from the FBI yesterday the 911 call was actually placed at 10:06 and 18 seconds. So what would account for the 13 seconds difference between the two?
I guess it depends on the records you were looking at. There might be a slight offset between the records the other person was looking at and the records I was looking at.
And the 911 call center, of course, would have a timestamp on incoming calls.
Correct.
Correct. Have you ever seen cases where there's a few seconds difference between those timestamps and this kind of records and what the 911 center might have?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a difference between when you press the green button, and it usually takes a couple of seconds to connect on the other side.
And could we, on the Elmo, go to slide 56? And the reason I would like to do this on the Elmo is I think that the presentation was cutting off the bottom of the screen.
It was.
And this, can we see the top so we can kind of get context for what this is? Just slide it down
I have all the information.
so that the top is visible.
I haven't heard that
So
like
this
people
was
using an Elmo in a
Alex
while.
Murdaugh information, and this was
some
on
old
June
school shit,
15,
man.
2021,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know that was a Tuesday?
I don't.
Can we scroll in so we can see the bottom? It says that activity after 2:33 p.m. indicates travel to Somerville. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any data after that? Is that the end of the data that you have regarding Alex Murdaugh?
Please.
Is that the last slide?
You have the slide. So this is slide 56 that we're looking at.
You'd have to tell me. Answer's yes, but I need you to say that.
Yeah, there was other data after that.
And do you have location data for Alex Murdaugh after June 15?
I think so. I think
In this report?
Not in this report.
So in this report, I'm sorry because that's what we're looking at here.
Yes, sir.
Because I understand, of course, you have cell phone records. He kept using the cell phone, obviously, after the 15th.
Yes, he did.
But for what's being presented to the jury, the last entry is, I'll represent, Tuesday, June 15, is the end of what you have.
Yes, it is.
And he's going to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
And finally, there are
Somerville's where it's at.
last 2 or 3 slides. We don't need to show them. There was some information for some other people, a C.B. Rowe, a Marty Cook.
Yes, sir.
Why were you looking at information for them?
I was requested to look at the information for them for the night of the incident.
Were you requested to ever look at information for an Eddie Smith or a Spencer Roberts?
Eddie Smith sounds familiar, but I'm not sure about Spencer Roberts.
Did you look at information regarding Eddie Smith?
Yes.
Do you have that information with you?
I do not.
You do not have the information?
I don't have it with me, no.
Beg the court's indulgence.
I thought he said he only had a few questions.
Questions so far have been pretty effective. So you don't have GPS data? Nope. So the cell phones can hand off? Yep. You wouldn't have a record if they did? Nope. Great. Thanks. Great.
And you know they're going to redirect.
Unfortunately.
Has Eddie Smith testified?
No further questions, Your
Not
Honor.
yet, right?
By the state.
Briefly, Agent Wilde, you were asked by Mr. Barber whether you've been able to pinpoint two phones together in other cases, correct?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what kind of data are you using when you try to have been able to pinpoint two phones together at the same time?
I mean, first of all, the two phones have to have activity around the same time. So we'd have to have calls at 9 o'clock on one phone and calls at 8:58, 9 o'clock on the next phone. That's the first thing we'd have to do. Second thing is it'd have to be indication the phones are traveling together or stationary at the same place at the same time.
Okay. And after 7:50 p.m., was there any Verizon location power information provided by Verizon?
There was not on Maggie Murdaugh's phone. There was not.
So you wouldn't be able to provide any opinion as to whether her phone was near any other phone in the world after 7:50 p.m., correct?
That's correct, because there's no data to compare it against.
Okay.
Well, the absence of evidence is definitely a kind of evidence.
For consent.
More things we don't know.
Yes, sir.
So this jury can fill in with their imagination.
I know.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I don't know.
Have you
you, sir.
heard about the power of imagination? Isn't it a beautiful thing? Can you imagine?
Your next witness.
Can you imagine evidence against this
State
guy?
calls Nathan Tuten.
Would you like to testify
I
to
can
the
imagine a
imaginary
lot of
evidence you're thinking
things.
of?
Who's that?
I don't know. I missed the name because I was riffing too hard.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Nathan Tuten, Tuten.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, then, good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Why don't you tell this jury a little bit about yourself? Where you grew up, where you went to school. Start there.
I'm from Hampton, South Carolina. I graduated from Wade Hampton High School in 2018. I have a degree in criminal justice from University of South Carolina. I graduated in 21.
And Nathan, it's hard to pick up you on the mic, so if you would, I know pull it as close as you can and just try to speak into it so we can all hear you. Okay, so I think you said you graduated high school 2018. You got a degree from where?
University of South Carolina.
And what field was it in?
Criminal justice.
Okay. And what year did you graduate USC?
21.
And what do you currently do for a living?
Law enforcement officer.
Okay, with what organization?
Walterboro Police Department.
All right. And describe your job responsibilities. What do you do as a Walterboro police officer?
I enforce the laws of the state and serve and protect.
Wow. Good answer. Good answer.
You work in road patrol right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Nathan, growing up in this area, were you childhood friends with Paul Murdaugh?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
When's the first time you met Paul?
Lifelong friends. Very young age.
Growing up in Hampton, knew him as a kid?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, tell us a little bit about Paul. What do you remember about him? Tell us the kind of guy he was.
Paul was the definition of a good person and a good friend. He was very loyal, salt of the earth kind of guy, and would do anything for you at any given moment, no matter the time.
What were kind of things that you all like to do together?
We like to hunt, fish, and really just hang out with friends.
Was Paul the kind of friend that you'd kind of call a reliable friend?
Absolutely.
All right. Was he the kind of kid that would be there for you if you needed help with anything?
Absolutely.
Did you spend a lot of time together with Paul through the years?
I did, yes, sir.
Did Paul have a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
He was on his phone all the time.
In addition to being on his phone all the time, was he the kind of guy that if you needed something or reached out to him, he was going to respond back to you?
That's correct.
Was he going to call you back if you called him if he missed the phone call?
Yes.
And would you expect him to
Tell us
pick up
more
if you
about
called?
how he's just the greatest guy ever.
All right.
Yeah,
Did you get to know Maggie
wonderful
also?
and
I did.
All right. Tell us a little bit about her.
Great.
Maggie was probably one of the sweetest ladies I've ever met in my life. She always looked out for Paul's friends and was a second mom to me.
Second person to say that, right?
And having spent a lot of time with Paul, did you also spend a lot of time with Maggie?
That's correct.
And then did you also get to know Alex?
I
his
did.
Dad? Okay. And is Alex here today?
Yes, she is.
Can you tell me where he is?
He's sitting at that table wearing the blue jacket.
And did you get to know him very well?
I did.
Through the years. Did you know the family before they moved their primary residence out to what we call Moselle? Did you know them before then?
I did.
Okay. Were you there when they moved or obtained Moselle and started using that as a residence?
I was.
All right. When Moselle was first constructed, how many entrances and exits were there?
Just one.
And which one was that?
That was the one by the cabin, or one that leads to the sheds.
Okay. And the sheds, is that the dog kennels in the hangar area?
That's correct.
And the cabin, I think you referred to, is there a cabin on the at the front of that entrance?
That's correct.
Okay. And who put the mailbox in there?
I believe it's Maggie.
And tell us about that cabin. Tell us where it's situated and why you know so much about it.
My freshman year of college, Paul and I actually lived together at the cabin.
So it's like a small house, basically.
That's correct.
And where is it situated?
Why did you ask about the mailbox?
In regards to the hangar area?
A little bit closer to the highway.
Maggie installed a mailbox.
Feet or how far away?
100 yards, maybe.
Why that's relevant, but okay.
And so you lived there, I think you said, for the summer?
It's just a semester.
A semester?
Mm-hmm.
It just proves how much of a bastard Alex is, because he didn't do it.
All right.
Yeah.
How would you describe yours and Paul's friendship? How often would you guys communicate a day?
Just about every day. Every other day.
Phone calls?
That's correct.
And texts?
Primarily phone calls.
And later in life, did Paul go to school?
He did.
Where did he go?
USC.
And that's located where?
Columbia.
And did you see him whenever he would come back into town?
I would.
Would he come back frequently?
No, sir.
At the college level? At the college years?
No, sir.
When would you see him? Would you see him in the summers when school was out?
Good bit.
Leading.
All right. And I think you mentioned before y'all did a lot of fishing and a lot of hunting. Are you familiar with firearms in general?
I would say so.
Did Paul have any guns that he favored? Ones that he kept on him and kept with him most of the time?
He did.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about, however you want to describe those two guns.
Also,
The two
University of
guns
South
that
Carolina sucks.
were with us.
Garbage school. Go
Most of
Clemson.
the time was a black 300 blackout and a camouflage 12 gauge Super Black Eagle 3.
Did you go to Clemson?
And the Black 300 blackout, what was that firearm used for primarily?
Anything.
Did you use it for hunting?
I did.
Okay. What would you hunt with that gun?
Anything.
Did it have the scope? I think you said there's a scope on the top or some sort of sight. How would you describe that?
As thermal scope.
Meaning you could see heat?
That's correct.
Okay. And describe the Benelli shotgun that you just mentioned also. What did it look like, and how did you know it was Paul's?
It had a very distinct
do you hunt
digital
humans?
camouflage pattern, and he had a gun strap that
we hunt the most dangerous game of all.
Since I've known him, that's what stayed on that shotgun.
Do you know the differences between? So we hear Benelli Super Black Eagle models, and then I think we've heard 3 and 2 and 1. Do you know the differences between the various models?
I do.
Okay. So when you look at it, they have distinctive features on them that would tell you whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 1?
Very subtle differences, but yes.
But you feel comfortable that you know the difference?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with their old dove hand? Are you familiar with that guy? Were you part of a Navy SEALs team? Were you part of a Navy SEALs team hunting members of the Black Panthers up and down Myrtle Beach?
That's not this guy, is it?
No.
Is that guy on the witness list?
Permission to approach the
That'd be
witness.
great.
Nathan, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. You feel comfortable taking this for a second and now telling me if you know what it is?
I do.
Okay. There you go. Be aware of the muzzle.
Some sort of firearms
Paul's rifle.
displayed.
And you know that because you've used this a bunch of times?
That's correct.
You've shot that rifle. Have you also shot?
Entered into
It's going to be
evidence
the
as
same
State's
type of
Exhibit number
testimony as
4.
the other, that loving guy.
This is State's Exhibit 4. You feel comfortable taking a look at this for me? For a second?
I'd like to
Let me know if
renew
you know
my
which
offer. I
firearm this
also
is.
own not the murder firearms. I would like to be able to offer my not the murder firearms to the state if they need to present them as evidence. As much relevance as they have, let me know.
This is Paul's shotgun.
How do you know?
I've used it several
I don't
times.
get
in
it.
a distinct camouflage pattern along with Paul's gun strap.
This strap in particular is Paul's.
That's correct.
How do you know this is a Model 3 Benelli Super Black Eagle?
Well, would you let me explain?
Absolutely.
So there are a few subtle differences. One being the forearm grip. The Super Black Eagle 3 has a slight flare or increase in curve. Another difference would be the trigger magazine port has an indentation that allows you to insert shot shells easier. The Super Black Eagle 2 and previous models don't have that. Another difference would be the button that releases the bolt, which makes the weapon operable. The previous models, being the original and number 2, are circular, whereas this one is more rectangular. I mean, the easiest way to tell the difference is they're labeled 2 and 3.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'm going to show you now what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91.
No, I agree with you, Stephen. This guy should have been the sled firearms expert. So far, he's doing much better.
With his 1 year of experience on the job.
You feel comfortable handling this gun for a second? Let me know if you recognize what
I
it is.
manufactured this rifle personally. You know, it's every detail.
Are these the same guns they brought out with the other
Recognize what
guy?
this gun is?
I recognize that as Buster Murdaugh shotgun.
Okay. What model is this?
Super Black Eagle 2.
And you know it's a 2 because of the other features you just mentioned and pointed out for the jury?
That's correct.
Did you do that again? Tell us why you know that's a 2.
Like I mentioned earlier, the slight flare on the 3. This one is straighter and more narrow. Does not have the indentation for the magazine port, and the button is circular.
Plus, it says 2.
And you said it was Buster's shotgun. How do you know that?
The Mojo sticker on the barrel.
The sticker at the top of the barrel there?
That's correct.
Familiar with it. Mojo.
That's correct.
Did Alex have a gun that he favored, a shotgun?
He did.
What was one that he favored?
That was a Super Black Eagle original black shotgun.
Are you familiar? Did Paul have a 300 blackout rifle prior to the black one you just identified?
That's correct.
All right. Were you familiar with what happened to that firearm, the original one?
I am.
All right. Tell us the story.
It was a party, and there's a black 300 blackout and a tan 300 blackout. He had the tan one, and it got stolen from a party one night.
Speak up.
It was stolen from a party one night.
You know what year that was, approximate year?
I'd say early 2018.
And that was the firearm that was stolen was what color again?
Tan.
Tan.
Why are they doing this again?
All right. At what point in the Mizell property was what year, approximate year, was the second entrance created? That one with the brickwork.
I'm not sure.
It was a few years though after they'd owned the property. The family had owned the property.
That's correct.
Was it common to use either entrance by the family to leave and enter the property?
Yes and no.
All right, we'll explain.
Paul and I would use, and friends would use the entrance by the sheds more, whereas Alec and Maggie would use the main gate entrance more.
If you all, and let me ask you, before we get to my next question, what the hangar area with the kennels, are you familiar with it?
That's correct.
Could you describe to the jury just a very basic layout of that area?
It was kennels as you're riding into the driveway. The kennels would be on your left. The shed or hangar would be directly on your right. There was another shed that they had built in front of the hangar, and there was a skinning shed for animals out back to the right.
And would you spend a lot of time down at the hangar area and kennel area?
What point does it become cumulative?
Why would you all hang out
God.
there? Why was that the
Long ago.
collection place?
It's just a central location where everything was located.
Tools?
Correct.
And farm equipment?
Correct.
If you all were spending time down at the kennels and someone was leaving the house, would it be common for them that someone, whether it's, Alex or Maggie, to stop by on their way out, leaving the property?
Yeah.
Normally happen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play what's been marked as, I'm going to show you what's been, not marked, but entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 297. If you would, you have a little screen there. If you wouldn't mind watching that for me and listening. Thank you for the computer.
Are we trying to authenticate the voices again? Are we doing this again? Yep.
Quit, Cash. Come on. Quit. It's okay. Come on. Come on,
Just for this, nobody.
Hey, you got burgers now. Hey, Bubba. That's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Cash. Come here, Bubba. Cash. Quit.
Did you hear voices on that video that we just played?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul Murdaugh's, Maggie Murdaugh's, and Alex Murdaugh's.
Could you tell where they were located
You
in
don't wanna
that
ask
video?
him
Did
how
you get
sure
a
he
sense
is?
of where that was?
Dog kennels.
Oh,
The kennels
God.
down at the hangar area?
That's
You don't
correct.
want to ask him
We
if he's
heard
sure.
yelled out a name called Bubba. Are you familiar with Bubba?
I am.
Who's Bubba?
Paul's dog,
And what kind of dog is he?
a yellow lab.
Is he trained? Well, was he
That's
trained?
the best part.
Is he a house pet or a pet?
At that time, yeah.
Was he also trained to hunt or be a hunting dog or a bird dog?
That's correct.
Did Bubba have a? Well, describe Bubba. How would you describe Bubba?
Hard-headed.
Did Bubba have a thing where he liked to chase chickens?
I'd say so, yeah.
If a chicken got out of the pen, would he chase it?
That's correct.
Have you ever been there when he
Bubba,
caught
chicken
chickens?
menace.
He would chase anything.
Part of my continuing theory that real
You ever there
murderer
when he caught birds,
is
though, that were
chicken.
coming out of that coop?
For revenge
He's tried.
of death of other chicken.
Could I say I've seen him?
It
No.
is the chicken's family.
Were you aware then that Bubba, were you aware that Bubba would chase those
The
chickens?
chicken heard the Murdaughs taunting
And had you been
its
aware that he
deceased
killed chickens
relative
before? By getting
and
them?
decided it was just too much.
Have you ever had to wrestle anything out of Bubba's mouth or try to catch him when he doesn't want to be caught?
Tried to catch him.
And if he doesn't want to be caught, what's going to happen?
Not catching
I'm
him.
guessing he's going to try to run away. Yeah, this is just a guess. If the dog doesn't want to be caught, what would
you were
happen?
Working at the law firm heard called PMPED.
That's correct.
All right, when did you start working?
What was the point of the
I believe
question
it
about
was
the dog?
February of 2019.
Okay, and what was your job there?
I was a runner.
Runner for the law firm in general.
That's correct.
Kind of, without specifically not yet talking about the work you did for Alex, but what kind of work would you do there generally?
Be a courier for court documents to different courthouses and law offices across the state. Assist paralegals and attorneys with really whatever they needed. Just help around the office.
And you worked there from 2019, and when's the last time you worked there?
I want to say it was May of 21.
I know.
So May of 2021. Or
Do you have a dog?
Excuse me,
Kurt?
2022.
2022.
Not yet, but I wouldn't mind
So
getting
you
one.
would have continued to work there through the.
I think I'd like one with some
tragic
floppy
events of
ears.
June 7th, 2021.
I got a
That's correct.
big old German Shepherd.
So you saw the upheaval at the law firm as well. You witnessed that.
That's correct.
Nathan, I'm gonna direct your attention to the weekend leading up to June 7th.
What's your dog's name?
Could you tell us
His
a
name
little
is
bit about
Django.
any communications you would have had with Paul?
He's
leading up
adorable.
to June 7th. Did you all talk any leading
And
up
huge.
to it?
He's 120 pounds.
To the best of my memory, we spoke that Saturday. I think he called me over the weekend.
Did it seem like a normal conversation?
Yes, sir.
What were y'all talking
Yes,
about?
Django. Like Django Reinhardt.
He was going to Charleston, I believe.
He's unleashed.
Just talking on the way.
Is that the last time you talked to Paul?
That's correct.
How
I
were
love
you
all these
made
witnesses be
aware
like, no, it isn't
of
because I did
what
a
happened?
seance.
How'd you find out?
I talked to him yesterday.
I received a phone call from my
I met with the
mother the
medium.
night of. Not sure how she knew, but shortly after I received a phone call from one of the law partners that told me.
I'd like to ask
they
the
called you
ghost
'cause
that
they
never
knew you
lies
were
to the
close with Paul.
stand.
That's correct.
Where were you living at the time?
I was
He's a
living with
Long
another
Island
friend of
medium.
mine
Lisa
in
Caputo.
Allendale County.
Like a
And
Long Island
did you go out there
something.
that night?
I did not.
Did you attend the funeral and wake?
I did.
Is that the last time you went to Mazzell?
Yes, sir.
After
Thank you for the gift memberships.
these events,
Some of them.
how did it affect you?
It was hard. Losing a really good friend and a really good person.
After these events, I think you said already, but you continued to work at the law firm.
That's correct.
How was Alex? Was he out of the office for some time leading after this event on June 7th?
That's correct.
Did he eventually start coming back into the office?
I'm going to get a dog. I'm going to name it Uncivil Dog.
Did you have an opportunity or an occasion or multiple occasions to do running for Alex?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this would be before the murder?
That's correct.
Tell us a little bit about what Alex would have you do.
If I needed to pick up court documents from different law firms or courthouses, drive them depositions, cash checks, those some of the things.
I'm sorry, you said cash checks?
That's correct.
He had you cash checks for him?
That's correct.
All right, well, tell me, where would he send you to cash the checks?
How about a state bank?
What were your
Uncivil
Some of those
instructions
checks
for
to
that?
forge.
Yeah.
Cash a check.
And what would you do with the money?
Take it back to his office, and
Like cash?
that's correct.
Is it in an envelope, or are you just holding it?
It was in a Palmetto State envelope.
And you would take that envelope of cash, and where would you bring it?
Back to his office.
Okay, and just hand it to him.
That's correct.
How many times did he have you cash checks like that?
Very frequently.
Very frequent?
That's correct.
Many times.
Many times.
Was there ever a time when you cashed that check and there was a room full of, has there ever been a time where you cashed the check, brought it back to Alex's office, and there was someone in his office?
That's correct.
Multiple people, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us who those folks were that you would have been there when Alex is sending you to get cash, you're coming back with the cash, and there's someone sitting in his office.
There was different occasions. One particular occasion was Greg Alexander.
Who's he?
I believe he's the chief of police for the embassy.
Okay.
Corey Fleming.
Do you know Corey Fleming?
I do.
And what is he? What did he do?
He was an attorney as well.
Okay.
And Alex's best friend.
Okay. And who else?
And Chris Wilson.
And do you know who Chris Wilson is?
I do.
Who is he?
He's an attorney in Bamberg, I believe.
When did Alex stop asking you to cash checks? What was the time frame?
I believe it was a few weeks before the murders. So
A few weeks. You've been doing this a lot, and a few weeks before the murder, he doesn't ask you to cash any more checks.
that's correct.
Which seems counter.
Did you have an opportunity, or were you
ways.
assigned to assist? Or let me ask you this: do you know who Jeannie Seckinger is?
I am.
And who is she, and who was she at the time to you back in
Right back.
2021 range?
She was my immediate supervisor.
And were you ever?
This is Django,
after
guys.
The events of June 7th, were you assigned?
He's downstairs.
or
I'm
tasked
not
to
gonna wake
assist
him
her
up.
in her investigation of financial improprieties within the firm?
In some ways, yes.
All right, and continuing, you were assigned
Thanks, guys.
to assist
He's adorable.
Jeannie,
I'll tell
and,
him. I'll let him know later.
What kind of things were you doing in that, capacity?
We would look through different cases. She would have me get cases from probate court and go through and highlight clear checks, and if I found a discrepancy, bring it to her.
Did you understand the scope
He's gonna
and what
be
you
so
were looking
happy
for?
later
Did
when
she
he
kind of
hears all these
involve you in that?
compliments.
Somewhat.
Did you figure out kind of shortly thereafter what you were looking for, or what the reason was?
I'd say so.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2021, specifically July 4th, or July 4th timeframe. You have that in your brain?
I do.
He was clearly leaved. He was.
Did you drive Alex to the airport?
I did.
Tell us about that. Why did you drive him to the airport?
Well, at the time I was
He
still a
does need
runner,
a dog.
and he asked me to give him a lift to the airport, so that's what I did.
Where was he going?
I believe he was going to Florida Keys with Maggie's family.
So he's going on vacation to the Keys on July 4th weekend or July 4th timeframe?
That's correct.
And did you in fact drive him to the airport?
That's correct.
Did you have a chance, did he say anything to you on that ride to the airport?
We talked.
Did he tell you anything about the boat case?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that he would like to clear Paul's name.
And do what, and beat the boat case?
Beat the boat case.
So now with Paul gone, he's talking about he can beat the boat case.
That's correct.
This is a month after the murder?
That's correct.
Okay. He wants to clear his son's name. sounds like a father who
Normal
might be
parent.
grieving.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was very important, Alex, to clear Paul's name from the accusations in the boating case, wasn't it?
I don't know.
That's what he told you, right?
That's what he said, but I don't know what he was thinking.
Well, you know that he stood behind Paul all throughout the boating case, the criminal part, right?
That's correct.
And a lot of people in the Hampton community turned their backs on Paul, didn't they?
That's correct.
You did it, did you?
No, sir.
Alex and Maggie didn't, did they?
No, sir.
Your brother didn't, did he?
No, sir.
And are you sure it was July 4th?
The week of the 4th. That's correct.
Okay. And he was going to Florida on a vacation and visiting with Maggie's parents, Maggie's sister, brother-in-law. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
Now you're talking about you went and got some cashing some checks with for Alec, and sometimes you'd come back, give him the cash, and you mentioned that Greg Alexander was in his office one time, Corey Fleming one time, Chris Wilson one time. You remember that?
That's correct.
What'd you do when you walk in? Just give the envelope to Alec?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and see what he did with the money?
Not at all.
Are you suggesting that he was giving Greg Alexander any of the money?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Okay.
Good answer.
Yep.
Do you know if that's what the Attorney General was trying to suggest by asking?
Ooh, objection.
You've known Paul, you knew Paul all his life for the most part, correct?
Correct.
And how old are you?
23.
And I think you described Alex and Maggie as kind of your second parents.
That's correct.
And you spent a lot of time at Moselle. You hunted with Paul. And Buster, too, I take it.
That's correct.
And you lived there at that cabin you talked about right there on the edge of Moselle Road, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Paul's go-to guns were a .300 Blackout and the 12-gauge Benelli that you identified here in the courtroom, right?
That's correct.
But now you knew that Paul's had originally been given a .300 Blackout for Christmas that got stolen, right?
That's correct.
Did you go to the party with Paul and he had the .300 Blackout in his truck? You go in the party, come back, and it's gone?
Not exactly how it happened.
How did it happen?
Didn't realize it was missing for a few days.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Just had no idea.
Paul would never lock his truck, would he?
No, sir.
And he would leave guns in his truck, right?
That's correct.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but if you didn't know it was missing for a few days, how did you know it was taken from the party?
Did you know that .300 Blackout
Yeah,
had
that's
been
very
replaced?
true.
I did not.
Okay. When did you learn that?
This trial?
During the trial.
That's correct.
But up until the trial, you never knew that it had been replaced.
No.
But you'd seen Paul use .300 Blackout you identified as his go-to gun, right?
That's correct.
And the .300 Blackout that you identified has a thermal scope, does it not?
That's correct.
And whose gun did you think got stolen? Paul's or Buster's?
I would assume Paul's.
Were you aware that the 300 Blackout replacement did not have a thermal scope?
If I didn't know about the gun, then no.
No.
Logical conclusion.
So, do you know whether or not this is Buster's 300 Blackout sitting here in the courtroom?
That is the gun that I used at Moselle.
Okay. Now, when Paul would clean his truck out, he would take, well, let me back up. Paul normally keep guns in his truck?
That's correct.
300 Blackout, 12 gauge, anything else?
Sometimes some pistols, but
And there are times when Paul would clean his truck out.
How many guns do you have in your truck right now,
And leave
Lama?
them in the shed down there by the kennels.
And you're leaving your
Correct.
car unlocked
And
too.
sometimes he would forget that he left them down there, right?
correct.
And he think you described him as being careless with leaving guns around. Is that right?
I'd say so.
Okay. And he'd even left guns in your truck, right?
Correct.
Buster is not the dog. Buster's the brother.
Now, Paul was a guy who liked to work with his hands outside, correct?
Correct.
And he loved the Moselle property. Is that right?
I'd say so.
And he liked to work the land with equipment and plant for game management, for duck hunting and dove hunting and things like that, right?
That's correct.
And to do that, you know, he wasn't always on his phone, right? I mean, he liked to work with his hands. Is that fair to say?
Wouldn't say that altogether. Take several breaks while he's working with his hands.
Right. And I think you've
Move
described
on,
it.
Counselor,
He'd
you got
put
your
his phone
point.
down,
Good
and
job.
while he was doing some work, and then he'd forget where it was and lose it. He'd go back and find it later.
That's correct.
That happened fairly regularly, didn't it?
I'd say so.
And you listen to the video that was played. Do you hear water running in the background?
I'm not sure.
We're gonna play it again.
What kind of work would Paul do down there by the kennels?
What do you mean?
I mean, you know, would he, if Bubba or the other dog had messed in their dog run, would he clean it up?
I'd say so.
Okay. And if he did that, you know, perhaps he'd put his phone down while he did that so it wouldn't get wet?
I would assume so.
Yeah. It's a reasonable thing to do, right?
I'd say so.
Okay.
I like this kid.
Now, you were close with Alex, Maggie,
honest.
Paul, and Buster. That you and your brother were, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to observe Alex's relationship with Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe it?
I'd say it was a very loving relationship.
And
Are we going to ask the question now on cross? Are we doing it? Are we doing this thing? But did you really know him?
Yeah,
how
I
would you
need it.
describe
I
Alex's
actually need
relationship
it
with
to end
Maggie?
Did you
today.
really know him?
Describe it the same.
Are you leaving?
1 second.
I'm gonna have to leave soon, like 10 minutes. I got a couple things I need to do before I can enjoy my weekend.
Okay.
To your knowledge, after the boating accident, did Paul receive threats of any kind?
That's correct.
What kind of threats were you aware of?
Just threats that he would say people would text him, or different social media platforms, but
Right.
didn't really go into very vivid detail or anything.
I'm sorry.
Didn't go into very vivid detail about anything. He just
And his circle of friends got really close, tight after the boating accident, and you and your brother, he talked to you all frequently, did he not?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he would go to Charleston to visit with friends down there, correct?
That's correct.
So he didn't feel comfortable, you know,
Logic is going to
in
send people over in 10. That's cool.
the Hampton area where he lived because of the boating accident.
All right,
for letting
maybe
me
I'll
know.
stay.
He stayed away.
Yes, sir.
Get you
That's all
some
I have.
exposure.
Redirect.
Thanks for having me, Kurt. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm really happy to have you, and hope
You
we
were
can do
asked
more in the
about
future.
arresting Paul. Did you ever know that? Maggie
Yeah,
received
hopefully on a
routine-
less boring case.
Not aware of any, no.
It'd be hard not to be.
I'm going to ask you, counsel asked you about a little bit about the kennel area. And
wonder if
asked you
they'll
for
end
water.
soon for
Are you
the day.
familiar with how generally the kennels were cleaned? Were you there when the kennels would be cleaned?
Maybe this is a med
Sometimes.
mal case because I feel like I've been
Generally
accidentally exposed to
speaking-
anesthesia.
Describe the kennel for me. What was actually inside of one of the kennel vents?
The kennel had a doghouse, beds in the doghouse, and just kind of like a concrete pad.
And if you're going to rinse off the kennels, what would you do with the dog bed?
You would put it on top of the dog house
Okay, and why was that?
so it wouldn't get wet.
And then what would you just leave the dog? Would the family or any, if you were cleaning it, leave the dog bed up on the top of the kennel, or are they going to bring it down when the kennel, after a certain point in time?
You wait for it to dry and then bring the bed.
If the family, if you were down there or anyone was down there at the kennel area and it was nighttime, would you turn the lights on?
Yes, sir.
Are there sufficient lights out there to make it a fairly well lit area if all the lights are on?
I'd say so.
If you're at the main house and the lights are on down at the kennels, can you see that area from the house?
Yes.
Would it be very visible to you to see that there's lights on down there?
Yes.
Would the fans, are there fans in the kennel area?
There are.
Would the fans be left on generally for the dogs?
Generally.
And again, if anyone was down there working, would the lights be turned on?
Yes, sir.
That's it. No further questions.
Anything further?
Yeah, that's right. I wore my Seafoam T-shirt. That's right. It was all planned.
All right. Counsel asked you a question about Paul's phone usage. I think he said Paul uses his hands and what he would do with his phone. Do you recall if Paul did have to use his phone, would he put it in any of his pockets?
If he was working outside in that capacity, the pocket he would put it in would be his back pocket.
And that was the common thing he would do almost nearly every time?
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further? Just a moment, sir.
Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down.
Sit back down.
Step early there. Step early. Judge didn't say the magic word yet. That's all right. You're a brand new police officer. You'll get there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day. Please, we'll have a good weekend, and we'll see you 9:30 Monday morning.
All right. Well, we're
That was
definitely
the
not
right
ending
move
right away
for the
because
jury.
we've got
Time for them to go
Joe
home.
sending people over here in a minute. So you're more than welcome to stay, of course, and or if you need to leave, either way. So I'll leave it up to you.
I'll stay for a few more minutes. I have to do something. If I don't do it, I'm gonna get in trouble. Not actually,
Okay.
but gotta do
Fair
my
enough.
duty calls.
Fair enough. So, yeah, again, a lot of testimony that doesn't really seem to really connect anywhere. It feels like pieces that don't have any frame. And, you have to be able to, the idea that, oh, what's happening? There's some scheduling. Hold on or something.
Oh.
I'm going to have the screen back on.
Week from Monday is President's Day. It's a state holiday. Are we going to have court or not?
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day.
I'm sorry.
I do not anticipate having court on President's Day. We also will adjourn hopefully no later than 4:30 next Thursday.
Okay, so there won't be court next Friday, I guess.
Just for that day?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, but we be in court on Friday.
Yes.
Okay, then I
Want
misunderstood.
to make sure. And I wondered if the Attorney General had any more refined position on, I mean, things seem to be moving quickly now.
As I stated yesterday, we're shooting for Wednesday, and we're still on track for that, Your Honor.
Begin to fly people in next week. So you're going to adjourn at 4:30 on Thursday, but and not have court the following Monday. That's
Yes, sir.
okay. That's great information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. We're in recess. Yes.
All
So
right.
what did he say?
And-
Not
and-
Thursday?
No, they're ending a little early on Thursday for whatever reason. The judge didn't say. They're ending a little early on Thursday,
Oh, okay.
4:30 Eastern time. Have you heard the story of seal, clock, and chandelier?
I would love to hear it again.
Okay, so I have said that the real story is the love affair between seal, clock, and chandelier. Seal and clock are in a torrid love affair, and chandelier is dangling down from the ceiling as an interloper, trying to interfere between the gaze of seal and clock. But little does chandelier understand that by doing so, it casts a light that allows seal and clock to see each other even better. Also, chandelier's just trying too hard. It's doing this whole pick me girl thing where it's cladding itself in gold, but it doesn't realize that that's not really what seal is looking for in its life right now. It just loves the simple simplicity of the wood frame of clock. What does clock
Do
see in
less.
chandelier? They don't see anything. What does seal see in clock? Well, both seal and clock have hash marks around their circumference. They're both round, and they both are trying to communicate a message. But lately, things are not quite as good as they used to be because seal was recently overheard telling clock, "You've changed." Thus, the drama that is undergoing in the courtroom here in the Low Country. And I guess we will watch Paul Murdaugh or Alex Murdaugh be loaded up. So now you've been exposed to all my wonderful humor all at once.
That was a much more exciting story than the ones that we're hearing in court. So I appreciate it.
No problem. I think chandelier thinks, clock has hands. I've got arms.
Oh,
What is seal
Yeah.
got? But seal's got circles within circles. So
What else does
all that
Seal
good
have?
stuff.
Seal has some pretty engravings too.
For sure. Yeah. So that is the real drama that's been undergoing in the courtroom, with occasional appearances by Molding and Sconce.
Oh wow! I must.
And
have missed
also,
that.
we have seen that occasionally seal and clock switch places. Seal is almost invariably on the left, and clock's on the right. But there was once when chandelier was not on screen, where clock was on the left and seal was on the right, and we think that maybe it's part of the torrid love affair. But the very moment chandelier comes back, they switch places, like nothing was happening. They're trying to hide something. We're not sure what it is yet.
We have a new addition, Gate.
We have new edition Gate. Yes, you can add to the story if you like. How does
I'll have to
Gate
think mine
enter
up.
enter this mix?
I don't know. Gate and Hedges.
Gate and Hedges, yes. They're all part of the Low Country experience over here for sure.
Do they do this every day? Where they?
They
watch
do
him
this
come out?
every day. They do it every day
Oh,
when
okay.
he comes into court, and every day where he leaves the court for the bunny shot. For some reason, it's really, really important that we show that. For some reason, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the same thing every day. We just watch him literally get in there, and I don't know. But it's really,
I don't
really
think it's very
important.
exciting. You think
It's
they're
still
going
the
to find
highlight
out
of
who
our
called
day.
in? Who called in that threat the other day?
Yeah. I don't
We're
know what
gonna
that's
find-
all
I-
about.
I think they'll probably find out who that is. They take that stuff pretty seriously.
I would think so. Trying to interfere, in a double murder case is definitely going to capture someone's attention. It's not like we
Yeah.
have any shortage of cell phone experts that are available. Where will we
That's
ever
very
find
true.
to analyze this case? Like in the courtroom. Just ask them who did it. Thank you for the logic grade as always. So yeah, my overall thesis or my overall criticism is the same place that I was pretty much last week and the week before. I don't understand why the evidence matters, and the state is not doing a job of connecting the dots. They're not bringing it into focus that it matters, and you should be bringing it into focus. You should be trying to, where you can, elicit a piece of testimony and then immediately follow it with why that matters. You know, the cell phone pinged at 8:34, and that was the time of blank, or that's when Alex Murdaugh said he was or whatever the thing is that connects it to the story that you can connect it into. And the state, for whatever reason, maybe because they can't, is not doing that. And it is just an endless recitation of meaningless data. And the state even proves, the state, to their credit, to be fair, provides their own evidence of reasonable doubt. So the state is not being scummy in that respect. Like, for example, they talked about this cell phone tower issue today. And they said, okay, the first 911 call came from this tower, and the second 911 call came from this other tower. The state then asked the follow-up question, which, you know, shows good ethical practice by the prosecutor. Okay, were you able to figure out why that is? And the answer was yes, because radio waves travel further distance the lower they are, and this cell phone connected to this tower and not that tower because, you know, for reasons the cell phone used this kind of band instead of that kind of band, and so it makes sense why it connected to this tower, not that tower. And that kind of information is something the defense obviously would bring out on cross, but it shows good ethical discipline by the prosecutor to bring that out. But I don't really understand their theory of the case. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree. The chat's telling you that Blanca is in the waiting room.
Not yet, he's not, but I'm happy to send him the link.
I'm completely with you about the state. I don't know. I mean, didn't they bring this prosecutor in from a different county? Isn't he?
Yeah, this is the AG's office, so we're doing one better. The AG's office hijacked this case.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure he's a great attorney, but I don't think he has a lot to work with. And you can tell that he's getting frustrated. He's like screaming at his own witnesses. It's very strange.
Yeah, for sure. Let me try to find this link for Blanca. Where is he? All right. No, it's the same stream that I sent to earlier, but I don't see him behind the scenes. So hopefully he'll join here in a second, but I don't see him yet. But they should bring in more random stuff they found around my house. My God. Yeah, that's how I feel about the whole thing. It's like, what do these details matter? Why are we eliciting this piece of testimony? There's only really two.
They're going to tie it in.
Yeah,
I keep thinking there's going to be something.
There's really only two reasons to bring in a piece of testimony, because there's only two reasons a piece of testimony is legally relevant. Either it builds my case or attacks your case, right? For it to be legally relevant, it must, by necessity, make something that's in dispute more or less likely. Either way would be fine. So the only reason I'm asking this question is because it's making something more or less likely. And so why am I asking the question? Because presumably it's making my case more likely and your case less likely is presumably the reason I'm asking the question. Unless I'm actually an ethical prosecutor, in which case I'm doing it because, you know, I'm a good guy and I'm not Binger, which I appreciate. Also, this guy actually has some firearms discipline, which I appreciate. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think they're not prepared and that's why it's going this way because of the speedy trial?
I suppose that's the only answer that in the end makes sense.
Yeah.
But why they chose to bring the case when they did is still a mystery, because they are in total control of that. You have a right to a speedy trial. You don't have a right to a speedy indictment.
Right.
You know, so the state can bring it anytime within the statute of limitations, which unsurprisingly
for
murder
is forever. How
about now, or how about 10 years from now, or how about 100 years from now? We'll be fine.
You could have waited 10 years, not waited. You could have investigated for 10 years and figured out your theory a little better. I can't believe that their motive theory is that he was trying to distract. That's all they could come up with, that he was trying to distract from financial crimes. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, and if it's like a
that.
family annihilator thing, because like he's so ashamed and he can't provide for his family anymore. Well, usually family annihilators kind of kill their whole family. It's sort of the point.
And then, yeah, exactly. And exactly, why didn't he didn't call Buster and tell him to come over? Nor did he take his own life.
Yeah. So I don't really understand the theory of the case, and I don't really have any particular confidence at this point that he is behind the murders. I don't really have a good alternative explanation. But then again, I don't need one because it's the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So I can just be over here like I don't know. And that's, at least to me, a satisfactory answer to this trial. So it might be, as we've openly speculated wildly, it might be some sort of retaliation motive for the death of Mallory Beach. It could be her family, or it could just be a rando who was just pissed off. That's a possibility. It could be one of the people that he stole from, the many millions of dollars, not just them, but of course their spouses and children, and like anyone else. And then you're like, where did the money go? And Murdaugh's probably into he's probably into some shady dealings. And shady dealings involve shady people who may not be happy about not having monies, and perhaps did it as a retaliation / warning / whatever. Or they went to kill Alec and he just wasn't there, and they're like, well, we'll take what we can get, for our thing. So it's like, if you're looking for alternative theories of the case, you can do it.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options. I actually heard on not my podcast, but on a different podcast, that they did a target. I don't know if you've heard this already. They did a target group, like sort of like a fake jury for the defense, and they found, I think they did it more than once. I can't tell you how many times, but more than one of these groups found for the defense, because they couldn't get past that a father would kill his family. That was the thing they couldn't get past. And I think that's going to be the most difficult hurdle for them.
Yeah. I without something that ties it all together, you don't need to prove motive, but your proof of the underlying crime is, well, to call it scattershot and call it conjectural and to call it speculative is, I think, just as good as anything else. And it's just a lot of, it's just a scatter plot to me. And and
the spaghetti theory.
You can't really prove the underlying act. You can't really prove the underlying desire. So, you're when you're looking for your motive, means, and opportunity category, the motive is a question mark, and opportunity is tight on the time frame, because it's just, you would have to believe that Alex Murdaugh is one of the most sociopathic people ever, because not only would he have had to plan this thing out to a T, because murderers make mistakes all the time. It's hard to get it perfect. It's hard to get rid of all the DNA. Murder? It's hard to get it's difficult to really get away with everything, especially in the modern era. If you're really investigating this to the ground, it's really hard. You would have to believe that I was just saying, no, go ahead, finish your thought.
I also don't know if I think Alex Murdaugh is even smart enough to come up with this plan himself. I know I don't know the man, but from what people are saying about him, I don't know.
Yeah, fair. It's like, you'd have to believe that somehow he came up with a quasi-perfect murder plan and was able to execute it while his father he had just gotten news that his father was on death's door, and he went to take care of his mom and all that, and somehow managed to get rid of the clothes, the blood, the guns. The cell phone data doesn't really incriminate him. There's how you're able to execute this with this level of perfection. It seems implausible. And for you to believe that he, for you to believe it's spontaneous killing is ridiculous. Because how do you do this spontaneously? I'd love to know. That he planned it, and that they planned it somehow and got everything down to an absolute T. It's like, if he managed to pull this off, he's the greatest hitman of our time. Fire that man immediately. Investigated for the killing of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the thing is that even if he did do it, I don't think they're proving their case at all.
No, they're really not. They're really not. So, and of course anything is possible. People do snap, people do lose their temper, people do commit crimes. But it would be helpful if the state were able to prove all that, to the extent we're going to speculate. At least for me, I'm going to speculate in favor of the defense because, well, the state's supposed to prove its case. So I'm willing to cut the defense more slack than the state. And so,
Yeah, and somebody's life is on the line in terms of losing his freedom. So I'm willing to cut some slack too.
Yeah. Since we have a whole new group of people here, why don't you tell our new audience a little bit about who you are, where they can find you, what do you do, what do you talk about, where can they find your stuff?
Hey new guys. My name's Alana. I have a podcast called Legally Dirty Blonde, and I covered the Maxwell trial, I covered the Depp trial, and now I'm doing this trial. And did I say I'm a lawyer too? I do civil litigation, medical malpractice, defense. And I have a really large German Shepherd named Django.
Cool. Yeah. And you're on Apple Podcasts and other great podcasts where podcasts can be found.
Yeah, like Spotify, I think Stitcher, Google Podcasts, like wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Excellent. I don't really know what's left for the state to do. They can bring on the medical examiner to bring out the details, and I'm sure show photos and things like that, but to spike up the gruesomeness and spike up the horrorness of it, and hope that it leads and inflame the jury basically, and just hope that somehow with all that stuff that they are able to that they're just going to try to get the jury into some sort of mental state where basically they've been asking really boring questions as some sort of hypnosis, and now that they're all really pliable,
that's their plan all along.
It might be.
I'd be impressed if that were so. I would be very impressed, actually. Yeah, I think the medical examiner might not help them though, because I am pretty sure that they put the time of death like at the very least 10 minutes after the prosecution is claiming it happened, and at most 40 minutes later.
Yeah. I still think there's a half decent chance the defense loses, because I think between the financial stuff that they've shown him to be a stealer from widows and orphans, basically, that he's a horribly corrupt person who would embezzle his last dollar from his own mother, and perhaps surprising that he hasn't. Between that and the gruesomeness of the thing and them hating him and his family name, I think there's a decent chance that they convict. If they do convict, I think
too.
Yeah. If they do convict, I think that this appeal has better shots than your typical appeal, which isn't saying much because most appeals are losers, as Blanca is more than famous for saying, and he's not wrong. I think the judge's scope of allowing in the financial testimony is so wide as to constitute legal error, but the state would be able to argue that the defense used it for their own purposes and that the error was accepted by them, and so there's no harm, no foul in the end, and it's just they, as a strategic matter, decide to run with it. So
yeah, I think that appeal will be hard no matter what. I don't know, but if he gets convicted, that is. But I think that the defense, like, it's just going to be really important to say, make sure that the jury knows that you're not here to punish him for the financial crimes. He's going to be held accountable for that at a later trial. This is about murder.
Yeah. I mean, if we're trying to prove the financial crimes, which it's surprising we're not at this point because of how much it's been going on, but
I know.
Yeah, all the rest of it. Spiritual Healer, thank you very much for the 20 gift memberships. I'll just read a couple of your super chats too. SEK from Jonathan, who said maybe they'll bring another witness to confirm that Murdaugh owns guns. That's the way we've been going. Jim said, Kurt, love what you do. Agree the prosecution's proving zip, zero, nada. But what do you guys think of the judge? Hi from Django to my GSD Grizz. That's cool. Yeah,
German Shepherd dog.
That's awesome. Very cool. Yeah, I think on the whole, I disagree. I mean, I've stated my views. You know, I try to look for the law and just try to assess things based on that. So there's two ways I can answer that question. Do I agree with the judge is doing in sort of a, if I were the judge, would I do this kind of sense? And then also, if I'm wearing my appellate hat, is there anything I can do about it? Because those are not the same question, right? So in many trials, I found something to be critical about by basically every judge that we've done because, well, none of the judges are me. And so they all must be at least a little wrong because they're not me.
Of course.
Right.
Of course.
So, I mean, yeah. So to find error or to find something that you do different as a judge isn't that hard. So it's like, would I do the same things? No, I wouldn't. The real question is there anything I can do about this from an appellate posture? When I'm putting on my review of, is this abuse of discretion? Is this clear error, as the case may be? And so obviously that's a difficult trigger to pull, but it's not an impossible trigger to pull. There's a reason that there is the review. And courts of appeal are very differential. The reason that I think that in this particular case it might be a problem is because, well, you're letting in just all the financial stuff ever without any kind of restrictions or qualification. We're going through 10 years of financials. That's a lot of stuff that's related to motive. Really? And the judge also says, well, this isn't going to prejudice the jury. They're not going to find him guilty because of this. They'll find him guilty only because of the murder. I'm like, really?
Oh, please.
Really? That's what's going to happen. So I think the judge and I, we might, this is why I say, is looking at this from an appeal, I think his odds on appeal are better than your typical appeal. Funeral Man asks, what do you think about the smile ball attorney at the beginning of the day? I mean, you know, I've definitely have my criticisms. I think the defense has been better overall. I think what can be said positively for the defense is their tone of management in terms of how they've dealt with less is more, and also starting off soft, so to make the witnesses a little bit more at ease, and not being overly aggressive and just being kind of subtle about things, but still making their points along the way. So I think the defense has been overall good on cross, although a little unorganized and a little bit hard to follow in sort of a track. The degree to which that's deliberate or not, I don't know, but it's certainly not my style.
I think it's a little deliberate. I do think
it might be a little bit deliberate. You know, maybe it's just just a simple country lawyer.
Yeah, and then he like hits them with all these questions at the end.
Could be. $20 from Divining Rod. If this was a passion killing by Mrs. Beach's boyfriend or family, and Maggie's taking out collateral damage, imagine the guilt load that person has. Maybe.
I don't know if they have guilt.
You wiped out my family, I wiped out yours.
Yeah.
Wars have been fought over less. So.
Yeah, if Alex didn't do it and he's having to sit through this, like, I feel bad for the guy. I feel really bad, you know?
Yeah. I just don't really buy. I don't know what happened in reality at this point. I just don't know. I don't really know if Alex hired someone to do it. What's his motive? What's his because he still needs a motive to hire someone to do it. So motive is still a problem either way, and it doesn't really make sense to me. So I am less convinced than when we started that he is in fact responsible for the murders, which is not great when you're the prosecution. It's like you have I am lower in confidence than I started. It's like you already had him sitting at the defense table, man. You already had him 1 foot in the jail cell. What went wrong?
Don't you think that this is just a random thought, but don't you think they would have tried to move the venue, the defense, if they thought that it was going to be, if the jury was going to be, you know, biased towards him? I think they think the jury's going to be good for him.
No, maybe. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to laugh pretty hard though if they acquit him, just because the state's going to have such egg on their face, and that's hilarious. And I don't
We'll know
mind if the
by-
state proves their case, because I don't come into this with any sort of,
No,
as I
I
often don't. I don't really
care.
come into this with any start belief. I just like, well, for me at least, you haven't proven your case. It's just a little bit of whatever.
They're doing a
And we can run
terrible
another
job.
poll about what you guys think. We can run another poll. Let's see what guys think since we've been doing it. So, just guilty or not guilty. Keep it simple.
What was it earlier? What did it come out to?
I think we wound up with like 60-something% for not guilty in our earlier poll.
Okay.
Let's
Has
see
that
where you
been
guys are
going up
sitting
or
right
down?
now. It's been going, I think it's a little bit lower than it was before. It'll be interesting to see since we have a different audience. Well, I asked guilty or not guilty, yes or no. So yes would be guilty in this scenario. So you guys can figure it out. Thank you, Elise, for 10 gift memberships. That's really, really kind of you. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone who donates the gift memberships in particular. I think they're really good for the channel. And just as a friendly reminder, our memberships are literally the least that YouTube will let me charge you. I have the cheapest memberships of anyone because literally I can't charge any less. It's merely 99 cents to become a member of the channel. You too can become an uncivilian by hitting the join button or hitting the link that Stream Elements just told you about just now. If you don't see the link or the button, no problem. It just told you about it. Also available in the description. You get cool little scales of justice by your name, and you get some cool emojis, and also you get that sense of superiority that you're just a little bit better than those that are not the uncivilians because you are an uncivilian, and that makes you inherently more awesome. So you should do all those things. Great.
Awesome.
Yeah. I guess
Everybody
I
go
could
do it.
I'll reword the poll since the poll is ambiguous. Guilty or not guilty?
What did you write the first time? Yes or no?
I should say yes or no. It is not helpful. Like you guys can figure it out. I'm not sure you can. Okay. We'll redo it. Let's see what else we had. Rocky said, didn't just kill, but blowed off their heads with blood and brains everywhere. Yeah. Where is the bloody clothes? Where is the bloody shower drain? Where there should be blood everywhere. Everywhere. Yeah. And it's like, it's nowhere. Palmyra Productions says, I still think the link is the orange Capri Sun. Capri Sun was created by a lawyer in 1941. Of one of the first flavors was orange. Coincidence? I think not. The DCV Titan says, hey, Kurt, not looking for legal advice, but what's the best way to get off jury duty? Why would you want to? You should do your civic duty. You should do your civic duty.
Be on a
I'd
jury.
volunteer. I don't know if this is true, but I was under the impression that New York actually has some sort of mechanism to volunteer for jury duty under its rules. Is that a thing?
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of, but if I'm going to look into it now.
Yeah, I was under the impression
picked,
there's some mechanism for that to volunteer.
I've never heard that, but I believe you.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never been picked.
If I turn out to be right, that will be awesome.
Then
I've never heard of such a mechanism. Well, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it. And because I just recently took the uniform bar exam, I am now, I have a score sufficient to waive into New York for the next 2 years. So I can get my New York licensure like that because all I have to do is fill out the paperwork. So no problem.
Yeah. I didn't take that bar. I took the regular New York bar. It was before.
Yes. Well, when I took the bar in 2007 for the first time, it was not a thing either.
Yeah.
But I recently took it again for Texas. So 15 years later, and hey, it did
How
I did
was
well.
the UVE?
So was it fine.
Like? Yeah. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I've thought about it.
I didn't really study that hard. I studied on stream some, but I didn't study like I did when I was studying for it the first time around. And I got 304 points, and I only needed 270. So I beat the thing by like more than 10%.
Damn,
so.
Kurt, good job.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like I beat it with the what is that 76%? So it's not.
Don't
not
ask
too bad.
me to do math.
Yeah. So it worked out fine. Whenever I don't know that they've released the questions yet, but I'll definitely discuss them on stream because they asked in the essays they asked about the rule against perpetuities twice.
Oh no. It's like everyone's nightmare.
They asked about the regular rule against perpetuities, and then they asked about the uniform rule against perpetuities. And I'm over here like, what the hell is the uniform rule against perpetuities? I looked it up, and I think only Kansas has adopted it. So not so much for a uniform rule. Incidentally, the only difference is like it has a hard cap at like 80 years. So that's the only difference. Is it has a hard cap at 80 years so that you don't have to do math forever.
I'm
But
gonna remember this if I do take the UBE.
now you know. Now you know. Now you know something about that. It's like I didn't want to know.
The more you know.
Funeral man has been on a jury once. 11 said guilty, 1 said not guilty. We were hung. Lol. That's funny. You only do need one.
Yeah, that could happen here.
Hi, Kurt. I was paused, so I'm finishing Joe's stream before heading. Watch Joe on your TV. Your chat on phone. Why they charge him? A psychic telling me did it? Pressure.
Yeah, I don't know why they charged him either when they didn't have what they needed.
Barco says this is why I'm single. I think talking about bar exam is game. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Oh well. Lol. Oh man. Let's see. And you did help me study. That's true. Many of you did help me study. What else can we talk about while you're here? LB says, Kurt, shut up. But if I shut up on my own channel, it would be really quiet.
Don't shut up. I don't know what else. I mean, like this. Honestly, this trial is so boring to me. We already talked about Buster if he's going to take the stand. That was something I was thinking about. Well, I don't know how it is in like patent law. But like this guy today that was an expert, and he said he testified over 100 something times. Like that sounds good in this context, but like in my practice, like if you have an expert that's testified over.
Uh-oh, we lost you. I can't hear you. When you took it out, did it stop completely? Because the moment you took it out, it stopped your mic. Uh-oh. Our life is worse off now. I could try singing. That always works out really well. No, I can't hear you at all. When you took out your earpiece, it stopped completely. Okay. Well, thank you for coming by if you're going to leave. All right. Awesome. Cool. All right. Thanks for coming. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that's unfortunately the end of Legally Dirty Blonde. Just a kind reminder to check out her stream on the podcast. She does not have a YouTube channel, but she has the podcast. So make sure to check her out on the podcast and the Apple stuff and all the rest of the things. So all that good thing. Could have played charades? Maybe. I'll read the rest of your super chats from today. $5 from SK Wisegar, who said, I suspect the AG was preparing the financial crimes case as not ready for the murder case. They didn't have to bring it to the grand jury. And look at what happened. Jonathan says they should bring in more random stuff they found at my house. My God. DCV Titan said Logic Raid. That was very nice of Logic. Thank you. Sahar said, hey, I just want to say you're doing a great job. And I have to leave in a few minutes because of Sabbath, but keep it up. Come back Monday. Thanks. Greg asked at what point it became cumulative. This judge doesn't seem to believe in cumulative as an objection at all. Jen Working Thing says, I will cry if cuz Eddie's not wearing shiny white shoes. Cycle Boy said, thanks for taking over for Little Nicky. Still boring to listen to this. It sure is. CM Mills says, why are they allowed to use financial stuff if they haven't convicted of it yet? Isn't it technically still innocent? Yes, the standard is lesser for use in trial, because if it wasn't, you could potentially run into the situation where both crimes are evidence of the other, right? So you could at least have a situation in which you could have two otherwise distinct crimes that both provide motive for the other. So there's no tie to them So you can't charge them as part of a common scheme, but both crimes provide the other crime's motive. So one of the reasons that you have this rule is to avoid this problem where they both are dependent on the other. So the standard to bring it in is clear and convincing rather than beyond reasonable doubt. So it's an elevated standard. And then where I think the judge arguably made a mistake again on legal error is not only do you have to prove the underlying crime to clear and convincing, which I think they did without breaking a sweat. Like, look at all these checks and look at all these receipts and look at all these things. I'm like, I'm sold, right? But the other element of it where you could have potential legal error is that you have to show the tie-in, the nexus to the crime, right? You have to show why these otherwise unrelated crimes are related, right? You can't just presuppose it, right? So if they're part of a common scheme or artifice, then great, charge them as part of a common scheme. You're in the same trial, call it a day. If they're not part of a common scheme or artifice, then you have to show what the nexus is. You have to show what the tie-in is. And here, it's really, really bad. The best the prosecution has to defend their proposition is somehow the $792,000 check he was confronted on the day of the murders somehow provides motive. How that exactly is true is a little unclear, because it wasn't the first time he was confronted about that check. It was the second time he was confronted about that check. And also, during the conversation where he's being confronted about the check, in that very conversation, he gets a call, says, your father is on death's door. You know, they don't think they can do anything more for him. You know, it's the end. And as the financial manager testified, as the CFO testified, everyone dropped the issue completely because everyone cares about him on a personal level. And so all the impetus or all the pressure goes away. And people have been talking of like, oh, he was going to have a hearing later that week on the boat case. No, he's not. Not anymore, he's not. He's going to buy himself 2 weeks to a month easy without breaking a sweat in continuances. Right? He bought himself another month without breaking a sweat. And with a little bit of effort, he can buy himself a little bit more than that. So, you know, the best they have is $762,000 question murder. And so that's weak as it is. And then the rest of it's even weaker because let's go back 10 years for no particular reason. So, you know, it's just very frustrating. It's very frustrating. You keep looking at my baby blues, you're welcome to look at my baby blues. They're available to be looked at. Step 1, steal underpants. Step 2, step 3, profit. That's basically where we're at in this thing. That's basically where we're at. So I think the judge arguably committed legal error when he said there's a nexus. To the extent he did not commit legal error by saying there was a nexus. He committed legal error by letting in so much scope. So much scope. If not under Rule 404B under its own terms, under Rule 403. Because it's so prejudicial, right? It's substantially more prejudicial than probative. Yeah. The defense calls Maggie and Alex's family members to say it's not his voice in that video. How do you weigh that against the state's witness that say it's Alex? Yeah, there's no way to confront that. I wouldn't fight that. It's a losing battle. It's a losing battle to argue that it's not his voice on the tape. You have way too many people who know his voice cold, who authenticate it. Attacking the authentication, attacking the ID, I think is a fool's errand. So I think the judge was wrong on 404. I think he was wrong in the first instance. I think he was wrong in the related stuff. And even if he was, 403 should have kicked in because it's substantially more prejudicial than probative. what happened 10 years ago is probative. And it's pretty prejudicial to hear all that stuff all over again. So the judge's order, I think, is attackable. The judge reversed the 403 burden. It's even worse than that, because the judge, at least at one point, said he was admitting it because of Rule 403, which makes literally no sense. This was something I covered earlier at time, too. The judge at one point said, I'm not admitting it under 404. I'm admitting it under 403. Which you can't do that. Like, literally. It is as in not possible. Rule 403 is a rule to exclude. All it does is exclude. Its sole mission in life is to exclude. It can do nothing more. You can't use 403 to include. That makes no sense. But the judge said it from the bench twice. I have a younger Kiefer Sutherland resemblance. Oh, thanks. That's so nice. I will keep working on my fitness. Thank you. I do like the collegiality of the lawyers. That's nice. Yeah, an expert could tell you if the video was tampered with, but I think it's a fool's errand. I think it's a fool's errand to attack that. There's other ways around the problem, right? The problem that you're trying to solve, if you're the defense lawyer, is Alex Murdaugh says that he didn't go by the kennels. His voice is on a tape at the kennels. All right. You're trying to solve that problem by saying it's not his voice. This is a loser strategy. I don't think this can be done. I don't think you can attack it by saying it's not his voice. So you got to try something else. All right. So what else do you have? He forgot. Why did he forget? Well, among other reasons, he had just found the blown out brains of his son and his wife shot in the back. He was a little scrambled as to specifically what he had done that day. Right? So he was confused is a much easier sell than it's not his voice. Right? Between these possibilities, it's not his voice versus he was confused. He was confused is an easier sell by far. Plus, your credibility is everything before the jury. You literally don't want to fight it all. Because if you go there and attack, it's not his voice, it's an unwinnable proposition. And you're going to lose points of credibility for the jury. So I would not attack the ID. Not with this many people. I wouldn't do it. It's a mistake. Better just be like, he forgot. And the prosecution, what's the prosecution going to do? You really think he would have forgotten visiting the kennels on the day his wife died? As defense lawyer, I'd be like, yeah. I think that's a very strong possibility. I think that maybe when he was asked about his whereabouts earlier the day, that he was a little confused about the things and didn't remember everything because he had just seen the brain splatter of his son. So yes, I think that he was confused on the day of their deaths. That's exactly what I think. That's a much easier to sell proposition. Does the lawyer donating $1,000 to the witness open the case up for reversal? Probably not, but it does open up some interesting ethics issues. Does it mean he needs to take the stand? No, not necessarily. You can just argue it nakedly. Right? I mean, you could just have, if you really need someone to bring that in, get a memory expert. Just get a memory expert to testify about memory. There's ways to do that without bringing him on the stand. And you could just, if you don't want to do that, you could just kind of allude to it. You could make the argument creatively without him bringing, you could do it for sure without bringing him on the stand. You bring in an expert. And if you don't want to do that, then you can just do it nakedly. You can do it. You just have to be clever about it. You can't say it outright because you can't argue from facts that are not in evidence. So you can't say it outright. But if you're a little clever about it, you can do it. You know, you can get it done. I will keep answering questions as long as you guys are here, because I value you're here. This case, you can drop in whatever you like. That too, Nikki. That too. So, like, if you're trying to suss out the scope of what you can get away with, yeah, that too. But his mistake in his alibi is something that needs to be explained. It can be done, right? It can be done. The changing of the clothes, right? It can be done. I mean, he was working out, he was doing labor, and then he changed into something. You know, where are the clothes? He got rid of them because he's losing weight. I don't know. So yeah, you can explain it, but like, whatever holes there are in his alibi, although it certainly makes it more likely in some sense that he has something to hide, I just, as a friendly reminder, like, the state has the burden of proof. So even if his alibi is an out and out lie, if the state doesn't make its case, I mean, strictly speaking, we should acquit. Right? I mean, I don't know why a person would lie about their own alibi, but, well, actually, I do know why people would lie about their own alibi. People get scared. They lie about all kinds of things. It's not that hard. But even if a person out and out lies, if the state doesn't make their case, they don't make their case. So whatever defects exist in Murdaugh's alibi does not really move the needle a great deal. It is not exactly evidence in the state's favor. It is suggestive at best. And for the double murders, I'd want a little bit more, personally. Unless the defense has a credible witness ready to say it's not Alex's voice, it better be one hell of a credible expert, man. It would have to be a really, really good expert to try to go down that road. I don't think I'd try that. Don says, trial question, defense calls Alex to the stand for one question. Did you kill your wife and son? Can the prosecution really ask him anything? Yeah. Yeah. They're not going to limit scope. Because the reason they're not going to limit scope is because you can always bring someone as your own witness. But in this case, of course, that's not true. The prosecution can't call the defendant. So they can't call him as his own witness. So the state has no opportunity to ask questions on direct. But if you open him up, you open him up. And so, you know, yeah. All that stuff. As the sun currently tries to eat me. As I move over this way to try to avoid the sun eating me. My blinds are not perfect. They do have little space in them for the connecting fiber, connecting string through the blinds, and at this time of day they sneak through the little connecting space for the blind hole. It's okay. I'll just hang out on this side of the screen. This side of the screen is where it's at, guys. Judge would let ISIS in. Crosswith has to be within the scope of direct. That is typically true, Don. Yes. Typically that's true. But it's not true in this situation because the reason it's true is because it's slightly legally incorrect to say that a witness belongs to a side, right? We often talk about prosecution's witness or a defense witness. But strictly speaking, technically, that's not true, right? Witnesses don't belong to a side. And there's nothing stopping both sides from calling the same witness. And that's happened. And we've seen that happen in cases, even criminal cases, we've seen it, where the judge has this rule and is like, okay, fine, I'll just call him as my own witness. And then I can ask whatever the hell I want. right? You can always do that, right? There's really, strictly speaking, no such thing as a defense witness or a prosecution witness, except, of course, for the defendant himself, because of the Constitution, the prosecution can't call them on direct. They can't call them on direct to ask the questions in the first instance. So there's no opportunity for the prosecution to do that. So as a result, when you call them up on direct as the defense, the judge is going to say, well, this is their chance. You can ask them about any material question. So you can't limit the scope. And that's why, as a technical matter, you can't do it. Yeah. So that's why that's the answer. And because of this whole thing about like the fact that because both parties can make the witness there, some judges, in the name of expediency and trial management, will just say screw it and just allow unlimited scope on cross, because they are like, well, you could call them as your own witness, which, in some sense, technically under the rules, I'm supposed to do. But also as the judge, I get a lot of trial management discretion, and I can allow for people to be called out of order and stuff like that. So, a lot of judges, and this is probably more my style, to be honest, if I were a judge, I'd probably be much more into the scope of just unlimited cross. Be like, because it's just a trial efficiency thing. That being the case, however, like this recross redirect thing, probably less so. Like I'd keep it a lot more narrow. But I think as a judge, I'd be more inclined to just be like, just ask whatever questions you want on cross and save myself the trouble of having to make this your own witness and save ourselves some time and hassle. It's no unfairness to the other side, because you could have done it anyway. It's just effectively basically just the only reason not to do it is because you can ask leading questions in what is now essentially a direct. But so that's sort of what I think about it. But it's a call, and some judges deal with it differently. Some judges don't mind, for example, when attorneys move about the courtroom. I wouldn't mind, for example, if attorneys wanted to move about the well, it wouldn't bother me. Some judges really mind about that kind of thing. So judges care about certain things and they don't care about certain things for stylistic reasons. At least the third seems to be on both lists. It's a lot longer that's on both lists, that's for sure. Any opinion on William Tobin to argue ballistics? Oh, they don't have anything to match it with. So how could they argue ballistics? They didn't bother to dig out spent rounds out of the berm. So how can they can't have anyone testify about ballistics because they have nothing to match it against. The Darrell Brooks called one of the prosecution's witness during his case in chief. He sure did. You can do that. You can do that. Was I surprised Dick Harpootlian asked for a mistrial? Not especially. I thought the state's response was pretty fair, though. I think Dick Harpootlian thought there was more there than was there, and the state's response, at least what they really had originally intended, is a whole other thing, but their response, at least, was very reasonable. So I thought the mistrial was ultimately unwarranted, but I didn't blame either side for their arguments. Isn't asking for mistrial pro forma? Asking for a judgment at the end of the state's case is pro forma. I'm not sure asking for a mistrial in the middle of the state's case is necessarily pro forma. But it's not unheard of for sure. Tubin is a ballistic marking expert on that. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you, Michelle. That's very kind of you for saying I'm looking great. I'm trying very hard and making progress. I appreciate your kind super chat. Directed verdict not likely? No, no chance. No chance. The jury is able to believe any and all evidence they want and all inferences that reasonably can be derived from the evidence. So there's probably enough technically to convict Murdaugh legally. And then you're just into whether or not the quote unquote motive evidence was impermissible in scope as a sort of backstop. All right. I think I've been milking this for a while, and I don't really know that I have very much more to say about this. I don't know what's going on. You can convict legally on this person was in the area and nothing else? I'm not sure that's really all that they have. They do have inconsistencies in his alibi, which is something, and I mean, it's a circumstantial case, and they do have whatever bullshit forensic markings that they're going to try to go to this on. Can I explain the cell tower data in terms for dummies? I mean, yeah, basically that cell towers are big radio beacons. Cell towers work by communicating with your cell phone, which is a radio. Cell signals have different bands of bandwidth, of different bands and different frequencies and different allocations. So you can tell which side of the tower you're on, because the tower is split up into thirds, and so you can tell which side of the tower you're most likely near, and you can tell something about the distance from the tower based on the strength of the cell phone signal. So that gives you a vague direction and distance. If you have more than them, of course, you can triangulate them and get to a more pinpoint location. But we don't have that here because of where we are in the world. There's no data. But yeah, that's basically the bottom line. You think this was a hit? It might well be. If I'm recovering the trial, if Nick is covering it, probably not. Just in terms of efficiency. The interception of the calls was all back end. It was all back end based on warrants they obtained. So they didn't seem to be intercepting them in real time, as I understood it. Time arrival signal for more than one tower may allow accuracy within 60 feet. I believe that. Crystal Fuller gifts 20 memberships. Thank you very much, Crystal. Appreciate your gift memberships. Nick is off Wednesday, Thursday next week. Well, I'll send Nick a message and see if I can convince him to promote my channel a little bit more aggressively. And if he's willing to do that, then I'll take over for him. He didn't seem to respond to my suggestion last time. And, that's not that's not meant as a slight. He's under no obligation, but for whatever reason, he didn't want to do that. And I respect his choices. If he's willing to promote me a little bit more aggressively so that I can get a little bit more of a share of the thing, then great. And if not, for whatever reasons, then, I respect that. And I may or may not at that point, depending on whether or not I feel like I can get enough of the relevant market share to make it justifiable. Philip says, the more I watch you, the more I like your analysis. To be honest, I wasn't sure at first, but you're a straight shooter and I've earned another sub. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Joe said he was covering Wednesday and Thursday. I think Nick was calling a weird spot because you were on stream. And Joe was saying he could take her days Nick isn't streaming. Fair enough, Rachel. Fair enough. I went somewhat out of my way to say that I wasn't holding Nick like angry at him or anything, and fair enough. I tried to, wasn't trying to say anything, I don't think I'm entitled to it. It would just be nice. And if, there was things there, then, so be it. It's fair. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole says, do my own stream. The only problem with that is it becomes a little bit difficult to do a stream by yourself. I at least as far as I've personally experienced for long periods of time, and maybe other people are not that way, but I found it very difficult to just go by myself with nothing to riff off of. It's just it's really difficult to keep a stream going with no one to talk to and no one to rip off of and no one to bounce things off. It's difficult to monologue for very long periods of time. I've done improv comedy. I like improv comedy, and in improv, it helps a lot to have someone to improv off of. So he said he sent you an invite yesterday. Who? Joe? He might have. I'd have to double check. Law Chief has an drama between hosts in a minute. I'm not trying to start any drama. Improv off chat. If I had more people in chat to improv off, that would be easier. So I can't speak completely, for example, like Emily D. Baker, but Emily D. Baker has a lot more people in chat, and so she has a lot more people to work off of. The whole problem is that I don't have enough people to work from. And at least in my experience in the last 2 weeks or whatever it's been at this point, there hasn't been enough commentary from chat to keep the discussion going. It's been stagnant. So if I had enough people in chat, that might be a viable strategy, but at least at the moment, I found it to not be as effective as you might hope. Why do all lawyers hate the state? I don't hate the state in general. I don't hate the state in general. I just want the state to be able to make its case. I don't particularly hate the state. I consider myself conservative in general. I see a valid role for the state. I definitely consider myself more conservative than libertarian, where this is one area I depart from Nick. Nick is more libertarian. I'm more conservative. So I don't have any particular animus for the state, but I want the state to be able to make its burden. If I'm going to give the state this power, then I want the state to prove its continuous use of it. It's like, I didn't give you the power for this. Try again. Right? So holding the state accountable and making the state hold to its obligations, I don't think shows hatred for the state. I don't have any particular animus for the state. When the state's right, the state's right. And, that's how I think about it. Can a judge's misstatement on rules of evidence be used in other cases appeal? No. Every case has to be decided under its own terms. I have 900 people here. I know. I'm very happy about that. That's just not been the historical reality. If I had 900 people watching the stream, then that would be a lot different. But that's not what I've had. So I'm talking about what I've had when I'm answering these questions. 900 people, because as you can see, like, for example, now, we're having this wonderful dialogue, right? The 900 people of you are keeping enough conversation going for me to keep talking. So 900 people is perhaps a viable amount to use the chat to riff off of. I've had significantly less than that, and it's been harder to riff off of it. It's not been enough to comment on. Thank you, Patty, for saying great job on the thumbnails. I really like the way that they turned out. About a stream before lunch and him after? I'd have no problem with that as an agreement. That'd be fine. McRib Enthusiast says the state is failing us. At this point, I'm not even sure they have enough for an arrest. I tend to agree. I think the state's prima facie case is looking pretty weak right now. So I think you're right. On a personal judgment call. But I don't know that I can reverse for that reason if I were the Court of Appeals. Right? This is one of the things you have to think about. At least I have to think about, or at least I like to think about. It's like trying to make sure I have the right hats on at the right time. Also, incidentally, if I'm the trial judge, I'm not sure I can really throw it out for that reason either, which I know will disappoint you. But, you know, they probably have technical sufficiency. And so I don't know that I can throw it out for that reason. I like Tinsley, not in particular. I found him very smarmy. I didn't find him believable and credible. I appreciate you, Tony, coming on as well. Very much so. Would I ever be a judge? Yes, I could definitely see my doing that. I prefer appeals rather than trial judge. Trial judge are about facts. Appellate law is about law, right? So I'd prefer to be an appellate judge because I care about law. I don't really care about facts. Trials are all about facts. What happened, right? That it's a fact-finding exercise. Appeals are not fact-finding exercises. Appeals are legal-finding exercises. What is the law? And that's where my interest is. So I think all things being equal, I'd prefer an appellate judge because, you know, and that isn't to say that I think, and I don't know, but I would imagine that there are many judges who feel exactly the opposite. There are many judges who really like to be there and like to be the guy who, the trial judge has an insane amount of power. You know, they get to sign warrants. They get to decide what witnesses testify, about what, for how long, you know, in what scope. They get to say what experts testify and don't. They get to say who takes the stand, when, why, how, what, right? Trial judges have an insane amount of power. So, you know, for the people who like that kind of thing, that can be where it's at, you know. But for me, I'm all about the law. I'm like, I don't care about the facts. You tell me the facts, I'll tell you the law, right? That's what I'm all about, right? I don't care about the facts. Just tell me what they are, and I'll tell you the law. And then we'll go have an argument about that. That's way more fun to me. What's my most likable hobby at the moment? Improv comedy. I'm signed up for improv classes again, and I'm very excited about that. You know, improv classes were shut down for a long time because of COVID. And then, you know, as I was dealing with issues in depression, especially, and became harder to do. And now I'm feeling better and I'm happy to do it. And I'm signed up for a class at the end of the month, and I'm very excited about that. Do I like the time restrictions of the depth judge? Yeah. Yes. Trial judge chess clock is best invention ever. Chess clock, trial judge is the greatest thing ever. We should encourage more chess clock. It's great. I think Kurt and Joe should alternate. I'll ask him about it. Thank you, Rachel, for saying you've noticed a change on streams. I have too. I've talked about it on my channel quite a lot. I've dealt with depression quite a lot, and leaving my job helped a lot. And I've gotten better, and it's all great. Who's my favorite comedian? Mitch Hedberg. It's my favorite comedian. Any cute women in the improv class? I don't know. It hasn't started yet. I'll let you know. Do time restrictions pose appealable issues in criminal cases? The law, as best as I can determine, The law, as best as I determine, says that for due process reasons, you can't cut off a criminal defendant's ability to ask cross-examination completely. But you can limit it a lot. As the best I can determine, and I'm not an expert on it, but when I was reading up on the whole chess clock thing, this seemed to be my understanding. So in a criminal case, can you do the chess clock thing? Yes. But if the defense completely runs out of time, can you stop them from asking cross-examination? The answer to that question is no. So how do you deal with both these things? It seems like you have to allow them some sort of minimal cross. And it doesn't have to be a lot. Like you might be able to restrict them to 5 minutes or something. But it seems for due process reasons that you can't say, okay, you just don't get the right to cross-examine anymore because, whole right to confront the witnesses. And you're like, but, you've put yourself into that standpoint by not asking questions more efficiently. But as best as I can determine, that's not been found to be sufficient. So yes, you can chess clock the criminal trial, but you have to give the defense a little extra on top because due process and stuff, reasons. Will it be a due process problem if you don't do it, that you get reversed because you violated due process? That'd be a due process problem, right? I'd like to prevent the defense from asking any questions on cross-examination. Well, the defendant has a right to confront their accusers. Yeah, but I'm the judge. I'm not going to let them ask any questions. I'm not going to let them confront their accusers. And we're off to the races, right? So, yeah. Will I play that wizard game? I might. It's not normally my bag, but the fact that it would drive everyone crazy is kind of hilarious. Let's see if I move to the other side of the screen, how it goes. Hey, look at that. Do I think the chess clock trial would have kept the financials out? It would have definitely made them have to be presented in a more efficient way, which I think would have been to everyone's benefit. Constraining the state may have well been to the state's advantage. There's this whole idea of art from adversity, which I think is often true. If you make people completely unrestricted, they don't tend to do well sometimes as if they have some restrictions. Right? People tend to not know what to do when they're completely restrictedless. People tend to be unmoored. Restrictions give them something to work from. One of the ways I like to tell this is like, if I say, tell me a story, that's hard. If I say, tell me a story about an ogre and a princess, just from the prompt, I've given you something, a thing to work from, right? It's something, it's anything. And then once you've started, you now are building a world that you can build off of, right? So I think the state would have perhaps been better off with more restrictions because it would have made them have to work around those restrictions or against those restrictions and would allow them to have presented a better case. So yes, I think it would have kept the financials more minimal, and I think it would have probably been to the state's benefit to do that. Because you told them they could do anything, they didn't know what to do. Art from adversity. Yeah. And the men of message Branca, I may well do. Yeah. Yeah. Once upon a time, there's an innocent little ogre that was eaten by a mean princess. Hey, you're off to a promising start, man. You've reversed expectations, but you already have now you have something that you have to justify, right? You've told a story in which it's the princess eating the ogre. Okay, now you have to continue the story and justify that choice. Right? You have to justify that choice. You have to make it work as a story. Right? But you're already off on your way. Because you made a choice, you are now constrained by that choice. And the choices that constrain you cause you to have to build the story in a particular way, and it makes for a better story. Storytelling is a good exercise for attorneys. One of the reasons that on my Amazon page, I have tagged a couple books about storytelling from like a screenwriting perspective because I think they're helpful. Yeah. It's one of the reasons, incidentally, that I think the original Star Wars was better than subsequent Star Wars. I think George Lucas was better off with constraints. Especially if you see the, additions that he did in where he remastered and improved the originals to fit his original vision. It's like that's a situation where more resources was worse. That's a situation where more resources was worse. He was better as an artist with fewer resources. Yeah, clock, chandelier, seal is an excellent example of storytelling with time constraints and constraints, right? Yeah, it's a good example. Right? It's not the best story ever, but it's a story, right? I've told a story about clock, chandelier, and seal and their romantic relationship. I made all kinds of choices when I did that. And those choices constrain the story. Right? I'm like, okay, what are the relationship between these things? They're in a romantic relationship. Okay, what's the nature of the romantic relationship? Seal and clock are in a relationship. Who's chandelier? Oh, he's the interloper. And and around and around we go. Okay, why are seal and clock in a relationship? Now I have to look for reasons to justify that choice. Why are seal and clock in a relationship and not chandelier? Why is chandelier not in a relationship with seal and clock? What is it about seal and clock that they see in each other? Oh, okay, now I have to justify that choice. Right? They're both round. They both have marks on their circumference. They both are sending a message. What is it about chandelier that seal doesn't like? Oh, it's because it's too glitzy. He likes the wood frame. Right? Because I made choices, I had to then justify those choices. And the story develops. Okay, clock and seal switch places. Oh, it's significant. Why is it significant? Oh, they're involved in a conspiracy. About what? I mean, it's like you just have to justify the choices as you go. So yeah, that's a good example, right? It's not necessarily the best story. It's not the greatest story. It's a story. It's a story that is now bound by its own lore and premises. And now, as I tell more of the story, I have to continue to justify those choices. Right? If it's going to work as a story, it has to be cohesive. So yeah, that's a really good example. Right? At the beginning, all I had was a seal, a clock, and a chandelier. I could have told any story I wanted. I have infinite choices. It could have been that chandelier is the ruler of a kingdom. And seal and clock are its subjects. It could have been that, it could have been anything. But I made choices and then I had to justify those choices, hence storytelling. And then, okay, who's the real murderer? Chicken. Is it the deceased chicken? Well, for a while it was deceased chicken. Then we're like, no, it's not deceased chicken. It's revenge chicken. That's the real murderer. Why? Oh, it was angry at the Murdaughs for laughing at the fate of other chicken. It's, it's just storytelling. Do I let chatters on stream? That is a very dangerous proposition. For reasons I think you can reasonably understand. Just letting people on stream who I don't know and haven't vetted is a dangerous proposition. It could go really well. It could go really not. So, yeah. Would I rather be a federal state appellate judge? Federal, just because I know more federal law. But that's a hard gig to get. So, state will be fine. Excellent storytellers create fascinating tales with animation and creativity. I told a story about a mouse that ran over my foot while on a payphone at a boarding school and had people in stitches. Yeah, there you go. Could I allow Collins? I don't know how Joe does it. It's a dangerous proposition. That's what I think. I think it's a dangerous proposition. Am I going to be an FNF tonight? I don't know. To be honest. Maybe. Amber Heard is a great storyteller? Not really. Her story sucked. She was unable to justify her choices. See, that's one of the problems. At least when it comes to seal, clock, and chandelier, I'm much more without limits because there's no reality to it. When the reality that does exist is kind of minimal. Amber Heard storytelling sucks because it doesn't jive with reality. All success comes with risk. That's true. Yeah. Dog stepped on a bee. Yeah. Alec is better acting than Amber. That much is true. That much is true. If Alex Murdaugh is acting, unironically, he's better. Whatever you can say about Alex Murdaugh, he is more believable. I know that's not much of a bar, though, but he is. He's more believable. It's not even close. How did anyone hire that woman is beyond me. All right. Alec Baldwin, not a good actor? Oh, he's not too bad. I liked his work. One for Red October kicked ass. One of my favorite movies. Maybe he's better at comedy. Does Alec Baldwin have an alibi for the day of the murders? No, he does not. Is there anything happening in Texas to stop the pistol brace rule? Not that I'm aware of, William Strong, but it wouldn't surprise me if Texas is bringing some sort of action on some level. I just haven't heard of anything. But it's a federal rule. So Texas would have to attack it, as they would attack a federal law generally. They can't just ignore it. Or I suppose they could. It just wouldn't do them any good. Thank you. Yeah, 700 viewers just chit-chatting is kind of nice. It's nice when I have something to talk against. Yara Brooks was more entertaining than Amber Heard. Yeah. I think GOA is suing for braces right now. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if Texas gets involved in one way or another. What if the pistol rule brought down Chevron? How happy would that Supreme Court react make me? Very happy. Very happy. McRib enthusiast. If the pistol break rule brings down Chevron, I don't even know. I'll dance naked in the streets or something. I don't know. It will be a momentous day. I have one younger brother, and my parents are currently retired. My father, when he was working, was in computers. That's where I got my love of computers from. Will Alex Murdaugh be charged for his financial wrongdoings? Oh, yeah. Last I counted, he's facing 16 separate indictments with 106 felony counts. So yes, he'll be charged in the financial crimes. at least 16 times. Lol. Opinion on Texas's TikTok ban? I think TikTok probably should be banned as a foreign entity. Would I mind recapping my opinion of the motive if Alk did it? I don't know what his motive would be. His motive would have to be shame, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's the only motive that makes sense. Like, he only meant to kill one of them and the other one got in the way. But he did it out of shame. Some combination of greed, question mark, shame, honor killing, which, you know, doesn't really make sense, but let's throw that out there. He was so mad at his son for the death of Mallory Beach, he decided to kill him. Then as opposed to any other time, but sure. Yeah. That being said, I do have a TikTok account if you want to subscribe to it. It's on Uncivil Law. Did I hear the bank was suing him now? Oh yeah, he was facing at least 3 civil suits last time I checked. I'm sure it's more now. I'm not sure what it matters because I'm not sure what money he has, but as to who did it, if not him, I don't know. Nothing really makes sense. Nothing really makes sense as a motive. I don't know who could have done this. I really don't. I don't really have any favorite suspects. It's hard to believe that no one left a trail. You know, unless there's some real professionals, but even professionals aren't this good. I mean, cartels are just as likely to use 15-year-olds to do their executions as anyone that's competent. So nothing makes sense as a motive. I don't know what's going on. Some things don't react here well to bullets. Yeah, for sure. Desperation and panic, I guess. How anyone pulled this off? Cartels don't care if it's known who did it. That's kind of the point. I would imagine that's often true. Yeah, I don't know who's responsible for this. Nothing makes any sense. If he's acquitted, does that estate mean it goes to him? I'm not 100% sure, and I'm also not sure that it matters because I would imagine there's not going to be any estate left. Well, the estate's going to be tied up in litigation forever. So I don't think the estate's going anywhere, to be honest. Sled did screw up the scene pretty bad. That's true. That's very true. All right. I'm hungry. I want dinner now. I'm having some chicken parm that I made. So I will simply sign off. If you've been enjoying the stream, please remember to do the YouTube things. Might I suggest counseling your attention to the friendly subscribe button. Is the subscribe button currently subscribed? Are you sure? Please make sure to check because you never know. YouTube might have unsubscribed you while we've been talking. YouTube has been known to do stupider things. So make sure that, first of all, that you have hit subscribe. And if not, now would be a great time to do that. Hit subscribe, hit it now. And if you've not already hit the like button, you can do that too. That'd be great. Do those things. Make sure you're subscribed, hit the like button, all those things. I've really enjoyed the stream. I've enjoyed talking to you. I hope that we'll able to do this again next week. I'll talk to Joe or somebody and see if we can work something out. I've been Uncivil Law. Till later, my friends. I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.